1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
It's the Penthouse on a Thursday. Come on, one time, Dominic. Do your job. Help the girl out. Put on her headphones. My God. I know you got a haircut, yeah. What are you getting ready for Panther Game 3?
What are you doing over there?
I just volunteered to help her at her house.
Whole lot of nothing. You didn't volunteer for the headphones, though.
I volunteered at her house.
Yeah, but you have to wait and hear what he volunteered for.
I do have to, fade the intro, turn on the mics, and then I can go help.
Yeah.
Unless you don't want me to turn on the mics, I'll
You're
just.
fine. I got this thing. I just it's a thing I do.
You're the one in the room with
I put my head down and then I put my headphones on with the limited movement I have in my left arm.
I mean, you left the studio the other day. You just walked out. You leave the chair in the middle.
Oh, yeah, you? I know. Yesterday, that's what Greek does. He goes, he just pushes his chair out, shuts the door, knowing very well I'm done at noon. Hi, what's going on? I'm Franny. Going at noon. And Dom comes in. He's such a gentleman. Dom comes in, opens the door, and I was like, what? He didn't say this, but I know his head was like, what a douche. Just kidding. He said, because he saw the Greek's chair was right in the middle of my way, and I have to carry a bag. I got one arm. And...
Maybe a laptop,
and
too.
open a door. I have to carry my laptop all with my right hand. And, yeah, Dom came in as a gentleman, pushed your chair back in and opened the door for me and offered to carry stuff. It was really nice of him.
He had to go run and get Andy. That was his top priority.
Take notes.
Andy.
Take notes.
Whatever. I'll take to the mattresses. I'm a gentleman every day with people, and I get taken advantage of, but that's fine.
Oh, my God. We're not talking about people. We're talking about me.
Okay. All right, so I asked Franny if she takes showers, and how is she
Hold
just
on,
working
that's
out.
the best part.
Go ahead.
Greek goes, so have you taken a shower yet? It has been 3.5 weeks. What do you think?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Because you had everything, maybe you couldn't.
So
maybe you just washed down or something.
Sponge bath?
Yeah.
The first week was definitely like a sponge bath situation.
So?
But yes, and I had to have a plastic bag over my arm and stuff like that. And now since they took my bandage off, there is a little glue. I can get it wet. I have to make sure I dry it right away. But yes, I have taken showers. I've been taking showers for my whole life, Greek. I haven't stopped. And I can wash my hair with one hand. I just can't dry it and style it. And ladies, it's a pain in the ass unless you blow dry it. So that's one thing I only do once a week is wash my hair.
All right, I can help with that.
I go somewhere and have some. My sister was doing it for me, but she's been very busy, and I don't want to bother her because she's been so kind to me.
Yeah.
So there's like blow dry bars is what they call them.
And you can go
and
there?
you just go, and that's what they specialize in is washing and blow drying your hair. So
cool.
Yeah, so that's been my thing for the past week.
I think there's one on PGA, or there was
There's
one.
a few on PGA. Yeah, the one I go to is over there by the Trader Joe's, and then there's one also by like Prezzo's
In the cigar
and
bar?
Spotos,
Yeah.
all that. So I've gone back and forth. It sucks. I can't wait till I can do it again because I'm going to save money because between the blow dry and tip, I mean that's like $80 each time.
Really?
Isn't that crazy? Just for
Wow.
a blow dry, it's not even a haircut.
Did they wash your hair? Or
Yeah,
no?
yeah. They wash your hair.
80. I'll do it for
But
40.
still, I
do it
don't
for-
trust it. I'm going to pay 80. So yeah, Greek goes, have you taken a shower? And I was like, yeah.
I said,
and
how is it taking a shower?
No, that's not what you said. You said, have you taken a shower? And I said, yeah. And I was like, I do need a little help. And Greek goes, I'll volunteer. So that's the one thing he's volunteered to do. Not put my headphones on, not anything, to help me shower.
As a friend.
You listening, babe?
As a friend. As a friend.
Uh-huh.
Of course, I would have blinders on.
Yeah.
I'd be like this.
I was like, I'm good. I got this.
Oh, gee, man.
I got this.
I'm like, what's going on? I can't find the soap. Are you all right? It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Dom got a haircut.
Yeah, you did.
You look very, very nice. You looks like you're ready for the weekend. And when is game 3? Is that this weekend or no?
Game.
You're going to 4,
I'm
I
going
thought.
4.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're not going to
Yep,
3.
I'm going 4. It's Thursday, next Thursday.
Yeah.
Week from today.
Boss Man's going to 4 as well, and
Yeah.
he did not pay what you paid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he paid like
It's
$1,000. He brought
nuts.
up yesterday.
I know. It's nuts.
My
And
friend actually wants to sell the Game 6 tickets, and he's like, he put them up on StubHub for $1,200 a ticket. I was like, oh my
Jeez.
God, should we sell them or do we just go
you know
Sell
what,
'em.
man? I would sell them.
for $1,200 a seat? Oh my
Yes.
God.
You get more than $1,200. Who'll pay you more than $1,200? He's loaded.
but
He's got millions.
We were talking about it. Oh my God. We were so Jason, who's my co-host on the Gator, he's a huge Panthers fan, and we were talking about it, and he had mentioned that he had paid a lot of money for his too, and I was just like, man, when he said that, I was like, that is a trip for one person, maybe a little more to Europe or anywhere, and he was like, yeah, you're right, but you're an Uber fan, you're gonna pay for it, you are, but I just can't see myself paying for a concert or sporting event. Like, I know this is the finals, it's the Super Bowl for hockey, I get it.
But when you got money, it doesn't matter.
That's true.
I mean, so for 3 hours, you're spending. I mean, there's people who spend, give girl $5,000 for an hour.
Yeah, and the Panthers were looking good for a bit. I know when I went to bed, they were up, I think 3-2, and and then I shut my eyes, and then I found out that they didn't win. They went into overtime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a tough loss.
It was.
I know Greek was happy because he picked Edmonton.
I wasn't happy. I'd rather see the Panthers win and everybody
Whatever.
else.
We know you'd rather have money in your pocket. He picked Edmonton in 6 and 7, if you're wondering, to win too, not just for last night.
Wayne Gretzky, great night by him because in between periods, he called the last shot. Did you hear that?
Yep, with Connor
Oh,
McDavid.
really?
Yeah, he said again, you're talking probably one of the greatest hockey players in the world, if not the. And he just said he's going to have to go around the net and bring it in, and that's what happened.
Has he been doing commentating for this?
Yeah, for years.
All the time?
Yeah, for years.
Yeah.
He's been on TNT.
Well, when I'm listening, I put it on mute, and then I listen to Real Radio 921. Listen to Doug play the play-by-play action.
Oh, my God.
So I have no idea what they're saying on TV.
Oh, my God. Manager
I'm just
loves you.
kidding. I'm just drinking the Kool-Aid here. Just kidding.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. So Thursday and Friday, you know what that means. We have 2 giveaways for you guys. You get a Burnt Max card, gift card for $100, and you get a $125 gift card for New York Prime. So today's Thursday, we'll do New York Prime,
Nice.
and then tomorrow we do Burnt Maxes, and then we do our traditional giveaway because we always want to get you ready for the weekend and get you in a good mood.
Yeah, and I did hear you guys a little bit when you were ending the show, and just a heads up, we are giving away iHeartRadio Music Festival. It's a text to win thing. And not only are you going to get to, but sometimes we do enter it on our website. This is a text to win, 200. I heard you guys say there was a 3 o'clock giveaway. There's not, 3 o'clock. It's only 1 or 9, 1, and 5. Yep.
Yeah,
He
there's
said
3.
3 o'clock.
No, there's
Yeah.
3 giveaways.
Yeah.
9, 1, and 5. And I heard you guys trying to give, saying, it came out of your mouth.
No,
I
no.
listened to you. It was your voice.
You didn't hear me say it.
Yes, I did.
Go back to the
I'm
playback.
just kidding. I know. But yeah, I believe, but you were talking about it getting into the 2 o'clock hour. So either way, it was very confusing. So 9 o'clock a.m., 1 p.m., 5 p.m. 3 chances a day for you to score a shot to go to Las Vegas for the iHeartRadio Music Festival. So that next one is happening around 1 o'clock. Just set your alarm so we don't have to keep up. We will repeat, but set your alarms for 9 a.m., 1 p.m., 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. You're going to get a keyword. You text the keyword to 200. Not only does your trip include round trip airfare to Vegas, ground transportation from the airport to the hotel, and you're staying right where they're doing the music festival. So everything is walkable. So you get that 2-night hotel accommodation. And of course, you get 2 pairs of tickets to the 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival at the T-Mobile Arena. That's September 19th and the 20th. Plus, we're throwing a little cherry on top there. And with that, you're going to get a $1,000 gift card to do whatever you want with. And I don't know if you've seen the lineup or not, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. We got
Who's on it?
Jelly Roll. We know we love ourselves some jelly. Ed Sheeran's on there. Who else? I believe John Fogerty's on there. Sammy Hagar's on there. Maroon 5.
I think Boyz II Men. Bad News Bears.
Oh my God! Just don't start saying things that
I was
you
gonna
don't
say
know
that was
the
a perfect
answer.
recording. I could just take Franny right there and just clip that. We could just keep playing that over and over
Just
again.
Lil Wayne is gonna be there. Brian Adams, Glorilla, if you like hip hop. LL Cool J, Mariah Carey, Tate McRae, The Offspring, Tim McGraw, and more are going to be announced. That's what they've announced so far.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So pay attention, guys. You go out to Vegas, and you're going to be in a beautiful hotel, airfare, and you get $1,000 cash.
1 o'clock. Next opportunity for you to listen for a keyword.
Yeah, not 3 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Not 3 o'clock. I'm listening. I'm just shaking my head.
What's the matter? Does it matter? We had the other giveaway for 6 weeks. Nobody won.
What's the matter?
What's the difference?
Yeah, well, it's nice to give out real information.
You got to focus.
Accurate information.
Pay attention.
But even if you pay attention, they don't know that it's at 5 o'clock. I mean, you got them tuned in at 3. That's great. So
Yeah.
they'll be tuned in just in time to listen to the news junkie.
Yeah, okay. There you go. We're trying to help out somehow, some way.
I think they do fine. But
Okay. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. We asked you yesterday, and I was surprised because there's a lot of people who have gone to the Stanley Cup, and it is probably the biggest topic down here right now, and people are looking for tickets and trying to buy them and different things. Dom got very lucky. He's going to Game 4. And are those downstairs tickets?
No, level 300
Well, $1,200 is good money. That's a lot of money.
for 300. Yeah,
Each?
yeah. That's what they were on StubHub for last night.
Yeah, I would tell the kid to sell them if he can make that money. There might not even be a Game 6.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't know. Most likely there will be. I think it'll go at least 4-2, but I would definitely sell them, especially because you're going to Game 4.
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't going to Game 4, then I would say, hey, you're never going to experience it, especially for you. It's the first time. So are you going to charge your girl money to go to the game?
Oh, gee.
Just ask.
Nope, that one's gonna be. I'll take that one.
You're a gentleman. Way to be. Way to be. Are you going to tell her how much you pay for the tickets?
No.
You could up that a little, maybe.
who does that though? Hey, guess how much I paid for these? Like, don't.
She's probably going to ask him, how'd you get the tickets?
Well, all you have to do is how. You don't have to say how much they were.
Well, I'm trying
I think
to say
that's
if
kind
you
of. I think that I don't know. That's kind of like a move.
tacky.
Yeah, very tacky.
I'm trying to get him laid. So maybe.
So you're trying to get him laid by him being tacky?
No, well, maybe she'll feel bad. She'll go like, oh, man, you
Oh,
spent
my
that much, I got to
goodness.
put out.
Oh my God.
You know, my head was so clear for 3 weeks besides all the drugs, and then I get here and I'm like, ooh.
Back to this.
It's like working double time.
Oh,
Triple.
Oh, my God. It is the Penthouse on a...
And if you're wondering why I was taking drugs, I had surgery. I broke my arm if you're just tuning in.
Yeah, I was gonna
Why
say.
was she taking so many drugs?
Because she works for me. I'm not offended by that. Dom's on it, too, so both of you. I mean, it works all around, so we can't... Come on, we took off Monday because you had to go to a convention. There was actually a food convention in Fort Lauderdale, big restaurant thing. And I was like, was it? I talked to one of my buddies. He went down last Monday, I think it was, or Tuesday.
Okay.
And I was like, was it the gummy convention? I said, because Dom was down there. Was that the same one? He was like, no, it was a food convention. 877-927-6969. West Palm Beach, South Florida gets so much press, and it's getting a ton more. Kelsey, and again, with Taylor Swift, are out, and they were spotted in Palm Beach.
Oh, another place?
Yeah.
Okay,
and,
so they've been here for a while, right? Because they were spotted, a couple weeks ago at that Henry's, the one that you like?
Yeah, Harry's.
Harry's.
And then they were spotted at another restaurant in Palm Beach over the weekend, and he likes it down here. He's renting a home in
Oh, okay.
Boca.
I wonder
for
if they're going to buy a house.
I think it's $20,000 a month for off season. But they've been out and about. So more good press for South Florida in this area. Not that we need any more with obviously President Trump in our backyard and all the other things and all the other great things that South Florida has to offer. But one of those situations where, when you see that and people are like, ooh, it looks nice. Where is it? And they were just sitting in the restaurant in the back. There were some photos. TMZ must be everywhere, or people sell them. Or people sell them. Now, if you saw Taylor Swift and Kelsey, would you take a picture of them and try to sell it?
Ooh, I think there'd be a good price on it. I would. Especially if I'm not doing no pressy thing, yeah. Because I know sometimes press things, you're not supposed to take photos in certain areas.
I'm saying if you saw them in a restaurant.
Oh, yeah. If I was just out and I saw them, I would.
Yeah, say you saw them at Monroe's.
I know. Nope. There's no filming allowed in strip clubs, so nope.
Oh, really?
Yeah, usually that's not a thing.
No, they don't even like you taking pictures.
They don't even sometimes let you to have your phone up like
Yeah.
that just in case they think you are.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Because a lot of people take pictures, though. A lot of stuff is on Instagram and stuff I've seen.
I mean, maybe the girls, but if there's guys over there with their phones out, that's really not allowed in strip clubs.
Well, like at the Wynn and Encore, where it's topless, you're not allowed to bring your phones.
Yeah.
They have huge signs.
Yeah.
I mean, really big signs. No phones allowed. And I'm sure people do bring their phones, but, people are sunbathing. They don't want anybody taking pictures of it. But I've seen adult entertainment places where girls are, like, doing special acts, like with fire and different things like that. And I've seen that on social media over the years, but, not in any time. So you would take a picture? Franny, how about you? Would you take a snapshot and try to sell it?
I wouldn't even think about selling it. I would just take a snapshot,
Yeah.
just so I had a picture of them on my phone. Like, I know, I don't even know if that would be a thought. Would be to sell it. There's so many. I mean, you look right now. They were at Bucan, which is an excellent restaurant on Palm Beach, and a ton of people took pictures. So I don't know if is it really how much money you're going to get off of it. I mean, they probably have TMZ already there.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, they follow him everywhere.
Well, it's good for the area, like I said. Even though we don't want people to come here, I always tell them hurricane season's coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's not new having big celebrities show up in Palm Beach.
No, but they're super big, so I think it's always a good thing when you got people like that, because they can go anywhere in the country or in the world and they come here, which is a cool thing. Hurricane season between the 1st and 14th, if you buy anything for hurricane supplies, there's no tax. So if you guys want to get anything and get prepared, which you should, have enough water, do the things you need to do, maybe have batteries for your remote in case your TV goes out, you got to worry about that. Bananas, stuff like that is really important for the day. Come on, you missed this. 877-927-6969.
Oh, I know what you need batteries for, G-Man.
What's that? What about my dildo? Oh, Jesus.
Too.
My God. Can't believe it. You can plug it in, too. I mean, there's other ways.
It's old school. How old is your dildo? Or it's not wireless.
We got to come back, Franny. I mean, there's a lot of expenses.
It's time to throw it out.
I mean, it's
get with the times.
Football season's coming up. We got to get ready for football season. I think there's 93 or 92 days before the NFL kicks off again. And there's a countdown for the NFL, which is always crazy. Panthers lose last night, but it's only game one. So we'll see what happens in that series. And don't forget, you could hear the Panthers all the time on Real Radio. 92.1, 101.7. Dom's going to game 4. Jason's going to game 3, who's Franny's co-host on the Gator.
He's going to 4.
Oh, he's not? I thought he was going to
Nobody's going to 3.
Oh, he's not? All right.
I think yeah.
Okay. I don't know. He was asking me for tickets yesterday, if I can get him tickets.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe if he gets them. But I know he's got tickets for 4.
So are you sitting by him or no?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think he's trying to be lower level.
Yeah. Yeah, he is a super fan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you spend that kind of money, God bless that you can do that. And you hope your team wins, obviously, if you go there and you see what happens. But last night was a very good game. So,
oh, yeah, very good game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch hockey a lot. I watched it in and out. I had a birthday party trying to get my and I got a birthday party again 2 nights in a row, 2 different birthdays.
So popular.
I'm not really. They just use me for gifts.
Oh, okay.
Really, I don't care if I live or die. Let's be honest. But it is the Penthouse on a Thursday. You guys can always get involved by calling us and also text us. The text line is open only until 12. So if we're a priority, make it happen. Because after 12 o'clock, it goes south to the border. Because, Dominic's got too much going on. Where did you go? When did you get your haircut? Last night?
Nope, this morning.
Oh, before the show?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I applaud that. It's pretty nice. They're open early for you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Where do you go?
Someplace right off of 441 Belvedere.
All right, cool. Good job. I like it. You're at the gate early doing your stuff?
Mm-hmm.
You want to give them a free plug? You can. I mean, go ahead.
No, I don't even know the name of the place. It's just like a barber shop. That's all it is. It just says barber up front.
What do they charge you for a haircut?
$20.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
It reminds me a lot of like New York style type of places. You just go in, there's a little couple chairs. It's not like going to like Supercuts or like that,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a regular place.
Yeah, the guys, you could tell the guy's from New York. He has the typical accent.
school.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Yep.
How do you want it?
How do you want it?
What do you want?
There's your waiting chair over there.
Really? Did you ask him about the Panthers?
No.
You got Oklahoma City tonight, first half? What do you got? It is the Penthouse on a Thursday.
Probably loan sharks on the side.
Oh, that's not right. Are you kidding me? My God. Guy works hard as an establishment. Now you're talking about loan sharks. God, what kind of person are you? And bookmakers. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. You're not going to get this show anywhere else. Are those still special people in the building, or they're not in the building anymore?
Yep.
They're still here?
Be careful,
Yeah,
G-Man.
they're here, I think, all week until tomorrow.
Yeah, Joel Malkin told me he got yelled at yesterday. He was a little
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. He was a little loud in his little studio. They told him to take it down. And
No, that's why they're over there, not in that studio anymore.
I don't know. But he came to me. He goes, Greek, can you help me? I said, Joel, can't help you, buddy.
You're in the doghouse too, so.
I said, I'm in the doghouse every day. They told me to take this week off. And they weren't going to charge me vacation. I was like, wow, that's crazy. It is the Penthouse, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
My mom wanted to see Janet Jackson so bad. I was able to get second row tickets, and I sent her videos of me and my friend Lauren
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Checking out a crash here on the Turnpike. That's going to be northbound on the on-ramp from Glades Road. That ramp is currently closed. And with that police activity, that's going to be blocking the right lane of the main line. Expect more delays as you make your way to Glades Road. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you want the lowest price with their lowest price guarantee. If you find a qualifying lower price on the same item, they'll match it. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how they'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Open 7 days a week with a 5-star restaurant. And this Saturday night, June 7th, it's UFC Championship Fighting. You can witness it at Monroe's. And if you like hockey, I can't think of a better place. Because if your team loses, you won't end up in a penalty box. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and that's where all the beautiful ladies are. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Atlantic Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. That's AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach. They were right. It could have waited. I can't believe it happened to me. Reaching to check my phone. Now my family has to hear that I'm never coming home again.
Officer?
I'm so sorry. I have some very sad news to share with you.
Every day, 9 people on Florida roadways don't make it home. I was one of the people that didn't make it home.
Ride with Do Not Disturb. Every trip, every time. Let's get everyone home safely. A message from Florida Department of Transportation, Target Zero. For more information, visit targetzerofl.com.
Hayes the Greek for Strike Cigar Lounge, one of my favorite spots. Great atmosphere and an unbelievable humidor and an unbelievable patio if you like sports. There's something about smoking a cigar that feels like a celebration. There's a quality and a workmanship and a passion that goes into smoking a fine cigar. And you can do that 7 days a week at Strike Cigar Lounge in the Royal Palm Plaza, home of Greek's Gridiron. Stop by Strike Cigar Lounge to enjoy a great night, enjoy a cigar, and hang out with some friends. Peace.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. We're continuing to move through our Thursday morning with temperatures warming up into the 80s outside. Highs are back in the upper 80s today. Skies will be hazy. There is a lot of Saharan dust in our atmosphere. More humid today as well with 1 or 2 isolated showers, certainly much drier as well. We're going to stay hazy heading into your Friday and the weekend with temperatures near 90 over the next few days.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkie. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Recipients have done the improbable.
This medal is for the men who went down that day.
On Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage, you'll hear about these heroes and what their stories tell us about the nature of bravery. Listen to Medal of Honor on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Go Panthers.
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. I hope you guys listened to Rover and got your morning off to a good start. We appreciate you always tuning in to Real Radio 92.1, 101.7. We mean it when we say it. We're just not saying it. Because believe me when I tell you, if I don't like you, you'll know. If I think you don't count, you'll know. Tom, when we go back to next break, I want you to put my headphones in my earphones.
Oh, yeah?
It is the Greek. Of course, Dominic is here with a new haircut. And are you seeing a girl this weekend?
I don't think so this weekend.
Really?
I think the next time's going to be the game.
Really? Oh, I don't know if I approve of that. We'll talk about that. Franny's in the house.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, what's up?
I'm golfing this weekend, I think.
What is she doing?
I don't know.
Well, find out. You're taking her to a game.
Well, can he have some dom time golfing? Or no? You got to be together always?
No, but I'm saying if you're taking her to a Stanley Cup game, you should know what she's doing. It's your life.
I mean, it's not the weekend yet.
Doing.
It's
okay,
not...
crazy. Oh, wait, you said something. What did you say? That to me, that was super stalkerish. I can't remember. Oh.
What are you talking? Let's do a trifecta.
Oh, my God, yeah.
No, trifecta. Hold on.
Oh, my God. It was so like creepy and stalkerish. So anyways, so we were talking about something about driving, and I have not been cleared to drive, whatever. And so waiting to get cleared to drive, and it is anyways.
You take everything
So
out of
G-Man
context.
makes a comment, and he's like, he said. He was like, "Don't drive," or "Are you driving yet?" or whatever it is. He was like, if you were mine or whatever, he was like, "I wouldn't let you go anywhere. you're never leaving home."
Like
I
serious.
was like, "Jesus Christ, crazy kidnapper!" I was like,
"Oh my God!"
I was like,
first
of all, never happening. Second of all, I would go. If that's
Crazy.
The case, crazy. He was like, "You would never leave the house."
Oh my God! Like I'm serious. Oh my God! You think I'm serious? You call me up. What are you doing?
Talk about red flags.
You want to go? Can I go to Publix?
You listening, single
No.
ladies? You listening, single ladies? He would never let you leave the house.
Oh, you twist the words. I did not say that.
Oh, really?
I said
What'd you say?
I would not let you drive, and then I said I would not let you leave the house. Like I'm real serious about that.
But you see, but I did say it.
But you really think I was serious?
I would not let you leave the
Oh
house.
my God! Of course I would want you to leave whenever you wanted to with an escort.
Unattended? No, never.
I think is the heat working in here today? I feel a little
Ah,
warm.
you get a little more because I'm freezing. So.
Let's do a trifecta. What time you working till?
Don't worry, hour and a half.
All right, the Marlins did it. I didn't think they could, but I know a lot. Dom knows this too. A lot of my friends lost their ass on the Marlins the last 3 days as they got swept by the worst team in baseball. I can't believe it. I really can't. I'm shocked. The first game, I was like, okay, maybe. Colorado Rockies went in with 9 wins. They were 9-50. And I never thought they were going to sweep them. But they swept the Marlins. And the Marlins were big favorites, too. So a couple of my friends really took it bad. I'm talking big numbers, and it was crazy. So the Marlins are really season right around now is just Titanic City. It's really over. It's unbelievable. They got swept by the worst team. And I thought they would win 3. Going in, like Rockies coming in, they're terrible. They got
or at least one.
Yeah, 8 games. They won 8 games, lost 50, and they get swept. So crazy for the Marlins, not good. Next up for them is Tampa Bay. The Mets, for whatever reason, and it happened a couple of years ago in the playoffs, they're the only team that could really beat the Dodgers. They beat them again last night, 2 out of 3. So hats off to the Mets. Yankees did lose last night to Cleveland. They got another game today. Yankees got one of their aces on the mound, so I think he's going to do pretty good. We'll talk about that in the Greek zone. Also got Brady Matthews calls today. And Drew Martin. So we got a full boat there. NBA Finals are tonight. Game 1, 8:30, Oklahoma City against the Pacers. So I'm going to ask my mom if I could stay up late tonight to watch the game. Hopefully she'll let me. Oklahoma City's huge favorites. The whole world's betting them. Nobody's got Indiana, so if they win, it would be a shocker.
Are you betting Alex Caruso?
Caruso? Yeah, I'd probably a little bit. Nothing crazy. Just like I said, I got a birthday party. I want to focus on the party.
Oh, of course.
And I have to pick up the cake.
You don't want to be screaming, shoot it!
Get it! Come on! Again, Caruso's won so much money for me that even if he loses, there's no angst there. I mean, he was 11 out of 14. They're home tonight, so probably yes. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. It's 8.5. We'll see. I like Williams is over, too. Alexander, I don't know. It's 34.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
And that's so high. Not that he can't get there, but I don't know. That's a little high to me. And unfortunately for the Panthers last night, they lost to Edmonton.
Why are you smiling?
4-3 in overtime.
Shame on you.
It was a great game. Great for the sport. I mean, it did so much for hockey. And but it's only game 1. Don't forget, we got game 2 coming up. And hopefully you can listen to the Panthers on Real Radio like Franny does. She listens to it on when she's home. And she puts the game on because...
Doug Plakin, right?
Yeah, you can't beat it. The Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace. Now over to Franny for this day in history.
On this day in history.
All right. Excuse me. Let's go back in the day on June 5th, 69 years ago, in 1956, Elvis Presley went on the Milton Berle Show and thrust his hips and his junk at the camera. They were like, what? It caused so much controversy that from then on, cameras could only shoot Elvis from the waist up.
It's crazy.
Yep, that gyrating. I didn't like it.
The
ladies did. 60 years ago in 1965, I Can't Get No Satisfaction by the Rolling Stones was released. 50, it's just called I Can't Get No. 57 years ago, 1968, the Robert F. Kennedy was shot at the Ambassador Hotel in L.A. just after winning the California Democratic primary. Unfortunately, he did die the next day. Did you know this? Former NFL superstar Rosie Greer, who was working as a bodyguard for Kennedy, helped take down the assassin.
Yep.
48 years ago, 1977, Alice Cooper's pet boa constrictor was bitten by a rat it was trying to eat and died. The rat killed the boa constrictor.
Wow.
That doesn't happen often. 44 years ago, 1981, the CDC reported the first case of AIDS in 5 men in Los Angeles. They said more than 200,000 cases were reported in the U.S. alone during the next 10 years. 43 years ago, 1982, hot stuff, Sophia Loren finished serving a 17-day sentence in an Italian jail for tax evasion. They said, but she did get some delayed justice in 2013 when the Italian Supreme Court finally cleared her of the charges. 32 years ago, 1993, country legend Conway Twitty died at the age of 59. Then we have 25 years ago, 2000, Baltimore Ravens linebacker Ray Lewis pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor in order to drop murder charges and the deaths of 2 men at an Atlanta Super Bowl party. 23 years ago, 2002, grand jury indicted R. Kelly. Man, that was 23 years ago.
Wow.
Is that how long he's been in jail?
He's been in jail a long time. I don't know how long, but he's been in jail a long time.
Man, you're right. Okay, so grand jury indicted R. Kelly on 21 felony counts of child pornography stemming from the bootleg sex tapes. They said it took some time. It took 6 years to bring the case to trial and just 1 day for a jury to acquit Kelly of all charges. So yeah, he must have went back. Excuse me. 23 years ago, 2002, same year, Dee Dee Ramone died of an accidental drug overdose. He was 49. All 4 original Ramones are now gone. 23 years ago, once again, Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped right out of her bedroom by 2 homeless men. She was found alive and well 9 months later. Oh. You don't remember the whole Elizabeth Smart story? She was 14. Yeah, that was huge news. But yeah, she was found alive and well 9 months later, just 18 miles away from her Salt Lake City home. Your girl, 2004, Jennifer Lopez married Mark Anthony. The divorce was finalized 10 years later.
They were a nice couple.
16 years ago, The Hangover was released. 2009 is when The Hangover was released. Then we have 13 years ago, 2012, science fiction author Ray Bradbury died at the age of 91. If you're not familiar, Fahrenheit 451, Something Wicked the Way Comes, and The Martian Chronicles. And then finally, 12 years ago, 2013, Edward Snowden. Remember that name?
No.
Leaked classified documents to The Guardian to blow the whistle on the government, the U.S. government. You don't remember that?
No.
Spying on their own people. And that's what happened this day in history.
Thank you, Franny. Great job. We do it once a show to reflect on the day we're actually in. So you have a trend about people who paint outside the lines. And we'll find out if it still continues or can people be reformed and maybe they just made a mistake.
Well, obviously, these are studies that are done, so this is not coming from us, and not every study is about everybody, right? We can't take this as a complete blanket statement, but what they're saying here is that, yes, people who cheat will do it again. That's what they say. Well, at least probably. And you hear the thing, once a cheater, always a cheater.
Now, in the same person or somebody different?
But there are some people who have... and we're like, oh my God, what did I do? And the guilt, whatever. And then they don't do it again. I mean, we know. I mean, that does happen. But this new study suggests that the whole once a cheater, always a cheater thing may be true. So they even bring up a Friends episode. They're like, remember on Friends when Rachel tells Ross her mom said they'd never work out because he cheated and once a cheater, always a cheater? Well, they're suggesting that this is a thing. And it applies to any kind of cheating, right? From relationships to tests to games. So any kind of cheating.
Okay.
Yep. But they followed a few thousand people over 3 years, having them play a series of games that measure dishonesty. So according to the results, cheating isn't just a result of a mistake. It's a part of someone's personality that never goes away. It's a personality trait, being a cheater. Yep. So they looked to see responses to see if they were truthful or not. And, they could get away with lying about their answers and no one would know. And it turns out many of them did over and over and over again for 3 years. They found if someone cheated in the first game, they were more likely to cheat in the second and third games, of course, if it worked out for them, too.
They got away with it.
Those who cheated were a lot more likely to do it again, no matter what the stakes or context were. They said, but the reverse was also true. Those who were honest in a game, in game one, we're more likely to be honest in the other games. So, yeah, you're either honest or a big, fat, cheating liar. I'm just kidding. There can be an in-between. They did find that 2 big predictors of this chronic dishonesty, low scores in something called honesty, humility, the high scores in the dark factor, which is a combination of narcissism and Machiavellianism. And they said all these kind of personality traits with your psyche. They also found if someone lies easily and often, it might just be who they are. And it's not just a momentary lapse in judgment.
Just forget.
That's just who. Are you talking for yourself? Just forget? Lying is not forgetting.
I'm just in the audience.
So it's a personality trait. It's not your fault.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not your fault,
It's a
G-Man.
show.
It is. It's not your fault. They're saying it's an absolute personality trait.
If I don't tell you the truth, it's because I don't think you really deserve the truth. So that's what.
Well, you've lied to us before, so clearly we don't deserve the truth.
It's a question I don't think I have to answer.
Okay.
I don't like it. We've discussed this.
You're digging yourself a bigger hole.
No, I'm not. I'm just being honest. I don't like questions about my personal life. If you're a friend, don't ask me. I've told my friend, even last night I said this to one of my friends. Don't ask me a question about somebody I was with. I just think that's disrespectful.
Okay, but yet you do it to Dom.
How do I do it to Dom?
You rag on him about the girl and ask about the girl. What do you guys do?
Show. Do you think come on?
But when it comes to your personal life, nobody can ask.
No, you can ask if I feel that you.
But you don't want to answer the question.
Like where'd you wake up yesterday morning?
That's a personal question.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to get somebody else in trouble. Maybe I'm just that kind of person. I don't want to get somebody in trouble.
Oh, because they're cheating?
No, they're not.
So why would they get in trouble?
Maybe they just don't want to be associated with me.
Okay.
You never know.
All right. You're big one of your friends' ex-girls? now I'm just messing with you.
I wouldn't do that.
I'm just messing with you.
Deep breath.
I know. He's like, why is she back? 47142 started off with Real Radio. When I'm running errands, where does it go? When I'm running errands in the summer, I'll go to Great Clips and get a cold water shampoo or blow dry. Shampoo or and blow dry. No cut. It cools and relaxes me, and it's only $10 plus a tip. So there you go.
That's good.
If you're running errands in the summer, go to Great Clips and ask them for a cold water shampoo. Yeah.
$10, that's cheap.
Plus tip, nice. I like that little summer life hack, which I've got some, by the way.
Yeah. You can't get a banana for $10.
And Will, I heard about it, so thank you so very much. But I heard Will stop by yesterday.
Yes.
And he did reach out via text. So I do want to thank you very much you're so generous.
Yep. Thanks again for the pizza.
Yeah, and he gave us a big bag of chocolate.
Well, so he just wanted to make sure. He was like, hope you get some candy that I dropped off. And Greek does not hide it from you.
Yeah, I should bring that in for you then.
Is that what he said? He's so glad you're back.
Dominic has it in his studio.
I don't even eat chocolate, so.
He doesn't.
I don't have it.
He doesn't like chocolate, which is, I don't know many people who don't like chocolate.
Yeah.
So you're one of those rare birds.
Yeah. So
It's been my whole life, too.
Really? Even as a kid?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good trait. You're probably not a cheater because you don't like chocolate.
Huh. Is that everybody who likes chocolates is cheaters?
I read that.
Wow. Okay.
On the back of a box. I don't want to say whose box, but I did read it. 877-927-6969. You can also text us until 12 o'clock. After 12 o'clock, it vanishes. It goes away. But let us know about the Panthers. What do you think? Can they make a little bit of a comeback? They're not in trouble because they were on the road last night and they weren't supposed to win anyway. But it didn't seem like they were going to get a W right away when they were up. And a lot of people don't realize in hockey, when you challenge a play, if you lose, you get a power play.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's a shorter one, but yep.
But it's 2 minutes. But again, because you're a fan. But most people don't realize that. So last night when the Panthers scored their first goal, Edmonton challenged, and then they got a power play and they scored again.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I was like, wow, that's a big play. I wonder if they would do that in other sports, how that would be. Like if you challenge something in the NBA, you lose the timeout.
Maybe.
But say they said it was a foul shot. 2 foul shots if you're not right. In the NFL, different things like that, you only get 1 challenge per half. There's no real penalty. You just lose a timeout.
Mm-hmm.
That's a penalty in a way, but Imagine if they made if you challenged and the person got a 15-yard field goal.
What if they got a technical free throw?
Yeah, something. Like I said, foul shot or technical, yeah, something like that. But in the NHL, I think that's pretty strong.
Because that's a point then. That could be the difference of a game.
Sure. But this is strong too, like a goal. I mean, if I was a coach, I would really be lenient to go. Because even if you're right, it could go against you, especially in the Stanley Cup. During the season, not so much, whatever. But there, I would be like, wow, that's tough.
I mean, there was a point where there was 4-on-3 on the game because that's how many penalties were happening.
Yeah. That's crazy,
mm-hmm.
Especially for a Stanley Cup. Because the Stanley Cup's like the Super Bowl. They don't like to call penalties. Even before the game, they were talking to a couple of referees, off the cuff. And they were like, unless it's really, blatant, just like the NFL. In the second half, you see really no penalties in the Super Bowl. Unless it's unbelievable. They have to. Because they don't want that to affect the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, but again, we'll see what happens. Panthers, again, if you're a Panther fan, I wouldn't really be worried because they were on the road last night.
So somebody I know you're a fan of, G-Man, I'm very sorry. It looks like Halle Berry is about to be off the market. So not married, but she has gotten engaged once again. I know she's been married a few times, but if you listen to the Penthouse quite often, you know that's Greek's dream girl. But yes, she confessed that her boyfriend, musician Van Hunt, proposed to her. But that's what I'm saying, not off the market yet. She has not accepted it yet, she claims.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Despite being deeply in love and describing him as her perfect match, she remains hesitant about marrying again due to her 3 previous divorces.
Yeah, so even if she gets married, it'll go for a while. It's a cycle, and then she might drop him. So it's not done for good.
That's what she said. Well, she's like, listen, done it 3 times.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to do it again because she has expressed that marriage might complicate the relationship.
Yeah.
Which right now she's currently finds very stable and fulfilling. So she's like, why ruin a good thing? I've done it before. Let's not.
So basically, I would have better odds if she gets married.
True.
I mean, that's the way I look at it. So I hope they do get married because then it'll run its course and then that'll be it. So we'll see what happens. Hallie, whatever you want. Let's get her address. Dom, send her some flowers. COD, of course. 877-927-6969. But make it 3 dozen so we'll make a little splash. Give us a call if you have an opinion on the Panthers or maybe you have an opinion on the cheating situation. Do you believe that somebody can change if they cheat? Or is that it? Or are they a cheater for everything in life, too? Could be sports, could be games, cards, stuff like that. And when you cheat in something that you're competing in, don't you feel bad because you really know deep down you didn't win?
And they say it's a personality trait, which I understand that. I can see that.
Well, I think it's also if you're cheating on somebody, that's not a good thing to do. We don't promote cheating. And the other thing is, think if it was done to you. You would not be happy about it. I've seen people's lives go totally awry with that, especially if you're married. I mean, that's a whole different scenario. Or you're dating somebody serious or living with them. Pay attention, Tom.
Taking notes.
Taking notes as we speak. Halle Berry, I don't look at that as off the market to me. She's getting married. In fact, I hope she gets married. She's over 3. We'll see what happens. And she's also, why I would think that she doesn't want to get married? Because her last husband, she's been fighting for years. She pays him so much money. That I find mind-blowing in the court, where you're splitting as a parent, and obviously she makes more money, and then child support to the other person, that's so much more money to take care of one kid. Like, she was like $25,000 or $40,000 a month.
That's a lot. Oh.
She just got it knocked down. I mean, which is crazy. Again, that's something I would never do, but I'm not in that position.
And that's he probably is getting alimony payments too.
Yeah, which is.
Listen, I have a friend who had to deal with that, and she's not even close to Halle Berry money, but yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, and I can't believe the guy took it in that situation or in any situation because he's an actor.
What do you mean take it? They fight for it. That's what they want. It wasn't even like, hey, we're awarding this. No, he fought for it.
And I'm surprised is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. He's able to work, get out there, do your thing, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It happens in life. But everybody's different. But, I mean, for her, that's one reason I'd be like, man, if I get married again and I got to pay alimony again, I mean, that's crazy.
G-Man, who has more rings, J-Lo or Halle?
Well, J-Lo. She's got 7. I mean, I think she has 7 engagement rings. Halle's got 3.
But she's got married, too, so there's a couple extra rings there for Halle.
Kim Kardashian 4 or 5 times. She's another one. She's younger than both of them, I think. Yeah, she is. Kim's younger than both of them, and she's got 5. I mean, it just seems that celebrities have a higher amount of that it doesn't work out. It just does. For whatever reason. Different schedules, more opportunities, money, lifestyle, whatever it is. It's hard. And I think if you're not around somebody, it's very difficult too. You're a different coast, all over the place. Who do I think out of the three would be best shot to take a shot with? J-Lo, Halle Berry, or Kim? I don't think J-Lo got a shot. I think she's got some issues. I really do.
I don't know, but she's one who seems like she always has to be in a relationship.
Yeah, but I just don't think it's going to last. Yeah, I don't think it's going to last.
Well, we're not talking about lasting. I just thought you just getting in the door had a shot.
No, I mean like who's going to last the longest with out of the three of them. I would probably go for the three of them. Halle Berry at last them the longest. That you had a shot. Because to me, when I read about her stuff, it seems like she really didn't want to get divorced. It just happened, whatever. Kim and J-Lo, they just burn through them. They're like a blackjack dealer at Bellagio. They're just going 21, move on.
Kylie? What about Kylie?
Kylie's so young. I mean, she's had her run too. Man, her plastic surgeon should be kissing her ass. Oh my God, there was an article.
So much attention now from her.
Oh my God, and I think she just did that doing it. Like she's not getting a kickback or anything like that. But there's articles where this guy's like his phone can't stop blowing up.
Yeah, they want her boobs. She was talking about how many cc she got and what kind of breast implants that she got. And it was, I don't know if it was a TikTok or podcast, whatever it was, but since she was talking about it and talked about the doctor, people have been blowing him up.
Yeah.
And they want her boobies. They want the same thing. They want 445 cc, moderate profile, half under the muscle, silicone, Garth Fisher. That's what she talked about when people were asking about her boobs.
Did they say how much
and
that
so now
operation
they
cost?
want him. Oh.
No, there was no cost there.
No, I don't see a cost.
I'm going to go Beverly Hills plastic surgeon, top of the line. I'm going to go 30,000.
Yeah, 5 figures easily.
Yeah. But hats off to him. He's probably driving to work saying, what? This is awesome. And who knows? Maybe he even did it on the arm. He might have been like, hey, I'll do it for you because you know what? I'm going to get publicity. I didn't know. I don't think it was planned, though, is my point. Like, I don't think she was like, hey, go on social media and talk about it. But, yeah, they are reporting.
And that's what it said. This guy's Dr. Schaefer. He's like, listen, just because her boobs look great on her, you have to keep in mind that plastic surgery is specific to each person's unique body.
Sure.
So what it looks like on her is not going to look like that on you.
No, they talk about that all the time when everybody sees stars get surgery done or different things. And then I want that look, and it's different. Be happy for what you have. You know what? And life will be good all around, especially if you got the Edmonton Oilers in Game 1. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
We'll be your friend. Follow us at Real Radio 92.1 on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Statewide breaking news card. Statewide breaking news card from Miami.
The Stanley Cup final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup final for the third year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not Your Radio. Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup final anywhere.
Car accident? Call Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Checking out a crash here on the Turnpike. That's going to be northbound on the on-ramp from Glades Road. That ramp is currently closed. And with that police activity, that's going to be blocking the right lane of the main line. Expect more delays as you make your way to Glades Road. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Open 7 days a week with a 5-star restaurant. And this Saturday night, June 7th, it's UFC Championship Fighting. You can witness it at Monroe's. And if you like hockey, I can't think of a better place. Because if your team loses, you won't end up in a penalty box. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and that's where all the beautiful ladies are. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Franny, and we know GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better. With GimmeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway, they're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. Whether you're selling your daily driver, pickup, SUV, or even a supercar, they want it. Just enter your VIN or license plate at GimmeTheVin.com and get an instant offer in minutes.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. We're continuing to move through our Thursday morning with temperatures warming up into the 80s outside. Highs are back in the upper 80s today. Skies will be hazy. There is a lot of Saharan dust in our atmosphere. More humid today as well with 1 or 2 isolated showers, certainly much drier as well. We're going to stay hazy heading into your Friday and the weekend with temperatures near 90 over the next few days.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
What kind of ass clown douche nozzle?
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday, getting ready for the weekend. So that means if you listen to The Penthouse, A, you're lucky, but B, we give 2 giveaways on Thursdays and Fridays to get you guys ready for the weekend. So today we have a $125 gift card to New York Prime, and then tomorrow you get a $100 gift card to Burton Max's, in addition to our other giveaway, because we appreciate you guys listening. And like other radio stations, we mean it. They don't. They're fake. We're real. So listen to us. And tell everybody you don't like to listen to us also. Dominic's in the house ordering a pizza or maybe some asparagus. Franny's here doing a bang-up job.
What's that?
And if you want to say hi to Franny, because she's back this week, she's here till 12 if you want to say hi or text her. We're glad she's back. She's on the road to recovery. Despite what the doctor said about her working with me, she came in anyway. It is now time for some Florida stories.
Florida.
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 Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Okie dokie. We are going to start right here in your What the Florida, where an 81-year-old woman was arrested for pepper spraying children. The age of the children, 3
Oh my.
and 6.
Terrible.
As they were playing with bubbles. That's what happened. They were just having a good old time playing with bubbles outside of her house, and she got pissed.
See, stories like this are the reason why I don't want you leaving the house.
A woman said she and her daughter were in their driveway, and her daughters were in their driveway playing with bubble toys when the neighbor, identified as Ada Anderson, walked to a fence separating their properties.
You know
and
she's old when her name's Ada.
Ada, yeah, Ada Anderson. So, yeah, she walked over to the fence and was spraying bear mace. Not even bear mace at them.
Ugh.
The mother said the spray touched her and the girls, and her lungs were affected. The 6-year-old girl said her nose hurt because of the spray. The elderly woman, of course, they called the cops, was placed under arrest. Like, what are you thinking? Bear mace, 81. She probably isn't. Oh, her mugshot looks like she would have bear mace. If you just looked at somebody like, do you think they carry bear mace just from a mugshot? You go, yeah,
I think so.
Pretty sure she does. Then we have a Florida man who attacked police officers. So this dude is now facing a number of charges, including attempted homicide on law enforcement after he refused to pay a bill at a restaurant in Orlando. So this happened on Monday. I said shortly after, like 10:45, police responded to the Corner Pizza Bar. And there was an argument going on, a disturbance. A restaurant employee said that a man identified as Daniel Robinson refused to pay his $50 tab. So when asked to provide payment, he pushed the owner aside and just left. Like, he just pushed him aside, just walked out.
I'm getting out of here.
So staff requested that Robinson be trespassed from the property. When confronted by officers, Robinson claimed he intended to pay using his phone, but said it was dead. However, police noted the phone appeared to be on as it was visibly lit. They could see it. So Robinson allegedly refused to identify himself, prompting officers to take him into custody. So during it, He resisted in a violent manner. They said he started choking out one of the officers. A second officer intervened, striking him in the face, Robinson in the face multiple times out of concern for his colleague's safety. Officers were eventually able to bring him to the ground where law enforcement released a chemical agent to gain his compliance. So, yeah, they said while they're on the scene, police said Robinson spat in an officer's face as they were trying to restrain him on a stretcher. You're not helping yourself out, dude.
Nope,
and now, besides everything else, now he's being arrested on charges of attempted homicide of a law enforcement officer. I feel like that will carry a pretty hefty sentence.
I would think so.
I feel like it will. And then finally here in your What the Florida, we have a Hamburglar. Car is stolen from a dealership. They said Kenneth Miller's facing charges of grand theft of a motor vehicle and driving with license suspended. And they said that deputies had taken a report from a stolen vehicle, noting it was driven away from a Kia dealership over there in Melbourne. Well, they said that a day later, the sheriff said that a deputy found the same vehicle in the drive-thru, going through the drive-thru of a McDonald's, not that far away from where it was stolen from. So they arrived on the scene. And they said the car's driver and sole occupant told deputies that he didn't have a driver's license. When they pulled him over, he was taken to custody, adding he was already out on bond for other matters. So now this guy is back in jail after stealing that and getting busted while trying to get a Big Mac. And that is your What the Florida.
Great job, Francis. As always, we do it twice a show, 11:05 and 105. Stories that we have in our great state. And there are a ton of them. And they're always crazy and bizarre. A lot of different things and a lot of things every day that you just shake your head and man, unbelievable.
81-year-old lady bear macing children.
Yeah, 3-year-old and a 6. Yeah.
How about last?
It's one of the things where you're shocked, but then you're like, but am I? But am I? There's some craziness going on out there.
The guy last week shooting at golfers. That was sad.
That was
crazy.
In Abacoa.
Yeah, I mean, it's just some of the things you hear. I know I hear. I'm just like, my God. I can't go out of the house. 877.
Friend, you guys stay inside.
69. I'm a little overprotective on people that I care about. I'm sorry. That's one of my traits. You know, maybe it's not a good trait. I just care. I don't want to see anything happen. But you can't let somebody be in a closet their whole life.
No, you can't. Can't keep it in a cage, man.
I don't want to use the word cage. That's a little strong. Big house with a lot of granite, maybe something like that. I want to be outside. Open a window. You can see
There's the pool.
There's the pool. You can hang out. You can see that. We also had on the table today Panthers losing. What do you think? They're going to bounce back. And do you believe in that? You've heard it before. Once a cheater, always a cheater. What are your thoughts on that? I think people can be, obviously, if they make a mistake, they can turn it around.
So speaking of, we got a text, 47142, started off with Real Radio. It says, if you're a single person and you're dating a married person, which you refer to as cheating, is a single person in that relationship, which you refer to as cheating, is a single person in that relationship a cheater or just a facilitator?
I think you could look at it both ways.
Since they're not necessarily cheating on anybody.
Yeah, you don't have to be married. That could be somebody like you're in a relationship and I'm not, and you're hooking up with me. Does that make me a cheater? I don't know. I think there'd be a lot of people be like, you're both in a way wrong.
Well, no, I mean, that's a different, obviously, yes.
Yeah, but not a cheater.
Saying, is that how you would be labeled?
Or maybe you don't even know.
Yeah, it sounds on this text that they do know. Because you're dating a married person is what they're saying.
It's a good way to get killed or end up missing.
All right, so maybe you're not a cheater, but you're dead.
Yeah, it's not a great thing. People lose their nuts for that. I mean, rather owe a wise guy $100,000 than bang his wife. Believe me.
All right, from nuts to breast, we have. Have you ever seen the movie Breast Men? It's about the two guys that started doing breastfeeding implants. It's pretty good. Have not? I haven't even heard of it.
There was that guy in Vegas who used to do crazy bets. Did you ever hear this story? And he got breast implants for
He kept them. He loved them.
Yeah, he kept them. It was a bet. They used to have like crazy bets. Teddy talked about
Wasn't it for like $100,000 or something?
Yeah, it was also a book about it where they would do things like when he had to live in Caesar's Casino's bathroom for like 30 days. And they bet on that. They used to make crazy bets, get through a golf course in like a record time to hit all 18 holes. But you had to get the ball obviously in the hole, just not there. But there was one where I think Franny's right. It's like $100,000, and he kept them. Like, he liked it. And, like, people would come up to him all the time. It's a crazy book. You can buy it, but some of the crazy bets.
But I've seen him, which is so interesting, right? Like, a woman can't flash her boobies, but this guy could, and he's got women's breasts is what it looks like. And so he went on a bunch of shows.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if he ever got him out. But I'm talking 20 years later, he still had those things in.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and he said it was great. Like, it was a great conversation piece, talk to people, meet people. Girls liked him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a little bit out there. You're not playing with all 52 cards in your deck.
Yeah, and it was a $100,000 bet.
Yeah, it's crazy to do it. Now, say you want to get him and then take him out a week later.
And I think that's what the bet was.
Yeah.
I don't think it wasn't he had to keep them forever, but he was like, these are nice. He probably plays with them by himself.
Start getting free lunches.
Yeah.
He's like, these are not bad. You'd be surprised if you can get with a good rack. But yeah, it's just, it was a crazy bet. I mean, that is an insane bet. Somebody did that. Like, you hear guys a lot of times will be with their friends like, hey, I bet you $100 you can't get that girl's number. Like, that's something, and it's out there, or $50 like that. And that's simple. I've always told people, you got to go up to the girl very quietly and just tell her the truth. Say, look, I'm getting $100. I'll give you 50. Write down a fake number, walk out with me, and we'll split 50-50. I mean, that's easy. You just do that real quick. I mean, some girls will be like, screw it, get lost, park my car. But some girls might be cool with any money. Oh, yeah, here you go. Here's $50. 877-927-6969. You can also text us. Have you ever made a crazy bet? Have you ever made a crazy bet that you can think of? Something that you were like, this is pretty crazy. When anybody, Franny, no, probably not, right? Anything crazy that you can think of?
Not like getting implants.
No, that's bizarre. That's not crazy. That's a whole new level where you're doing something like that.
I love the one, and this hit social media. It was so good where I don't know if it was, but it was during NFL season. But anyways, where the guy lost the bet and he had to go and be straight-faced and pretend like it was legit on a date with a blow-up doll. Do you remember that? Did you guys see that one?
Oof.
So he's there.
This is a fantasy football.
I think it was fantasy football. But there's so many, and he legit looks like he's talking to it. He's feeding it like with his fork, and they're sharing a drink and stuff.
I remember that.
And he did
it. It was in Chicago.
He did it so well. I would have, if I would have been at a restaurant, I'm like, this guy is certifiably nuts. Like he did it so well, and it was to find out later on, it was a bet.
I'm surprised when that happened that the restaurant even let him go in. You know what I mean? With like a doll. Like,
People don't want problems these days. They don't want confrontation, businesses. So, I mean, if you're not hurting anybody.
Really? I don't know. I think if I was a maitre d', I'd be like, dude, what are you doing? You got a blow-up doll? You can't come in here.
Well, yeah.
And then he hands him $200 and he's like, oh, okay, here's your seat.
See, to me, I think it's more mental health. They're like, we can't say no. You don't know what's going on with that person. That's why.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. I mean, it's still, I think if I was in a restaurant, last night I was out having dinner at a place in Delray. If I looked over and I saw a guy with a blow-up doll, I might be like, ooh, let me get out of here.
You sure not going to get her number?
I mean, that's a freak show. That was a fantasy football bet.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
That was a couple years
The guy
ago.
did so good at it, too.
Because
you saw the footage, and I was just like, this dude, I think maybe he did the footage, didn't he? I can't remember.
I don't remember, but I remember what you told me.
He looked like he was on a real date. He did.
Yeah, there has been some for fantasy football, like bets and stuff that guys do that, man, I give them credit for going through it. And I've seen a local one with a weight challenge for money with 10 guys. And you had to pay, like if you didn't do the weight challenge. I've seen guys do that. That's crazy too.
A lot of people still do that.
Yeah, and it was pretty big money. And the guys paid. I was like, wow. I mean, it was a challenge I guess you get into. Obviously, if you don't lose the weight, you have to pay. And then
see, the ones that I've seen is that there's a certain much in the beginning. And normally it's a pretty big pool. I know a couple people who've done it, like 100, 200, $300 that people put in. And then you get 15 people. A lot of businesses, like if you have a tight niche business, obviously because you shouldn't do stuff like that, but I've known people who run companies who've done it with others to help them also lose weight and get into it. And so you get, let's say, right, you get 15 people and $100, that's a pretty good. And then you give them 12 weeks or 9 weeks or whatever it is, and whoever loses the most weight wins that pot.
Yeah, this was 3 months. And it was like 20 guys at the cigar bar. And I know it was like over $10,000.
Well, money motivates people to lose, and especially to lose weight. It ends up being a good thing overall for everybody because if you don't win the money, at least you lost the weight.
Yeah, which is good.
And it's your choice if you want to keep it off or not.
Yeah, I mean, but that's an amazing thing. Like you lose weight, obviously you feel better about yourself. You look better usually when you lose weight, and then you win money. That's pretty cool. We could do something like that. Again, like Franny said, you could do it with other things. You do it with drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Gummies, sports betting, anything. You'd be like, hey, but there's got to be like with the other stuff, though. I think it's harder because it's more of an honor system. The losing weight, it's real. You get on a scale, you can't do it.
Well, and because of course not everybody's built the same. Not everybody. If you have a lot more weight to lose, you'll lose it faster. Like the pounds do come off. It just tends to be that way. So the way that they would do it, the guy I know who has a company, they would do like BMI and stuff like that, so they could see how much body fat percentage wise. Because somebody could probably drop 20 pounds, and somebody would only need to drop 10 pounds, right? Let's say that during this diet thing. So they also see where like the levels.
Well, that's
are.
good. So I really, but I'm saying like, say you did something with drinking, like you're asking somebody, did you drink? And you're like, no, I didn't. Now, how do you know the person?
The honor system.
What about exercise? You ever see the exercise ones where people are like, oh yeah, I did 20,000 steps or I did 10 miles today, and then it's like, oh yeah, that wasn't you doing the 10 miles actually
you
running.
Put it on your dog.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's honor. That's
Were you in your car?
It is. It is honor system. You just gotta have faith and trust, and sometimes it's hard to do. But
when the money's involved, like the drinking thing would be tough. Like I know a couple of guys who were there for January, and they said they didn't drink at all, and then somebody.
But that's why. Unless you don't want to get razzed, but why? Why lie about that?
Well, I mean, you just don't like. I'm saying my point is what you're saying. Well, wait, it's there. It's real legit. You're gonna see it. If somebody sneaks a drink or something like that, do you really know? So
you're like alcohol test.
Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, I guess you could do a test or anything. But if it motivates you to get to your goal, I think it's a good thing. Something like that, and you're betting on yourself, which is always a good thing in life if you're betting on yourself. 877-927-6969. If you've been involved in any of these challenges, let us know. So years ago, Arnold did the movie Twins with Danny DeVito, and no studio wanted to pay him.
Mm-hmm.
So it was
aren't they rebooting it? Aren't they doing it again?
They've talked about it, but I don't know if they're going to. They always talk about it, but I read an article about him over the weekend. It's pretty interesting, where he did it for free. He goes, pay me on the back end.
He did the movie for free?
Yeah, he did.
I didn't know that.
And he got paid on the back end, and the movie only cost the studio $16 million to make. Danny DeVito also went in for free. But they got paid on the back end, a high percentage, and the movie made like $250 million.
It's a funny movie.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
It crushed it. So they shinged it. They got huge money because they had this deal with the studio. And the studio was like, it's not going to make any money, and they didn't think Arnold was funny.
It worked out for him.
Yeah, and Arnold wanted to get into playing comedy roles after he was always, the villain or the superhero or whatever, a guy who saved the day. And no studio wanted to buy it. And Danny DeVito was like, they were friends. And he's like, no, we could do this. And it was an interesting story. But, I mean, really worked out well for them because the thing made $250 million worldwide. But he didn't get paid. But, again, he took a shot. I would do that. I'd be like, yeah, I'll take a shot. I mean, if you believe in yourself. And those two had a good chemistry, too.
Mm-hmm.
That was a funny movie. I mean, it really was. Because once they would say they were twins, you just cracked up looking at the two of them when you looked at them. And Franny is right. They were talking many times about doing a sequel. I don't think, but they haven't done it. It hasn't gotten off the ground.
Okay.
Dom, there's some UFC this weekend, right?
There is. There's a big rematch, basically. This is the rematch of the fight that I saw in the Sphere. It's this Russian guy, Merab, versus Sugar Sean O'Malley. Sugar Sean used to have the championship. He lost it at the Sphere to this Russian. The Russian guy just out-wrestled him. That's what they usually do. They just put on a pace of wrestling that, most people can't even, keep up. Yeah. They put you to the ground. But yeah, it's a big fight. I would take Merab, put money on him.
Where is it at?
New Jersey.
Oh, is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, we're in Jersey. Where the Brooklyn Nets play, I would assume.
The Prudential.
Yeah, that's where the Devils play.
Yep.
That's in Newark.
Yp.
Wouldn't recommend going there.
Flying there.
So just go to...
Not even Newark Airport. I mean, they have so many problems. I don't know if you saw it.
I know, but it's still going on. That was a few weeks ago.
It's still going on.
Really?
Yep.
I haven't been paying attention, so wow, that sucks.
I had somebody who came home yesterday that I saw last night leaving Newark Airport. He had a 4-hour wait. to get home. They're still having problems.
So air traffic control, right? Isn't that the issue?
Yeah.
And then a lot of them left because they were mentally drained and messed up from that one incident.
Yeah,
they took the time off.
Again, look into it yourself. Don't make us, change your plans. But I would not recommend really going into Newark Airport yet.
FAA says Newark Airport's technology problems should be resolved by October.
Nice.
Jeez. Yeah, do not fly into Newark. If you're wondering why it's so cheap, because I almost flew into Newark. I didn't end up going on that trip, but I was trying to go see my mom.
Yeah.
Or no, we were going to go to New York.
For the weekend.
I was like, why does that make sense? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I wanted to take my mom, yes, for the
Mother's
weekend.
Day.
And I was looking and I was like, wow, those are cheap. But it ended up when I was going to purchase it was before all this happened. And thank God, because I think it happened maybe 3 days before I wanted to fly out for Mother's Day weekend. And it's been a mess ever since.
We had this birthday party and the guy left yesterday. He was supposed to leave at 2. And the party was last night 7:30. He goes, I'll be there, no problem. Count me in. And then he never showed up. And we were like, what happened? And then we saw him later for the Panther game, the third period. He goes, I just got home.
Yeah.
4 hours.
So don't. And if they're saying until October, I would fly other airports.
Yeah.
You could drive there probably quicker right now.
You might be able to drive you there quicker. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We're going to come back with a trifecta and your chance to win a $125 gift card to New York Prom. Also, Franny's going to tell you some trends that are going to come out in the summer. It is summertime and it is bikini season. So hit the gym, bitch. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
My mom wanted to see Janet Jackson so bad. I was able to get second row tickets, and I sent her videos of me and my friend Lauren.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Taking a look at debris on our roadway here in Palm Beach. That's going to be 95 southbound at 45th Street. Again, debris on your roadway blocking 3 center lanes. Heavy delays back to Blue Heron Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports, using real-time analysis to help give teams a winning edge. Power your wins at Dell.com/win.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Hey, it's the Greek for Strike Cigar Lounge, one of my favorite spots. Great atmosphere and an unbelievable humidor and an unbelievable patio if you like sports. There's something about smoking a cigar that feels like a celebration. There's a quality and a workmanship and a passion that goes into smoking a fine cigar. And you can do that 7 days a week at Strike Cigar Lounge in the Royal Palm Plaza, home of Greek's Gridiron. Stop by Strike Cigar Lounge to enjoy a great night, enjoy a cigar, and hang out with some friends. Peace.
If you're into true crime Tonight will be your new obsession.
We're unpacking the latest true crime headlines with a team of experts, covering all of the major trials that are heating up this summer.
From the team that brought you the Piketon Massacre and Murder 101, it's a first-of-its-kind live interactive true crime radio show.
5 nights a week, we go live with bold opinions, expert insight, and real-time listener call-ins.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search True Crime Tonight, and start binging now.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Men, here's the truth. In the bedroom, good enough isn't really good enough, is it?
This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if your erectile dysfunction is making intimacy less enjoyable for you and your partner, give us a call today. Because whether your ED only happens sometimes or all the time, it's time to stop good enough and time to start really good. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. Whether it's only mild or moderate, or even if it's severe, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we have a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in a long time. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again for you and your partner. So make an appointment and be done with good enough. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Megan, just putting you onto the spot. The Glass Chamber, your neighborhood smoke shop that somehow has everything. Vape gear, smoke must-haves, wild snacks you didn't even know existed, Tyson wraps, HQDs, Raz, you name it. They're always ahead of the game with the latest disposables and glass pieces that'll make your collection jealous. If you're not shopping at the Glass Chamber, what are you even doing? With 8 locations and online ordering at glasschamberfl.com, getting what you need is a breeze. The Glass Chamber, everyone's favorite smoke shop.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
The 6 teams of the PWHL have announced the 3 players they'll be protecting during the expansion draft process. And some of the protected lists are as expected. But the biggest surprise was the Boston Fleet opting not to protect captain and superstar Hillary Knight. We're currently in an exclusive signing window when the expansion teams can negotiate with unprotected players like Knight. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Recipients have done the improbable.
This medal is for the men who went down that day.
On Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage, you'll hear about these heroes and what their stories tell us about the nature of bravery. Listen to Medal of Honor on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for listening. Again, a special thanks to Will. So nice, this gentleman drops off pizza for us from Joseph's and a big bag of candy.
I mean, huge.
Huge.
115 pieces of candy in that sucker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to let Franny look at it and watch it now because I can't.
You're going to let me look at it and watch it?
Take it, Karen. Take it. Take it
Oh,
home.
no. I did text my husband and I was like, what you want? What do you want? What do you need?
Yeah, you could take it because it's...
Thank you, Will. That's very sweet.
Yeah, Will, you're too nice. We gave you a little gift to show our appreciation yesterday, but the next time you play golf with Sippity Sam over here, we're going to play for the golf fees.
Sippity Sam.
We appreciate it.
Yes.
Such a nice guy. You really are. We can't appreciate you more. Oh, I guess we could. We give you money. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
And of course, Frances is here.
Hey.
She's only here for another 25 minutes, so if you want to say hi. Now, this is Franny's new schedule for the next 9 months, I was told by management. Was that a yay?
Just kidding.
Wow. They said till December. And I was like, okay, whatever you guys say. I said, how about me? They said, great, you're working till 3 and putting gas on all the vehicles.
Ooh.
It's time for a trifecta.
I thought that was my job.
Riders up.
You do everything.
Trifecta.
All right, the Marlins did something that I really didn't think was going to happen. The Colorado Rockies came into town, worst team in baseball, and swept them 3 games in a row. And a lot of people bet the Marlins, not only here, all over the place. Because the Marlins are having a decent year. They're not a great team. They're a good team. They're okay. They're not that many games under 500, but this team couldn't hit water if they fell off a boat, and they beat the Marlins 3 in a row. I had a good friend of mine lose 12-5 in 3 days. And when Dominic heard that, he said, ouch. That was brutal. Even yesterday, the first score was a bad score.
Oh, it was within the first 2 minutes, too.
It was like 1-0. I'm like, oh. And they ended up...
Oh, you were... Oh.
Yeah, I was. I didn't have the Rockies. I don't think. But they ended up losing 3-2. So very bad for the Marlins. More people were in New York Prime last night. They were at the Marlin game, too. That was another bad thing. NBA Finals tonight. Got to give it to the Thunder as they are taking on Indiana Pacers. Boo, Pacers. They got the Knicks coach fired, even though I had him. But we like Oklahoma City. The whole world does. We'll see what happens in this game. Laying 9 points. Experts in the field of handicapping are saying this is the game that you bet the Pacers because it's game 1 and the teams feel each other out. And there's a little rust. I don't know. I can't bet against Oklahoma City. They're too good. I'm not going to bet the game, maybe the first half. So I guess I'm betting the game in a way.
Which game did the Wolves smack the Thunder? Was it the first game?
No.
It was second?
I think it was game 2.
Okay.
I think. No. It was game 3 in Minnesota. It was the first game there when they were home. They beat them bad. And that was the worst game they've had in the whole playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they got crushed. I don't know. Thunder, I don't know, man. I got to tell you, I just can't bet in front of them. They're like the Chiefs right now. They really are. They cover so much. They won 68 games. I mean, I can go on until 3 o'clock telling stats. But again, boo to the Pacers. They got the coach fired under Knicks. That's what I say, even though we had him.
Poor Tim.
Poor Tim. And the Panthers last night. Tough game to watch. I got to tell you, I've been sleeping well because Franny came to work this week, and I did call my doctor because he wanted to give me some medication. And I said, no, Franny's in 2 hours a day. So I slept through again last night.
Nice.
So what I have in one of my side rooms, I have a picture of me, Johnny, and Franny in Times Square we took years ago. And because I don't have any family or friends, so I have pictures of friends. So I had that there, and I look at it, and I put it by my bed every morning. I go, yay, I got a full night. Because for me to get a full night's sleep is rare.
And how many hours does that consist of?
I think I went to bed last night. I was out. I don't think I got to bed at 12.
Okay.
And I got up, it was 5 after 6. That was straight.
All right, for you, that's pretty good. Yeah. Because normally, right, like anywhere between 7 and 9 hours is typically somebody's full night. I thought yours was probably like 5. If you get 5, you're like, yes.
I was so happy when I saw 6:05. I was like, wow, because it usually says like 2:45 or 3:45. But yeah, and so I attributed Franny coming back to work. So thank you, Franny.
You're welcome.
When she comes back 4, forget it. I mean, my God, but that'll be next year. 4 hours. So last night Panthers lost 4-3 to Edmonton. Great game for the sport of hockey. It was awesome. As Dom is doing the salt shaker. The series isn't over. It's one game. Relax. It's one game. And they were supposed to lose last night. They're not home. I mean, they have a great record in postseason this year on the road. They're 8-2. They're now 8-3. But really, last night the Panthers had that.
For a second, I was like, "Oh, this is the home game that they're going to steal, from them." Yeah,
well, they might. You got game 2. I mean, the game went into overtime, and they score with what? A couple minutes left. These teams can't be more evenly balanced. They really are. I'd be shocked if it doesn't go 7. I really would be. But we'll see what happens. The next game is tomorrow night? Or Saturday?
I think it's Saturday.
Is it Saturday? All right, the next game Saturday because I think the NBA is on Sunday. And I'm not happy about that because I got to go see Nikki Glazier. Hope she doesn't bring me on stage. Oh, God. It is the Greek Trifecta, sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. And soon they will be in Palm Beach Gardens.
Next game is Friday.
Oh, Friday. All right, it's cool. All right, you got somebody on hold?
Yes, we have Evan on the phone.
Evan, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, everyone. Hello. Welcome back, Franny.
Hey, Evan. What's going on?
Doing well. I have a betting story. I've told you this years ago, but Dom hasn't heard it. Back in the 90s, we lived in Fort Lauderdale. Well, a bunch of guys, we got in a van, and we went on a surf trip to go up to Ormond Beach.
Okay.
And Greek, Ormond Beach is by Daytona, so you know where it is.
Okay.
And it's also the spinner shark capital of the world as well.
Okay.
And so anyway, what we did is we made a bet. As soon as we got in, made a bet. Okay, the first guy gets out there and gets a wave, gets a 12-pack. Something like that. It was a really, no big deal. The bet really is part of the story, but it is in a way. So this guy, Donald, he gets out. This guy is a bulky. I mean, this guy was an athlete, just incredible athlete. He grabs his board and he runs, and there's a seawall where he jumps off the seawall, and you can hear him screaming. And so we're still getting our boards. We're still, taking it. So we run up there and see what's going on. And what happened, there was a broken seawall in front of this one, but it was underwater. And when he jumped in the water, a piece of rebar, rusted rebar, went through his thigh and came out, and it went into his stomach and got into his stomach. But it did only like an inch into his stomach. But with the bad part,
I don't care how far. Only an inch in there.
Where's this a good story?
Huh?
So, like, it didn't puncture any vital organs, is what you're saying.
No. Well, no, it impaled him where he couldn't get out there. It impaled to his thigh and into his stomach. But anyway, but he said the worst pain was the waves would crash in on him, and the barnacles from the seawall was tearing up his back.
Okay, so Greek said, when does it become a good story?
So far, this is terrible. This guy, you got to bet.
Well, no, the bet was, made me think of the bet because over a 12-pack of beer, this happened to this guy.
Oh, okay.
And so, and it took us like 3 minutes to get him out, to pull him up. We all got together and finally got him up. But that was part of the deal. It was over a 12-pack of beer. This guy went through all that for a 12-pack of beer.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, that's terrible. What else, Evan?
Hey, Greek, did you watch the whole hockey game last night?
No. I could only stay up to the third period. Then my mom told me to go to bed.
Okay, but you know what I don't like about these hockey games on TV? What they do is, when they have the advertisement on the wall, and they switch it around, and you lose the puck.
Yeah, people have said that.
You're going like, what the heck? And then you got to refocus on it. It drives me crazy because they change it all the time. They do it in soccer and all that stuff. It doesn't bother you, but hockey.
Well, it's all about the money. You're a smart man. They got to get the advertising dollars as much as they can, and they're going to just keep switching it. I think the Cup's going to do well with ratings.
Great game, though. Great game.
Yeah, it was an excellent game. And again, for the Panthers, it's amazing. Third year in a row, they're in the Stanley Cup. I don't think they're getting enough hype about it, what they've achieved. I don't think the fans even realize it.
as local fans that this is just an unbelievable thing. It's like 3 years in a row being in the Super Bowl. It's unbelievable.
Exactly. One more thing. Manfred, commissioner of baseball, did you see what he said about the reason what really helped him reinstate Pete Rose?
No.
He said Donald Trump called him up and influenced him. He just say, hey, listen, can you do this?
Yeah, I did. I knew that Trump did that. I knew that, but I think that, I remember him saying that, and Trump was going to want Pete Rose reinstated. I mean, again, I don't know if he's going to get it or not. I mean, they got a lot of audio of Pete Rose saying that he doesn't want to get in after he passed away. His daughter said something like that on Pete Rose Day a couple weeks ago. I've said the same thing for years. I think Pete Rose would have been in the Hall of Fame years ago if he was a little humble and took a different route. But it took him 15 years just to admit that he bet. And, I think he handled things wrong. But that's just my opinion.
And that's what they said about Clinton with what's her name, Lewinsky. Remember he lied about that, and they just said he would have, if he just would have admitted it, or I messed up, something like that. Everybody would have got pissed for a while, and then they'd forgive him right away. But
when you keep the lie going, and I talked about this about Tiger Woods, you got the media such a frenzy that they're going to find out the truth, and then it's more of I got you. So if you just eliminate the story and take the air out of the balloon and say, yeah, I did it, well, then there's no story. Because there's nothing that you're going to find out. I'm saying, yeah, I did it, and I was wrong, and I made a mistake, and you know what? I'm far from perfect. And I've said it. Our society loves to knock down people and also bring them back up. So if you're a little humble, you're going to get forgiven. And another story pops up instantly in our society. When you keep it going, that's where the problem was. And again, I think Pete Rose would have been in the Hall of Fame a long time ago. That's my opinion.
Exactly. I do as well. And so Brady's going to call today?
Brady Matthews is going to call today. Yes, he is. Brady Matthews. I think Drew Martin's calling.
Yep. Yeah, he's a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's a good guy, Brady. Really good. He's on the verge of getting a really big break in his career, and I'm hoping it works out. I can't talk about it, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and I hope it works out for him.
Good for him.
Yeah, he mentioned something about a movie. He's got a part in a movie, right?
Yeah, he's got a part in a movie, but he's real close to getting something really big. And like I said, I'm not allowed to say it, but I pray for him that he gets it because he needs a break. He's worked hard. He's talented. But again, right place, right time, like anything else.
Yep. All right. Well, welcome back again, Franny, and talk to you Monday or tomorrow, Friday.
Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah.
Bye, Evan.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much. It is 11:45, so that means it's your
I won't see you later. That's like one of those times where you say you hang up with somebody and you're like, bye, see you later. You're like, love you. And you're like, why did I just say that?
Yeah. Evan's a good man. You might have heard his
feelings. See you later.
Yeah, it's just conversation.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. Continue on. It is that time.
It's time for a contest. See you later.
See you later.
So when Franny says see you later, if you're out there, she don't mean it. Give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. $125 gift card to New York Prime and the Greek Casino today, 1 to 18, 19 to 36, red and black, and also odd and even. I thought about over the weekend maybe getting a job at the casino on Sundays and playing this game, but you need a license for this and go to school. So I said, nah, I'm not going to do it. I'll stick in the studio. But this game seems pretty popular with everybody. They enjoy it. It's quick and easy. Who doesn't like things quick and easy? Dominic. So when you got anybody, let us know. Phone lines are blown up.
I got BJ up first.
What is up, BJ?
What's up, Greekster?
How are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Franny's back in the house. Can't ask for anything else. Panthers lost last night.
It's great to hear your voice.
Thanks, BJ.
See your face. Yeah.
What is going to be your selection?
We're doing roulette?
Yes, sir.
Do black.
All right. BJ for black. See what happens.
What is that smirk for?
Come on.
What else is going through that head of yours? It's still spinning.
Was that a pun?
No, it was not a pun. It was definitely not.
Oh, BJ again. It always works out. You got 10 black. Way to be, BJ. You excited?
Oh, grand. That's fantastic.
All right.
Congratulations.
I can throw a stone there from my office.
Nice. Oh, really? You work right in the area?
Yep.
Oh, good. Well, we appreciate you listening. Enjoy yourself. Dom will get your information. You're on your way to New York Prime. Say hi to Nick Woods, the GM, my good buddy. And you never know. Some nights I do park cars there, so maybe I'll bump into you.
Oh, sweet. I'll duke you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, BJ. Always appreciate it. Tom, thanks for all your great help on that one. 877-927-6969. One and done by BJ.
You were talking about that weight loss bet that some people do with each other, whether it's friends or associates, whatever it is, at 47142. It says, we did a weight challenge pool at Cafe Chardonnay about 20 plus years ago. So we had about $50 each. The pot was a few hundred, nothing crazy. I was winning because I had the most mass to lose over the others. I don't know who Scotty is, but he's still thinking about Scotty. It says, I swear Scotty licked a toilet and got himself sick. About 5 to 6 days. Yeah. He said about 5 to 6 days before final weigh-in because he beat him just by a pound or two. He said, you sick bastard.
Wow.
Yeah. So he thinks that Scotty did a little something to get an advantage.
Well, if he licked the toilet, let him win.
Puking.
Yeah, let him win.
Yeah, right?
I'm not going to argue with him. Hey, I beat you, man. I licked the toilet.
You're like, all right, it's yours. You need it way more than I do, bud.
Yeah, if you're licking toilets for $300, I'm going to give it to you. Wow, that was pretty brutal. And he shows you he hasn't gotten over it. There was somebody locally, we were at a restaurant, and there was a bunch of us, and this girl was with us. There was a bunch of girls and guys. There were like 8, 9 of us. And it was so funny because the girl went to school with this other girl for cheerleading.
Okay.
And the girl, I'm guessing, is in her 40s right now. So we're talking 25 years.
She's probably 28.
Whatever.
Because you're terrible with age.
I'm thinking
you're
she's
so bad with age, but go on.
She said
I hope they're not listening. They're like, yeah, I'm 30. All right, go ahead.
She was mad at the girl still because the girl beat her out for cheerleading captain. And
From high school.
Yeah, and she's like, she beat me out for cheerleading because she walked by and she was like, bitch.
Wow.
And I'm like, wow. I said, something happened to her.
Holding on to that, huh?
Yeah, she goes, she beat me out for cheerleading captain. She goes, I still made the team. She goes, but I should have been captain. Everybody said it. And I looked at her and I'm like, wow, how long ago was that? She goes, oh, years ago. She said years ago. And they went to school in Boca. So I was like, wow.
Years ago.
I don't know. I'm thinking she's 40. I could be
Okay.
wrong. I mean, even if she's 35, I mean, that's still a long time.
Because I think if you're 40 and they're like, well, when was that? I'd be like, high school. We could just say that saying years ago sounds.
I'm going to ask her next time. I'm going to say, how old are you?
How old are you?
By the way, because you're
I
talking
swear you're 40. And that's when she's going to be like, nope.
If you're wrong with something, that's why you should never bring up
you recently were.
When are you leaving?
Seeing somebody to know her age.
Yeah.
And when you found out, you were like, what?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was bad.
You're half my age?
What?
That was bad. I made a mistake. I did. But I corrected her right away.
Okay.
I said, you know what? I can't do this anymore. I'm struggling.
Yeah. You struggle to say that yourself right there.
Right.
I went to Franny because she's my conscience, and I was like, I really didn't know. Because if you get somebody's age wrong as a female, I think they get very upset. A guy,
yes,
not so much.
Yes. I mean, if younger, no, we're ecstatic. Thank you.
Yeah,
but you age us.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear that.
Sorry, I thought you were 10 years older. What?
I didn't say 10 years older. I said I thought maybe you're in a different decade. All right, I made a mistake.
That's 10 years older.
Wow.
Maybe you don't need rehab. Just say you're.
No, I need to go to rehab. It's physical therapy, not rehab.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him too.
Because I know it's rehabilitation. I get it, but rehab doesn't sound.
He fought me on this too.
I have PT. I have physical therapy today.
All right, physical therapy.
Yes.
I said rehab. I meant it in a nice way.
Yeah, but I mean, people already think I have a drug problem when you say rehab. They'll be like, wow, I didn't know it was that bad.
Randy's in rehab, so she has to leave every day at 12 o'clock.
Why don't we just PT it, all right? I know you like not using whole words.
PT, BJ, I got it.
All right.
That's who won our New York Prime $125 gift card. BJ just won. At 12:45, we're going to have another giveaway. What's that?
That is Seether and Daughtry.
Nice. And that's coming at you guys at 12:45. Thursday and Friday, we always try to give you 2 giveaways. And tomorrow's going to be Burt and Max's also.
You know what else we got going on?
What's that?
We have the iHeartRadio giveaway for the festival and
9:00 a.m., 1 p.m., 5 p.m. 3 chances a day for you to score a shot to go to Las Vegas for the iHeartRadio Music Festival. So that next one is happening around 1 o'clock. Just set your alarm so we don't have to keep up. We will repeat, but set your alarms for 9 a.m., 1 p.m., 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. You're going to get a keyword. You text the keyword to 200-200. Not only does your trip include round trip airfare to Vegas, ground transportation from the airport to the hotel, and you're staying right where they're doing the music festival. So everything is walkable. So you get that 2-night hotel accommodation. And of course, you get 2 pairs of tickets to the 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival at the T-Mobile Arena. That's September 19th and the 20th. Plus, we're throwing a little cherry on top there. And with that, you're going to get a $1,000 gift card.
Nice.
Look at that. I don't even have to be here.
Don't you like that?
See you later, suckers.
I was like, I'm going to clip that.
I like it. Look at that. Do my job for me.
That's awesome. See, I thought there was going to be a clip when I was saying 3 o'clock.
No.
Oh, the one for that you did yesterday?
Yeah. So it's not 3 o'clock, and
No.
Franny's not in rehab.
No.
Those are the 2 things you guys just learned at the conclusion of this last hour. Again, very big word. We try to keep it right in there, our range. Like we know what everybody likes to hear. But Franny's back for another 47 seconds. You got one more caller?
Yep, we got Chris on the phone.
Hello, Chris. How are you, sir?
What's going on, Greek man? What's going on, Penthouse? How y'all doing?
Hey, Chris.
You know, it's a full stream of beat up Greek today, but it's okay. What's happening, Chris?
You know, that was the reason I had called.
Figures.
Funny you
Bat
funny
signal.
you say that. You know, look, there ain't no bat signal. Look, let me just explain something, you guys. You know, Greek does everything, and he's got it's a show, so he's got to do things to keep you guys involved. And here you guys are jumping on his case. I mean, what are we doing here today?
What we do every day, Chris.
It's great that Franny's back, and I got to be honest, I missed her. I don't really miss many people.
There was just too kumbaya while I was gone. Everybody was loving everybody. I was just like, oh, what is this?
Oh, my God.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
Just kidding.
Then Franny came back, and she's like, step on Greek.
Oh, I love it, Franny. Greek says he misses you, but then asks, when are you leaving?
Oh, I know, all the time. Can't wait.
I don't want her to leave. Believe me, when she leaves, it's very depressing for me. But I have slept better this week when she's in. Because you know what? I think I wasn't sleeping because I was so worried about you. So I think that's the whole thing. And I feel helpless because I really can't. She doesn't need my help. She has, obviously, her husband, her family, million of friends. So, she doesn't really need me. So I would just be like every once in a while, hey, how you doing? And she'd be like, I'm okay, Greek.
I mean, not for nothing, Greek. Is it her that needs help, or is it you?
Oh, I need all the help I get. Are you kidding me? I wake up every day and I need help. Are you kidding? I'm just like, oh, my God. Can I make it to the bathroom? I don't know. This is tough. I mean, a big day for me is when I can, put on my AC and correct the temperature. But the other night, I figured out how to put my fan on in my bedroom. And I've been there for a year and a half.
I was going to say, haven't you lived there for over a year?
Yeah. I never put it on.
The ceiling fan?
Yeah, I never put it on.
Oh, my goodness.
And I hit a switch and it went on. I went, oh, that's
wow,
on.
look there. That's what that switch is for.
That's weird. I thought that was to push one of my favorite combos up my closet. So, Chris, it's a work in progress. I get through life barely, but I try.
Oh, yeah, it's such a struggle for you, Greek. We know.
I got Domster I'm dealing with. Franny only 2 hours a day, but I'll take 2 hours with Franny as opposed to none. So, she's got to schedule till the end of the year. The big boss told me, by the way. I was like, wow. I said, that's great. I said, oh, they like her.
I hear you.
But what are you going to do? You can't fight City Hall.
Nothing. You're not going to do nothing. Just, Dom sucks as always, him and his dummy self. And, you got Franny over here holding down the fort. Boss lady is in the building, so everyone's BMA P's and Q's.
I'm afraid of her. I'll be honest with you. I am so afraid of her. If I was ever with her, I would give her every dime I had, and I would ask her for an allowance. That's how afraid I am of her.
The only man who I think who's ever been afraid of me.
Oh, my God.
Weird. All right. I'll take it.
Chris, you're the man, brother. You always make me feel good, and I appreciate you listening, and I hope we entertain you every day.
You do, and Dom sucks.
Dom sucks. We're getting T-shirts made that say that. Dom sucks. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We're at halftime, so you know what that means. We're going to switch the lineup around a little. Franny's going to go to physical therapy today, and Andy Quinn's going to come in. And we got a lot more coming at you, so don't go anywhere. And I know you got a drop there over there, Kimosabe?
No, I was going to start doing this because Franny's leaving.
Show's over.
That's it. Show's over. Franny's leaving. That's it. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. See ya. Just kidding. I'll be back. Peace.
The visual aid you need for all the freaky stuff we talk about on the radio. Find it at realradio921.com.
Mo Better Garage. We make it Mo Better.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Boca Raton accident investigation. On-ramp closed. Florida Turnpike northbound from Glades Road. Police activity blocking that right lane. Turnpike northbound at Glades. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's and Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Open 7 days a week with a 5-star restaurant. And this Saturday night, June 7th, it's UFC Championship Fighting. You can witness it at Monroe's. And if you like hockey, I can't think of a better place. Because if your team loses, you won't end up in a penalty box. It's Monroe's and Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and that's where all the beautiful ladies are. Monroe's and Palm Beach. Peace.
The check is good, the experience is smooth, and the reviews online are wonderful at GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Get prehistoric for Dino Night at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium, Saturday, June 21st at 4 p.m. Presented by Cox Science Center. Take pictures with your favorite dinosaurs as the Jupiter Hammerheads face the Daytona Tortugas. Purchase your tickets at RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com.
Do you own a business? Poured your heart and soul into it? Well, it might be time to retire and just relax. One day, you will need to sell. Don't wait till it's too late. You can't click for a buyer on your phone. To get the most for your business, you'll need to plan ahead. And you'll want to work with a company you can trust. Call me, Andy Cagnetta at Transworld Business Advisors. We have been selling businesses here in Florida for 40 years and have offices all over the world. And we could tell you what your business is worth. Let's talk. It's confidential, and there's no obligation. Call Transworld at 833-SELL-FLA or visit tworld.com. That's 833-SELL-FLA or visit tworld.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are hazy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Lots of Saharan dust in place, so you'll notice that milky-looking sky. Temperatures in the upper 80s outside. Much drier today, obviously much warmer. 1 or 2 isolated showers are still possible, but that dust is going to limit the rain chance. We're back in the low 90s Friday and through the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wherever the drive takes you, we're here to help keep you on the road to summer fun. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
Go to VIOC.com for money-saving coupons and to find a location near you.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Just do it and shut up.
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. This gentleman's been nice enough to show up every single day and do a great effort and help us. Can't thank him enough. He does a great job. If you heard the show earlier, Franny was back in, and she's taking it slow. She'll be in 2 hours a day. Doctor's orders. She can't work anymore. And then in the afternoon, she goes to physical therapy.
Yeah, and it's a lot to handle the Greek for 2 hours.
I can tell, but I'm stunned that the complaints she's putting out now that she's back, because
I'm not.
This girl really is a little bit of a diva. I come in here and you put on my headphones.
Yeah.
You greet me.
Yeah, of course.
You ask me how my life and everything's going.
Sure.
I just feel like she's not accepting of all these niceties out of you.
She was never a big fan of mine. To be honest with you. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Panthers lose last night. If you got an opinion on it, let us know. Also, we had, hey, it's just one game. Relax.
You still have an opinion.
Oh, yeah, of course. Your opinions matter. You kidding me? I wish you won last night.
Now, I know you won, but I was thinking last night, didn't I hear you yesterday on Real Radio say that you had to give up a puck and a half?
Yep.
Yes.
So technically the bet.
I have Edmonton for the series.
Oh, okay.
So we're
But
25.
the parlay he wanted me to put in was a loser.
Oh.
Yeah, so we don't always win, obviously. You're going to win, you're going to lose. At the end of the day, there's more pluses than negatives, and that's what it's all about. It's like life, Andy. You know what I mean? It's just take it as it's like going trick-or-treating.
Right.
You get some houses give you good candy, some houses you give bad.
Andy, sometimes I feel like, do I even put this bet in? Do I just take the 100 and say the bet's in there? And then since I know it's probably going to lose, but if it hits that one time, I'm going to be screwed.
Yeah, you kind of got to, he's an expert, right? So you kind of got to take the expert's advice. But you always have to finish up the questioning with, are you talking about the series or the game where I'm giving up a puck and a half?
Yeah, you don't have to put those bets in, but I bet your ass you're paying if it wins.
Gee, man, the bet just didn't cash. I don't know what happened.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to end the friendship.
And everybody probably calls you on the losses. Am I correct?
Everything.
No, but I mean the wins. You probably they expect it out of you.
Yeah. My friends are the worst.
Yeah.
Right. When they win, they don't even call. When they lose, what happened? I can't believe it. Oh my God, dude.
That's how it is with stocks. I've made it, guys. I've made people tens of millions of dollars.
I believe it.
I lose them $5,000. They want my head.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, that's it. I mean, at the end of the day, if somebody becomes more of a pain in the ass, then they should just leave me alone. Or take care of me. Break off a piece. I mean, come on. Buy me a butter roll. 877-927-6969. We let Dom get away with a lot more because he's Dom.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I don't mind if anybody held the bet that I put in. You just pay. That's it. That's the other part. If you want to hold it, there's been people who have done that for years. For years they do it. Somebody says, hey, put this bet in for me. And the other person's like, this is never going to win. But if it's a big amount, like a straight bet is different than a parlay. Like if you're going to hold a parlay for $100 and lose $2,000, that's not good. Even if you like decide like, hey, I'm going to pay it off for 3 months. Yeah, I don't have the money, whatever. You're losing $2,000 for $100. That's almost stupid. I mean, it really is. Now, if it's a straight bet for, say, $300, you go, he is not going to win, you can take a shot. You can do what you want. Again, I don't care if you put it in or not.
But the problem is somebody that's around you all the time, whether it be a male or a female or, some sort of acquaintance. There is an odds factor into volume.
Sure.
So someone hearing you talking about the next bet, which comes up, faster, than Frisbees come at you.
Yeah.
The volume of the bets increases the odds of failure. You're aware of that, right?
Of course.
So people that are around you, do they bitch that you give up too much?
I don't give anybody anything is what they call me. That's the way I don't call anybody. I don't care if I ever hear from them again. They could drop dead. I really don't care. They're calling me. I'm not calling them and say, hey, I like this, because I don't need them.
Yeah.
What do I need them for?
Right.
I don't need them. They can screw. If they call me, I tell them a game. I'm not calling them like, hey, this is what I like.
Right.
That's it. There's a numerous amount of people over the years, but I'm not going to call.
But do you feel obligated? I know in stocks, for some reason.
Do I feel no? Because I'm giving you I'm giving you a guess and of an opinion.
I know, but don't you feel like if you're hot on a game that you should expose that to a number of people? Like sometimes when I think Google's going up, I say, I got to tell these people I think the business is going to be improving significantly next quarter. Then I sit back and say, what the hell am I calling them for?
If they take care of me, then I feel obligated. Then I feel like I should because they're going to take care of me. If they don't take care of me, I don't care. I mean, I really don't.
You're very shallow.
I'm proud of that. 877-927-6969. Dominic, he's honest. Well, if you're not taking care of me and I'm giving you games, why am I going to care if I have a game that I really feel good about? You should be taking care of me if you have any class or any thought process to what you do in the gambling world. Just like a stock. If you gave me a stock and I made money, I would break you off a piece. If you took it or not, that's on you. But I'd be like, hey, man, I wouldn't have won this without you. It's just like holding the door for somebody. Anybody takes a game from somebody and doesn't give them any money, if they win, a good amount. We're not talking $100, $50. We're talking, a couple thousand. You should give the guy something if you're a decent person. If not, rotten hell. 877-927-6969. And don't call me anymore.
The problem is Dom is hearing this all day, every day.
Well, he can do what he wants. You know what I mean? Once in a while, he'll jump on. He has. He has jumped on. Or if he's called me, he's texted me over the weekend sometimes, and he's like, hey, who's the play? I always respond to him. And I always give him what I'm betting.
Right.
And it's on that situation, like me giving him bets, it's a good percentage. Not when I'm betting. Like if he gives me a game like, hey, Greek, who do you like? I'll text him because I text everybody back. I think that's very important to do. It's just my thing. And I'll always respond to him. Obviously, same thing with Francis. But like a couple weeks ago, it was a pool party. You were at Hard Rock. And he was like, hey, who do you like? I gave him a game and won. It was cool. And he always thanks me, which is nice. That's all I'm looking for. I'm not looking for anything.
No, you're the type of guy, if I give you accolades or thanks, I feel like that you're good enough.
Yeah, I'm looking for money for not betting big. Now, if I knew he was betting 10 dimes or 5,000 on a game, yeah, then I would look for something. It's only fair. I mean, what are you going to do?
You got to grease the palm.
Of course. What do you think? So the other night we're at a restaurant in Delray. It was so funny, and it was packed. And the one person I'm with, he's just like, we're going to wait. I'm not waiting. So I duked the girl, but I said to her, I go, don't tell my friend I took care of you because I want him to think like we got a table. And he was like, yeah. So then he's like, see, Greek, you want to duke everybody. And we got a table right away. We sat. And it was good. We went through dinner. And then when we left the valet, I looked at him. I go, by the way, I gave that girl $40. Good seeing you.
Money talks in just about everything.
Of course it does.
I mean, you're somebody that has really taught me that lesson.
Well, you knew it anyway.
Yeah, but I've learned much deeper scenarios with you.
Take care of somebody, they're going to remember you. I don't care if it's a bartender or a lifeguard. If you're drowning in the pool and I was up there and I got $20 and the other kid's just waving, he's saving me. I mean, that's what it comes down to. So Tom Brady told a story about he was at a party years ago, and he had his 11-year-old son. And it was, I don't know if you saw this, Tom, and some people were giving him a little static. Snoop Dogg was there. There was a stripper pole. It was a celebration, but his son was 11 years old at the time. So people are saying, like, what happened? And I guess Giselle was not happy about it. So for you, your son, when did the line cross where, did you ever have that talk with him about females or never?
I've avoided, it gets us, he says to me that it makes him so uncomfortable. So when his girlfriend moved in with us temporarily.
Okay, how old was she?
She was.
How old were they?
Actually, they were 17.
Okay.
They were 17. And I had to talk to them both about the fact that,
Now, did her family know?
Her family did know. She was getting ready to go up to a university after the summer, and they were refurbing their house.
Yeah.
So she moved in with us.
I would have let my daughter move in with you, too. I mean, that's a tight grip. Go ahead.
She had to fight the room for you.
I would have been like, hey, who are you?
But I went down the birds and bees at 17 with them, both.
And now, is he still with her or no?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Oh, he is?
Oh, yeah.
So that's nice.
Well, yes. Okay.
Did their parents reach out to you? And say, hey, my daughter's staying there. Is it cool?
I would have expected that.
Like the Elvis Presley thing with
Yes,
Priscilla and all
I
that?
would have expected that. I'm going to be honest with you. I
But they
would have
didn't?
expected that. I was thinking the same thing you just brought up, but
Okay.
it didn't happen.
Oh, so then I guess they trusted you. You're
Well-
a very good person, quality person, nice family.
Basically, it was we have a spare room. She can stay in there, and my
Oh.
son can stay in his room.
Oh, so they didn't stay together.
I can't confirm or deny the arrangements after I made the presentation of what I wanted.
Were you walking around with the pajamas and a smoking jacket and the pipe like you left her?
No, but I sat in the living room one night, and I don't know how the subject come up.
Yeah.
And I said, folks, I want to re-review the process of whether it be sexual relations or abstinence. I want to re-review the process of safety and how we protect ourselves. And I want to just once again reinforce that I am not looking for a grandchild, and I will not support that. You will be out on your own, and you'll both not be going to college or what have you. You'll be going full-time to work to pay for this kid.
See, that explains a lot, because when I went over your house and I saw that condom machine, I thought it was totally off. Like, this is weird.
So, back to Tom Brady, but they both told me it was so cringe.
For them.
No, they said it while I was saying this.
Yeah.
Like,
But they were not, let's make it clear, they were sleeping in two different rooms.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I'm in bed at 9:30, dude. I'm old.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happens in my house after 9:30.
I know, because I walk around a lot of times and I do bed check. I got the flashlight.
Oh, you got the flashlight and you get the check.
I got the Miami Dolphin flashlight.
Yeah.
With the picture of Don Shula on it. I'm like, all right, what's going on here?
Now, you got to remember, I came from a house where the word sex for 20 years that I lived in it was never mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay, and we didn't have the internet porn.
Sure.
We had the Blockbuster video. Like I said, you went behind the curtain and you rented the porno and you hoped you didn't get caught.
Blockbuster video.
But that was my sex education.
Yeah.
My father, one morning, I'll never forget it, as long as I live.
Yeah.
6:30 in the morning, my dad went on the train to New York City every day.
Okay.
He got in his suit and tie, looked like $1 million, heading to Wall Street.
Yeah.
And I went upstairs to his master bedroom, his bathroom, where he was finishing putting on his tie. And I said, you have to sign this sheet, Dad, or I can't go to sex education. This was when I was a junior.
Okay.
A junior in high school.
This is in Jersey now?
This is in Jersey. And my dad says he rips it out of my hand. He doesn't comment on it. And he says, what is this? I said, if the parents don't sign this sheet, I have to go to some study hall.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to go to the sex education. And I can't learn about this stuff. And I'll just never forget it. My dad, he took the pen out of my hand. He signed this sheet.
And gave it to you?
He handed it to me and he said, the only thing you need to know is they want it more.
Wow.
They want it more than you. And he tugged on his tie and he felt like he had just done the most greatest sex education he'd ever thought he could do.
And I was in a similar situation. My dad said, love don't come for free. That was my, and he was right. You're paying from day one, bitch.
Yep. Then those two were right.
And geez, like sex education, throw that out the window.
But this is why I was so messed up, because I went to college.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anything about I used to get nervous.
Yeah.
My wife was stunned at how immature I was. I didn't know anything. I was sexually inefficient because I learned nothing.
Wow.
I learned nothing.
Well, you could have been faking, and you wanted her to maybe to feel good. You know what I mean? It's like when you play wiffle ball and you make like you can't hit the ball, and then somebody comes up and shows you how to hit it.
No, what annoyed me? I wasn't faking.
She does that with pool.
Yeah, I do have a pool.
What really pissed me off was the amount of knowledge my wife had. I didn't know where that came from.
Well, you know what they say. Salt over the shoulder, pepper over the neck. What are you going to do? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I did play pool. It reminds me of a story in Boca with some girl. My buddy had a date, and I was like the carry-on, I jumped in. And this girl, we went to play pool, and I knew from the beginning she was good because she wanted to play for money. And I didn't even pick up a stick yet. She was, let's play for cash. And I'm like, all right, what do you want to play for? I think we played for $50. She destroyed me. And she told me like she was on the pool team and her father told her, and she knew every single thing. She's like, let's play again. I'm like, you just killed me. I think I had 1 shot or 2 shots. I mean, the girl knocked in everyone. Wow. We were playing 8-ball. She was great. She knew the rules like the back of her hand. I don't really know 8-ball. You know what I mean? I pick up a stick and I shoot it. So she wanted to play again, I remember, and I'm like, let's play for 100. I just gave her 50. I said, how about if I just give you Gino and we get on the pool table? I said, I keep losing 50. What's the difference? It seems like you're not uncomfortable taking money. I'm not uncomfortable giving money. So why don't we just forget the game? And that was the end of that. Everybody was happy.
Did she turn into a long-term date?
No. About
60 minutes.
Yeah. Wow, that was generous. 60 minutes minus 57. 877-927-6969. We had something earlier. Franny brought it up. Once a cheat, always a cheat. Let's give a little also kudos to Wayne Gretzky last night. Dominic saw it, and I did witness it. He called in the intermission of the second and third period what Edmonton would have to do to win.
To get a goal, yeah.
Yeah, he said that the Panthers were not giving up the middle, and he said they would have to go around the net and try to create from there, and that's exactly what happened. I know everybody gave Tony Romo a lot of kudos over the years when he would call stuff like that, but he did, and he also sounds good. I mean, you could tell he's a great one for a reason, but I don't know how many people did pick up on it. I heard a couple of people this morning on some sports stations talk about it, but his knowledge of the game is unbelievable.
Oh. There's a couple of guys like Wayne Gretzky calling it last weekend on CBS. Jack Nicklaus, they put him in the booth, and he's like 80 years old, right? They put him in the booth.
Yeah, I think he's older than that.
I don't know. But he was calling shots, Greek, before the golfers would hit him. He would say, this hole goes to the right. A bad golfer would actually go ahead and try and cut off too much on the right. He would leave it out safely on the left. I swear to God, the ball would go exactly where he said prior to the guy's swing.
Jack is 85.
85, wow.
Yeah, God bless him.
And let me tell you, the best I've ever heard in the sports booth for golf in my entire life. I don't know why they have not given him a $40 million contract to sit in the booth, because this guy calls it like it is.
Well, I don't think golf is as big as football and other sports to pay somebody that kind of money. Probably why. And maybe he doesn't want to do it, too. He's got tons of money.
I think they were paying Paul Azinger upwards of $15 million or something like that on CBS before they got rid of him.
I don't know. But 15 is a big difference than 40.
Yeah, but Jack Nicklaus in the booth,
of course,
I think could pull one hell of a number.
Yeah, I'm sure he does it well, and I'm sure maybe down the road Tiger might do something like that.
He probably will.
These guys are pros. They know the courses inside and out. Their knowledge that they can give of the course, and to the average fan who may be listening could pick up on something like that.
And they can, but this is what I can't believe Phil Mickelson stepped on this. Phil Mickelson had this brand built to be a great commentator. He has a ton of personality. He was on top of the golf game.
But it's gambling.
He took that $100 million deal from the Saudi League.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, this guy is like El Diablo. This is the devil right now.
He's out there. He's definitely out there, Phil. I mean, he likes the juice. He likes to bet. I mean, I think that's probably why the bid networks haven't bet on, giving him an opportunity. But he's out there. I mean, he talks about it. I mean, everybody knows he used to bet football all the time, all sports, and I don't think that's the image that they want on certain things. Is he smart? Yes.
He took the $100 million.
Mm-hmm.
He could have done 5 years at $20 million easily in like the CBS or the NBC booth.
Mm-hmm.
And he could have made that right away.
I think he still wants to play, though. I mean, that's the whole thing. I don't think you.
Well, he does need to give the game of golf up, right, Dom? I mean, he's really all over the map. This guy cannot hit a ball on a fairway. This guy pounds the ball 320, 330 still at his age. The ball, you don't know where it's going.
Yeah, he's definitely a wild card. There's no doubt about it. And he's very different than a lot of golfers. He's had some issues off the field, obviously off the course. But he likes the action. I mean, it's been going around. You've been hearing about Phil liking to bet 20 years ago.
Yeah.
15 years ago. I mean, I know people in Vegas who talked about it. But again, he wasn't doing anything wrong because you're allowed to bet on sports in Las Vegas.
FanDuel ought to sign him.
Yeah. Well,
because
now,
he's betting.
Maybe FanDuel. I think he's a guy who maybe in some ways fell out of the public favor. Like, I think people liked him, and then over the course of the years, his likability maybe seemed to diminish a little. And again, I'm not a golfer, just things I've heard. But I mean, everybody's got their thing.
His likability was on the top until he took the Saudi deal money. All of these golfers that took that money,
sure.
You heard regular golfers alleging that this was so-called blood money. Because remember, these ties run real deep back to 9/11.
But Phil's had other problems. He had a couple big cases where, he was involved in testifying against people. So there was some
taking inside stock trading tips.
Yeah, there's been a lot of things with him. Like I said, he's unique. There's no doubt about it.
Yes.
But he was loved, and he was a great golfer. He really was. I mean, to him, Tiger at that time was like obviously the Chiefs with Buffalo Bills.
Mm-hmm.
If Tiger wasn't there, and he would have won a lot of those tournaments.
But Tiger was, he was holier than now.
Of course.
Until this incident, with the waitresses.
Yeah, I mean, again, I said it yesterday, you can only account for one person every day. We have an image in our mind about somebody. And I think when we feel that it gets, not what it once was or is, you get bothered. I mean, all stories that you hear related. I mean, years, go back to Mickey Mantle. I mean, Mickey Mantle was like the American dream, the biggest star. And then you heard all these stories about Mickey Mantle. And people are like, oh, man, the Mick, how could it be? They're human. I mean, they got ups and downs just like us. They put their pants on one leg at a time, and they're going to make mistakes.
Even Muhammad Ali, during the days of the world famous height of that name, I believe they insinuated he was a draft dodger. Is that correct? In the Vietnam War or something like that?
Well, no. Ali didn't want to go to the war because he didn't believe in it, and then he
switched his religion.
Yeah, and when he won in the Supreme Court. He was, and the other thing with Ali, he can't even, we don't have time to get into it. He gave up 4 years of boxing, and he gave up his crown. So he really did give up a lot and a lot of money.
Yeah.
But he did win in the Supreme Court at the end, where they ruled that he wasn't wrong.
Wow.
Because he didn't believe in it, because of his religion.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he didn't box those times. It's not like he was like, hey, I'm going to do this. There are certain ball players over the years that had such a strong, belief in their religion that, Sandy Koufax years ago didn't pitch in a World Series because it was on a big Jewish holiday.
Oh, wow.
In the 60s when he was at the top of his game. So, again, if you believe in your religion that much, God bless. That's what it's all about. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll get into a lot of different things today for you guys. Andy Quinn's in the house. Nice enough for him to come in. We took away the Milky Ways. Franny's got them, so we don't have to worry about eating 45 Milky Ways today. Thanks again to Will and bringing in the pizza. And no Taylor Ham, though, yet, but we won't say anything.
Wow.
We'll be back in a few minutes, please.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
My mom wanted to see Janet Jackson so bad. I was able to get second row tickets, and I sent her videos of me and my friend Lauren.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Car accident? Visit smithball.com to learn more about our past huge results and how we can help.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
On-ramp closed in Boca Raton. It's an accident investigation. Turnpike northbound from Glades Road, and we still have police activity. They're blocking a right lane Turnpike north at Glades. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, Everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Got a classic hot rod or resto mod? GiveMeTheVin.com wants it. Just go to gmtvcc.com. Get an offer in minutes. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with their big cash giveaway. Give Me The VIN is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but it's also hard to deal with a cough that won't go away and thinking it's lung cancer, or feeling your heart race after a walk and wondering if it's a heart attack, or telling your family you may not be around to see your next birthday.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but the consequences are even harder. Tobacco-Free Florida has free resources to help you stay smoke-free. You may be eligible to receive free nicotine patches, gum, or lozenges. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW or visit tobaccofreeflorida.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
This Father's Day, grab great gearhead gifts at Summit Racing. You'll find parts, tools, accessories, apparel, and more. Or give the perfect card, a Summit Racing gift card. Fast shipping, massive inventory, and expert tech advice are a click away at summitracing.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are hazy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Lots of Saharan dust in place, so you'll notice that milky-looking sky. Temperatures in the upper 80s outside. Much drier today, obviously much warmer. 1 or 2 isolated showers are still possible, but that dust is going to limit the rain chance. We're back in the low 90s Friday and through the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkie. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
The Rocket Man has landed on iHeartRadio.
Hi, this is Elton John, and this is iHeart's Elton John Radio.
Every hit, every deep cut, and the behind-the-scenes stories from Sir Elton himself.
It became my first ever hit.
From the anthems that made history to Elton's own picks, all commercial-free, including his new song with Brandi Carlile, the soundtrack of a legend. Search Elton John Radio on your iHeart app to listen now.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
See you next Tuesday, bitch.
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
That is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning in. Do have Brady Matthews calling us in the next hour. We'll see what's going on in Austin, Texas with him and when he's coming to the great state of Florida. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Andy Quinn's nice enough to join us every day.
These hours are incredible as Franny gets a little break as she's transitioning back into Real Radio, and I go back out to the golf course. I must say, this noon to 2, these bankers hours.
I mean, everybody's happy.
You know, I thought about what you said yesterday when I left.
What did I say?
You said, do you like your hours? I said, yes, but I don't work Mondays and I don't work Fridays. And then you said, and the kid doesn't want to be on camera. Anything else?
Yeah, of
Does
course.
anybody else have anything here?
We work with it here. The Greek organization.
It just seemed like you were annoyed, but...
Nah, we want to make everybody happy. I mean,
Right.
The kid doesn't want to be on cameras. You don't work Monday and Friday. She gets off at 12. It's all good. As long as we're kicking ass and making names. He's giving us a song from Suburban Shaker. Following us at home. Time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
There is a lot of names flowing around who is going to get the Knicks coaching job. It's like the Kardashians on the weekend of the NBA Finals or the All-Star game. You never know who's going to pop in there. But there is a lot of names. Gundy's up there. Jason Kidd they've talked about. They've talked about Malone at Denver. They've talked about Jay Wright for Villanova, who's retired. There's been so many names. So we'll see what happens with the Knicks. Still a big surprise that Tibbs got fired, but they do owe him $30 million. So he's going to get that. He's going to be fine, so you don't have to give him a fundraiser. But we'll see. But the Knicks did do something that was good for them this week. They took the headlines away from the NBA Finals. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It broke Monday afternoon. That's all anybody talked about. Now it's Thursday NBA Finals. So we got Thunder tonight taking on the Pacers. Thunder at -9, 9.5 pending on where you're shopping. Also an over-under 230. Experts say this is the game to take. If you're going to take the Pacers, this is the game to take it because it's the first game back and there might be a little rust. I cannot stand in front of the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think that's a train that's just too good. But we'll see what happens tonight. I think they win the series in 5 or 6.
And the rumor mill, don't rule out Patrick Ewing. taking over the Knicks.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that.
Yep. Yesterday, popped my phone.
Really?
Yeah, so you never know.
I didn't hear anything about that.
You never know.
That's about it. Kevin Hart, a couple of people. You never know.
You could have a former big player come in and take it over.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Knicks know who they want. Let's put it that way. I don't think the deal's done, but I think they know who they want. We'll see. Last night in the NHL, it's their Stanley Cup, and it was Game 1. Edmonton won a great game in overtime, 4-3. If you're a Panther fan, I would not be worried because, again, the Panthers are not supposed to win that game. They're on the road. They got to win one before they get back to South Florida for Game 3 and 4. But they won last night 4-3 in overtime. So it was a very exciting game. And the Marlins are definitely not swimming upstream. They lost 3 games in a row to the worst team in baseball, the Colorado Rockies.
Ooh.
So hopefully the Marlins can maybe get their head together and have some M&Ms and get ready for the weekend because they're going to be taking on Tampa, who right now is playing some good ball. Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Don, do we have somebody on hold?
1 second.
Okay. But you can give us a call, and in about 6 minutes, you're going to get your opportunity to win tickets to a concert. On Thursdays and Fridays, we give 2 giveaways. We give it on Thursdays, New York Prime gift card, which we had a winner earlier today. BJ ended up winning that. And then on Friday, we also give you a chance to win a gift card to Burton Max's. So, Andy, I know you got some stats about divorce, and they're not good.
You know, it appears as though post-pandemic, people are making adjustments in their lives. And some of the latest data that has come out is showing that some 42% of all first marriages effective last year are ending in divorce.
And also, I know second marriages, the odds are higher, and third are even higher.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like if you get married, you can look it up. If you get married a second time, the odds increase from 42%. And if you get married a third time, the odds increase even higher.
I didn't know, but I did read something surprising. In the data, the trends are this new gray, it's called the gray divorce. So the kids are out of the house. You're sitting in what could be a larger home than you need.
Yeah.
You're with your spouse. And for some reason, people are getting some sort of wake-up call that, you know what, and it's not a vicious, violent divorce, thank God.
Yeah.
But it's one of those, hey, I think it's time we try and find somebody else that would make us happy. That's a gray divorce above 50. That's trending up. The overall divorce rate at 42% is only slightly higher. That's sort of the average, I think they said, for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
But it is pretty shocking. And what have we learned in particular? Being a divorce attorney is just, it's a license to print money.
Oh, it's like being running a casino.
Yeah, like
you're never running out of people coming to see you if you're a good one. And a lot of it's recommendation. So if somebody does well, they're like, hey, go see Dominic. I crushed it.
But remember, there's 3 sets of documents as a divorce attorney. This is why if you're an attorney and your phone's not ringing, you should probably be in this area because you set up the prenup.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big process.
Yeah, but not all have prenups, but a majority.
Most.
Yeah, yeah.
Then you set up the marital certificate document that goes to the county. Then you set up, after all ends, the document of divorce. That is 3 documents per marriage that may or may not come in over the course of a year, 2 years, 3 years. That's just one marriage. So the attorney is executing 3 invoices for each marriage. On average, I don't know, people are getting, like you said, married 2-3 times. You sit there as an attorney and you just use AI and you update the document.
Just change the names.
You just change the names and the dates
Yeah.
and you play golf.
Yeah.
And what do? You send out a bill.
Well, I think a lot of attorneys do that in a lot of different things. You know, they go to school and they're handling things that you can't handle, and they handle the legal end, and they get paid for it. I mean, God bless them. I mean, everybody's different. But the odds are, I know they do them, Chris, your second or third time.
Yeah.
So, but people still looking to get married.
And there's an update on that $8.4 billion record executive, David Geffen.
Yeah, with the go-go dancer.
Yes, so he is going through.
Tom was curious about that.
He married somebody who was some 30 years younger, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And
only for 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. And this person was a gay go-go dancer. And this record executive married him with no prenup. And the record executive is worth $8.4 billion.
Yeah.
There are now subpoenas going out. This is getting very ugly.
Yeah.
State of California says if your stocks and your dividends increased during your marriage, that person you married is not allowed to get into that money.
Okay.
He is insinuating all of his income after he retired from the record industry
He should get half.
came from stocks
Yeah.
and bonds. David is
Yeah.
the person that's worth $8.4 billion. He is saying, I had all my money in stocks and bonds.
Yeah.
The go-go dancer is saying, no, I should get any increase over the last 2 to 3 years from your $8.4 billion increase in stocks.
Well, the thing is with this situation, the kid's going to get some money. It's just a matter of how much. But he's going to walk away with something.
And what is how much on $8.4 billion?
I'm sure he's going to be fine. I mean, he's not going to have to worry about getting Super Bowl tickets. I think he's going to be fine. Yeah, for 2 years, I mean, he wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary that he wasn't doing for free. And now he's going to get paid for it. And, you got to put a little blame on the other guy, too. I mean, he's very educated, smart guy. You think he had attorneys that say, hey, you know what? We got to protect you here. But maybe he didn't want to listen. But it's an unusual case, obviously.
It is. It's strange, but we'll see how this plays out because it's just another example of someone potentially getting fleeced of their life savings, having been in love with somebody who somewhat shook them down. Came into it. There's reports that the gay go-go dancer was dating a lady for a long time before this marriage, and there was no signs of him being gay. So technically, they're insinuating. I mean, for lack of a better analogy, you go on Grindr, you find your sugar daddy, and then you fleece him for all he's worth. But technically, you may have not been gay.
Well, again, it's a very, very weird situation.
Dom, I'm not giving you any ideas, right?
No, not at all. He's fine. He's fine. he's working there. He's fine. If he starts calling sick a couple of days, then we'll wonder. All right, it's your time to win a chance to go to a concert on Real Radio. Dom, where are they going? What's the chance?
They are going to see Seether and Daughtry at the War Memorial. I believe it is November 15th.
So call us right now, 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you guys want to get involved, it is the Greek Casino. We are playing roulette, black or red, odd or even, first 18 or 19 to 36. It seems simple, but it's not. It always seems like, oh, it's easy, I'll get it. Nah, it's not. It's hard. We just had a winner last time. BJ ended up winning it. But if you go to the casino, it seems like you walk up, you go, oh, this is easy, black or red. I just bet, you know what I mean? I got a shot. And then 12 times in a row it comes
Casino
up
wins and wins and wins.
Oh, yeah. They always win. Every time you walk into a casino, there's something new.
Yeah.
Why? Because people lose. Yeah. You don't see some like beat up carpet in the wall. You know what I mean?
Hey, the guy, I will say this. The gentleman, I have the casino name. I'll get it to you. Walked in, put in $240 on Saturday, this last holiday weekend, and hit for 1.3.
Oh, wow.
On the slot in Vegas, yeah. On a 240. I don't know if I'd put 240 ever into a slot machine. Would you, G?
Yeah, I mean, I don't play slots, but I can't say that's a lot of money. But God bless the guy who won.
Yeah.
Who do you got, Dom?
We got Johnny up first.
Hey, Johnny, what's happening?
What up, G-Man? How you doing?
I'm doing very, very good. The Greek Casino, first of all, thank you for listening, is a roulette wheel, so it's odd or even, black or red, first 18 or 19 to 36. What would you like?
I'm going to take that 19 to 36, and I have to say what's up to our dudes. Money Monday's very own Andy Quinn.
Yeah, thanks for coming in and calling here.
All right, it's spinning as you speak. So hopefully it comes in. And what did you say your selection was, 19 to 36?
I want that 19 to 36. Land on 32 for me there.
Unfortunately, it looks like it's black 15.
Oh, can't the casino rig it for a guy that likes me?
We do everything up and up in here. We don't accept bribes, but we'll take them. Thank you for listening, brother.
Thank you, babe.
Who's next?
Next up, we have Vinny.
Vinny, how are you, Vinny?
Greg, what's happening, man? I'm wonderful. How's everybody doing, all right?
Everybody's doing good. Thank you for listening. First of all, we appreciate it. In the casino, you got to pick a number. First 18, 19 to 36. Odd or even or black or red. Where would you like me to go, Vinny?
19 to 36 all day, sir.
All right, here we go. I like him, man. He sounds confident.
Yeah, that's a big spin.
Yeah, Vinny came in strong. He said 19 to 36. I've said that many times in a casino, and they came up 15. I'm like, damn it.
What are you going to do? You know what I mean? And roll the dice. You're right. Thank you, guys, always.
What is your selection again?
19 to 36.
We got 22 black for Vinny, a winner. Way to be.
Ooh, winner.
There you go, Vinny. Thanks so much. We appreciate you listening. Remember, if you don't like somebody, please tell them to listen to our station.
Never. Get out of here. Never.
All right, Vinny, stay out of trouble. Enjoy the concert.
Always the best. Thank you, guys.
God bless. Thank you, Don, for your help and expertise. We use that term loosely. Expertise and help. 877-927-6969. We had earlier today, if you're a cheater, do you think you always will be a cheater, or could you be reformed? Would you date a girl if she told you one or two things? You met her out. We know you're in a situation, but this is hypothetical. And she said, I've been married twice, but my last two husbands died mysteriously. Would you still date her? Or she said to you, I've been married twice, and both times I had affairs on my husband. Would you marry her? Which is worse, do you think? Mysterious deaths, like something maybe happened, like, I don't know, a guy went swimming, and he got bit by a shark in a tub.
Actually,
that's weird, right?
Sadly, yeah, I do know somebody, and obviously you can't mention it, but I do know someone somewhat local.
Yeah.
Both of her husbands have died while they were floating on the raft in the swimming pool.
Oh, wow. Seems a little odd. Just saying.
And I had somebody at one point in time ask me if I wanted to go on a dinner date with her.
Oh, yeah. You remember you told me this.
Yeah.
You didn't go.
And it scared the hell out of me.
Now, how did they die?
Alleged natural causes turning into drowning, because if you pass out on a raft and then you go under the water, you can't breathe. You know, obviously you suck in the water. That's
why I only do that in the shower.
So I've kind of avoided that situation on a personal level. How about you? If somebody had 2, maybe 3 widows.
That's a lot.
Does that turn into a Black Widow situation where you say, I just don't want to be the next?
Well, it depends their age, too. Like, if she's 29, I'd be like, whew, I'm just saying. It looks like you stick and move a little bit too much for me. A mysterious death to me is something that they don't know. You know, like they left the house one night and they never came back. You know what I mean? Or they went to Acapulco and they ended up in Jersey City. Something like that.
But you would give that person a shot? You'd say, hey.
I go out to dinner with them, but I don't know if I would sleep with one eye open. I mean, mysterious deaths would be a little bit odd. The cheating thing, I don't know.
Look, cheating is devastating. I have seen so many of my friends have their lives wrecked over it. I really have. As I told you, one friend of mine, his wife fell in love with the tennis instructor.
And she wasn't playing tennis.
Oh, man. She had a hell of a backhand.
I got to tell you, what
tell
she
you
thought
one
was
thing.
not. She went to the tennis courts every day with no racket.
That's a racket.
That's
Oh,
right.
she had a rack, though.
Yeah. You're right.
Nice.
So where are you going? To go play tennis.
Yeah.
Why don't you bring a racket? Oh, no, they give it to us.
Now, he claims
Yeah.
they have worked through this. I don't speak to this woman by any way, shape, or form, okay, because I ended it when I saw her tennis instructor.
Yeah.
I was cutting my grass one day back in the
wow,
day. Yeah, back in the day. And the tennis instructor went by in my friend's brand new Porsche.
Wow.
Okay, he was thrown out. He was living in an apartment.
Yeah.
Okay? I couldn't have him live in my house because I was across the street.
Yeah.
So it wrecks lives. He alleged to have worked through this.
Okay.
I don't talk to her.
Yeah.
I still talk to him.
Does she still play tennis?
I think she took up pickleball.
She's playing pickleball now? Okay. Better off. Hey, remember that one? Tom Brady? Same thing. With the karate guy. Then the next thing you know, he's on the outs.
Karate guy.
The bodyguard.
Yeah. And the golf pro.
Yeah.
Look out for those SOBs.
Yeah. The chauffeur.
The chauffeur.
Yeah. All those guys. The trainers.
The trainers.
Yeah.
Oh, look at what is it, Giselle? She's with the trainer, right?
No, Giselle's with the
Karate.
Karate.
Guy.
Okay.
Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu guy.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of this happen. And
well, because you're not home and they're around them all the hours of the day and they say, oh, I'm lonely and this and that and he doesn't pay attention to me. And they're like, all right, I'll pay attention to you. And the next thing you know, you're in situations.
Yeah.
It happened to Seal. Heidi Klum left him for her bodyguard.
Unbelievable.
So, I mean, again, sometimes you put people around each other, things are going to happen.
It's that cheating thing is just it is just a ticket to hell because the other person is.
But going back to the question.
Yeah.
It's going a little deep here.
I tell you, sometimes I forget we're on. I use you as, you know what? If there was a couch here right now, I'd pay you 200, and I would be resolved.
And I would gladly take the 200. 150 cash. But yeah, what would it be? Rather,
are you allowed to cry on this program?
Oh yeah, you can cry all the time. Dom cries sometimes. He cries. Franny cries.
Franny cries.
Now she's only doing 2 hours, so she doesn't
She's
cry
happy as can be.
She used to cry a lot of times at 2:00. So what would be more where you would stay away? Where you'd be like, if two of her ex-husbands died mysteriously, or would it be two? She just said, "Oh, I cheated on both of them." How about you, Dom? Too. We know you're younger, but I'm just saying.
For me, it would be the deaths.
Okay, because that would creep you out a little.
Well, unless I'm a beneficiary.
Yeah, okay.
Somehow, or my kids.
All right, go ahead.
What was the question again?
You met a girl,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll say she's around 40, and she says, two of my ex-husbands died mysteriously, or two of my first marriages ended because I cheated on them. Who would you date?
The deaths.
You would date the chick with the dents?
The deaths, yeah.
Really? You wouldn't think that was that? Like she had them whacked?
No, I don't think she had them whacked.
And what's the reasoning behind that? You'd feel safer with someone that has two missing previous husbands over somebody that would lie and cheat to you?
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
Well, why? Well, explain that. Because you would not worry that you're next?
Maybe the first two she didn't like. Maybe I'm the one she likes.
Wow, you got wishful thinking.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. See, the cheating thing, I'd be like, cool, you cheat on me, I'll cheat on you. Nobody worries about it. We'll meet in Tallahassee.
That's almost a positive for you.
Oh, yeah.
Because it gives you an out.
Of course. I want to be the victim every time. Always me. It is the Penthouse on a Monday, which is Thursday. I hope you guys had a good time last night watching Edmonton and the Panthers. But guess what? Panthers are going to come back game 2. We'll see what happens. And then also we got the NBA Finals tonight. Oklahoma City. The world's on this team. It's amazing what winning can do. This is a team in a small market, and nobody really knew anything about them. But when you start winning and you get some first-round picks, which they've had 3, and all of a sudden you're beating everybody, people are going to pay attention. So we'll see what happens tonight for Oklahoma City. First time they're in the finals since they lost to the Miami Heat years ago with LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. But we'll be back in a few more minutes with one more hour, and then at 2 o'clock we got the Greek Zone, and we got a lot of the guys going. Josh Cohen calling in today, and Drew Martin. We'll be back. Peace.
We're everywhere you need to be. Find your favorite show at realradio921.com. The Stanley Cup Final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final for the 3rd year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not Hero Radio? Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup Final anywhere. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Delays Florida Turnpike North at Glades Road. Police activity blocking that right lane. There's an investigation going on that has the on-ramp closed to Florida Turnpike North from Glades Road. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rocket. Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started, all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Open 7 days a week with a 5-star restaurant. And this Saturday night, June 7th, it's UFC Championship Fighting. You can witness it at Monroe's. And if you like hockey, I can't think of a better place. Because if your team loses, you won't end up in a penalty box. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and that's where all the beautiful ladies are. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
The NBA Finals tip-off soon on Hard Rock Bet. And right now, this bonus bet is a layup. If both teams hit a three-pointer in Game 1, you win a $10 bonus bet.
From way downtown, bang!
Just bet $1 on Game 1 of the Finals. No need to overthink it. Lock in any Game 1 bet and cash in on a $10 bonus bet. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. New players, win your first bet or try again on us. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
As a law enforcement officer, safe roads are one of my top priorities, ensuring everyone can get home safely each day. Some never will, due to aggressive driving, being distracted, or speeding on the roads. And too often, that results in the toughest part of my job, and the longest walk in my life. I'm so sorry. I have some very sad news to share with you.
9 people will be killed on our Florida roadways today. Don't let it be you or a person you love. Buckle up every trip, every time. Let's get everyone home safely. A message from Florida Department of Transportation, Target Zero. For more information, visit targetzerofl.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are hazy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Lots of Saharan dust in place, so you'll notice that milky-looking sky. Temperatures in the upper 80s outside. Much drier today, obviously much warmer. 1 or 2 isolated showers are still possible, but that dust is going to limit the rain chance. We're back in the low 90s Friday and through the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 Max 6 Tool Power Tool Combo Kit, now $199. Head to your nearest Lowe's store for big savings on tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio has your shot at $1,000 and a VIP trip to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword music to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info, standard data, and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's music to 200-200. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
My new girlfriend says that a small penis is not a big deal, but I still wish she didn't have one at all.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Wow.
That's why I don't want to go to the nude beach.
Yeah.
People like that scare me.
Wow. Well, we don't judge here. Yankees tonight, like them, minus the 1.5 runs. Just thought we'd throw that out there. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Doing a bang-up job. Andy Quinn's nice enough to stop by every day, but not Fridays.
Or Mondays.
Well, you can't do Mondays either.
No, just Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That's what Johnny Carson did.
All right, we'll take what we can get.
Thank you.
This gentleman is a good friend of mine. He's nice enough to call the show even when Dominic makes mistakes. Brady Matthews joins us.
Dude, oh my God. I don't know what's going on over there, but boys, if I can help in any way, let me know. My God. You guys need like a mom, an in-house mom over there.
That's usually Franny.
Yeah,
she's the boss.
Yeah, you're right. I need a little help with service. I got too much going on. You got to remember, Brady, I got a small mind. So what's going on, buddy?
Well, now, according to that last commercial, a couple of things is going on over there. So.
He's exposing us. That's not good.
Brady, I want you to say hi to a good friend of mine, Andy Quinn. He listens to you all the time.
Andy, how are you?
Brady, big fan of yours here on Real Radio. I just love when you're on. I have followed you for a long time.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. I just call in when Greek needs me, and we just bust chops, and excited for the worst basketball series tonight ever.
It's not going to be bad if you got Oklahoma City 7-1. So you might benefit from that. So you got to root for the Oklahoma City. I bet on them in January, so I'm looking forward to this series, bro.
I don't know. Listen, maybe I'll actually win a bet this time, Greek. Who knows?
You've had some winners here and there. I mean, what do you think better? What do you think your luck's better, in dating or gambling?
100% dating, especially right now. My under, I'm doing very well with the 30 and under. I'm doing very well.
Well, you're only 35. I mean, you're a good-looking guy. You're like a soda movie star. You're a comedian. Yeah. You could paint. You could do a jack of all things. I just found out last night how to put my fan on in my house. I hit a switch and I'm like, wow, there's some air coming in. Where is it? I go, oh my God, I threw my fan on. I didn't know how to put my fan on in my house for over a year and a half. So I mean, when you got like a barometer like that, it's tough to get by.
Listen, Greek, I didn't know I had a dishwasher until I moved out.
I divorced mine.
Yeah, like what? Huh?
So, Brady, I asked Andy Quinn and Dominic this question. I was a little surprised by Dominic's answer, but he's a young cat. He has different thoughts than us. So if you met a girl and you liked her, which would make you not date her? If you found out her 2 previous husbands died mysteriously, or she cheated on her 2 previous husbands and the marriages both went awry?
Oh, dead for sure. For sure.
He's agreeing with us. He's not agreeing with you.
Oh, I thought he was saying mine. Okay.
No, you're saying you wouldn't date her if the two guys died, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying I would date her if the two guys died mysteriously, because then I wouldn't know if she cheated. I wouldn't want to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah, but you're knowing in the scenario. Oh my God, I feel like we're in Vegas at 4 a.m. We're trying to get a cab. You're changing it. Here it is.
And he's got a very dark mind just hearing that.
Oh yeah. So the girl tells you. She says, "Hey, look, my last 2 marriages failed because take it slow, put it in neutral. I cheated on the 2 guys." Or she says, "My last 2 husbands died mysteriously. Who would you date?"
My last 2 husbands that died mysteriously.
So you would date the one where she whacked 2 of her ex-husbands?
That doesn't mean she whacked them.
Wait, they're dead mysteriously. They didn't have they get hit by a bus.
But remember what he's saying. Yeah. Brady is saying that he would date the person whose ex-husbands are missing because the heartache of the cheating situation is worse.
Correct.
He doesn't mentally want to be destroyed by a cheater.
All right, so you're all right.
There you go.
All right, so you're saying you rather date her, and then if she kills you, it's cool because you're dead.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, if I go out and I still don't know that, if I'm in heaven, you don't remember anything. The problem is when they do cheat on you and then they're still around. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm going to take that. I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to be honest with you because I'm going in that I'm cheating too. So no harm, no foul.
Damn it, good.
I knew you were going to love that one. So what's going on in Austin, Texas? And when are you coming south? Have you finalized the date yet?
Yeah, I'll be at Boca. It's gonna be end of July.
Okay.
I forget the date off the top of my head, so I don't want to say it on the air, but I'll tell you next week. But tonight I'll be in Fort Worth, Texas, at Big Laugh Comedy Club at 7 p.m. headlining. Tickets are pretty good so far. We could definitely sell some more. So if anyone that's listening that lives in South Florida, that knows anyone that lives in Dallas, Texas, or Fort Worth, throw them my way. All right? Throw them my way.
And Brady, if you don't mind, as a listener of Real Radio for a number of years, and I've heard you on the station, from somebody like you who is so successful with your comedic career and your acting career, and you seem to have quite a bit of financial success, looking at the spectrum of things, can I just ask you, as you sit down and you pull up, let's just say Instagram or any of these social medias, and they play these videos of these great comedians over the years, and I seem to be watching a lot of Rodney Dangerfield, a lot of Joan Rivers, a lot of Johnny Carson. Who does someone like you put in the category as a top echelon of comedic value?
Who do I put up there?
Yeah.
Do they have to be comedians, or can we do like comedic actors too? Can we put them in there?
Yeah, that's fine if you want to get technical. Who is the person who's your go-to crack me up person or people?
I love Chevy Chase.
Yes.
Chevy Chase.
Yeah, he's like if I had to put something on and I really wanted to laugh hard, I put on European Vacation.
Yes.
I put on Vacation with him sharing a beer with Rusty. It's got to be one of the funniest things, and there's nothing left. Three Amigos is one of the classics. You know what I'm saying? Three Amigos, where they're all on the horses and everyone's he's the only one drinking water and they're just staring at him.
Yeah, that is funny.
Genius. It's genius. I love those, but for comedy right now, I think Greek and I agree. Shane Gillis is pretty awesome. He's young. He's funny.
Yeah.
He's got really funny sketches. That new show on Netflix coming out called Tires 2.
I like Chevy Chase, though. What was the movie, Fletch? Oh, he was hilarious in that. Oh, my God.
He's incredible.
And when he charged the whole thing to the other people at the thing, he was like, put a $50 tip on there for you. He goes, oh, thank you.
And, of course, Vacation, when he tells Rusty to roll up the windows when they pull into Detroit for cars. I mean, come on. But, yeah, it's got to have a high, like, for me, my go-to is Chris Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Like, anything he says or does in a live act that I watch on Netflix, it brings me to my knees.
Well, Chris Rock is also, I mean, Brady, you noticed too, like when he went through the divorce that was very bad, and he brought that into his act. And I think like what you just talked about, the numbers where 40% of people are divorced, and you're sitting there, and anybody who's gone through a divorce, it's not a good thing. Nobody wins.
No, it sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good thing. Nobody wins. No, two people don't wake up and go, hey, we had a good run.
Right.
It doesn't happen. I think what Chris Rock does in a lot of his life through his stand-up that he's done is that he brings it in. And even though he's a gazillionaire, he makes it very relative to the audience because, again, that's a subject where people know most people walk away. Unless you get a paycheck, it sucks.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't want the divorce. You're like, this sucks.
And on that note, where do you get your material, Brady, your best material? Is it in the dark moments? Is it from personal? What is it?
I get it from the Greek.
I just pointed.
He did.
I pointed. He knew it.
He pointed at himself.
I get it nothing but from my friend the Greek. What time, Greek? 1. What time, Greek? Make it 2. What time? 12 o'clock your time. What time? 1 o'clock.
Those are our conversations.
Who's on first, Greek? Who's on first?
Oh my God, our conversation. We were out one night in Vegas. I was trying to give a girl money. He kept trying to tell me she's not a pro, and I couldn't hear him. I go, give her another 100, another 100.
Yeah.
He kept yelling, she's not a pro, and I'm like, 500. 1,000. He goes, she's not a pro, and I couldn't hear him. I'm like, oh, forget it then.
Yeah. I just told her, just take the money and walk away.
With that type of money, people become pros.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you.
They definitely do. Brady Matthews joining the Penthouse on a crazy Thursday. Everything's open from A to Z. But on a serious note, where do you get a lot of your material from? Andy Quinn's question.
You know what? For me, I'm putting together a new special. It's got to be through. It's funny you opened the show with me the conversation about the widows and what would you do in this situation. As you know, Greek, I went through a bad breakup.
Yes.
There's a kid involved and all of that. So I think right now where I'm getting my material is heartache and pain. And what you learn from pain, you have to laugh it off, or otherwise you go to a very dark place.
Yes.
And I think some of the best comedy comes from those dark places.
Why? They say it also about music. I mean, a lot of people write songs that, honestly, Taylor Swift, her whole career, writing about breakups and heartaches and pain that you go through. You know, people talk about that all. The same thing with comedy.
Hey, Sam Kinison was on Howard Stern for years. I thought they were some of the funniest Howard Stern shows that I'd ever heard.
Yeah.
He could not get out of that dark moment. Howard would do like help with him on air.
Yeah.
And Sam would appear very funny and upbeat, and then the next day you'd hear he's back into his drug-induced state.
Well, he also was involved in drugs, like I was going to say. So that definitely alters your mind.
Yeah.
I answered the phones at the Comedy Store for about 2.5, 3 years, and you hear the stories about Kinison going on stage so drugged out of his mind that he would tell the same joke not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row. And you're like, oh, uh-oh.
Yeah, he's smacked.
Good. You know, because it became funny at first, and it became funny second, and then the third, you're like, oh, no, this guy is literally out of his mind.
Was Belushi and Farley in that camp too? Belushi and Farley, were they the same type of problem?
Sadly, I guess Belushi was kind of a lightweight, according to Robin Williams. That when he did do high-end or the big-time drugs, it was the first time he ever did, I guess, quote-unquote, a speedball, allegedly, and that's what kicked him over the edge. But I guess he was never really a huge drug guy. It just happened to be that night that he happened to just dabble into the wrong waters, and it kicked off.
And Dice Clay. Dice Clay, is he still in the business in comedy, or has he switched full-time into...
He's still there.
He is?
He just was in Boca.
Oh, he was?
Great. I'm actually doing some, might be doing a little time with him over at Mic Drop right here in Dallas, and he'll be here in 2 weeks.
That's got to be a great show.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's
Dice
a funny
rules.
guy, dude. He's still kicking. Yeah, he's awesome, and like he does funny stuff on TikTok now that like he doesn't get the whole TikTok stuff, so it's just funny how he does it.
Yeah,
very dicey.
He was just at the Black Box in Boca within like the last 6 months. I know he performed there. Where you're going to be?
Yeah, yep. I'm telling you, man. Dice Man's still kicking, but to bring it all back. I love Bill Burr. You can't go wrong with a Bill Burr. Can't go wrong with Shane Gillis. Those guys are just top notch. They're just doing it really good right now. So yeah, man.
So when you do bring things into your life personally and you talk, do you ever like say to the people, "Hey, because for me on the show, I'll bring up a lot of stories, but I won't say who the people are in my life because I leave them out.
No.
I won't. I don't want to do that because I don't think it's right. And some people have said to me over the years, "Hey, it's cool, Greek. You could, say my name or whatever." But how do you handle that?
No, I'll tell you what. Some of my people see my clips. So if you're saying and talking about the person, majority of the time, people know who you're talking about in your circle. But outside of that, they don't. I've also come to grips now. From what happened with me, I got really angry at certain people. So I really made it specific in who I was talking about, to where now I've tailored that out. I've done it more like hypothetically if this were to happen, or you know what I mean. Put it in that context to where it doesn't hurt people's feelings.
Yeah, and it also helps you with your umbrella insurance. You don't need to have covered defamation insurance.
Yeah.
So that's a
I
good
don't need
thing.
to be sued. Yeah, for sure. So I don't know, but I like to keep it light and fun. A lot of comedians do politics, and I'm like,
no,
everything's so hard nowadays that no one wants to hear that crap.
No.
I mean, this Jimmy Kimmel and what's the other guy on late night? Stephen Colbert, and the other one,
Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon.
Fallon sometimes dips his toes in those waters too.
Every night.
What are you doing here?
It's not working. People are so tired and turned off on both sides of the aisle of these political jaunts that as far as the ratings go, it can't be helping them late night. We had 30 years of Johnny Carson killing it every night, bringing on Joan Rivers, bringing on Frank Sinatra, bringing on Don Rickles. I mean, these were the classic entertainment. You couldn't go to bed at night without watching Johnny Carson. It put you to bed. It was the greatest entertainment you could have. We just don't have any of that.
Also, Johnny Carson wasn't going up there giving you his political beliefs.
No, he never
did.
did.
Also, if he did, the one person that usually came out there that went off the rails was Jane Fonda. That was it.
Yeah.
But she was just only going to be every once in a while she was a guest. And the thing, too, with late night TV, there's so many more options today, which Johnny didn't have.
Right.
So, I mean, he was
for sure.
He was fantastic, and he didn't. He was like Michael Jordan. You never knew what his political thoughts were, which was smart.
Right.
The only thing he got cracked down about is his personal life because he went through all those divorces.
Yeah, and I think his legacy of blocking Joan Rivers from getting her own show, and then Joan's husband having committed suicide, I think that all played into the demise of the 100% clean brand of Johnny upon his death, because a lot of people were PO'd over that.
Mm-hmm.
But Johnny overall left a legacy of masterpiece.
Yeah, I think he was. I don't think you're going to see somebody like him in this times. It's a different time. Like I said, there's so many different things. It wasn't available what there was now.
Yeah.
I mean, now you can watch the show at any time.
Right.
You know, even like Brady. Brady does an act and he's live on a stage in Texas and he'll put something on Instagram. And I could, I follow him on Instagram, which I always recommend to people as a great follow, but I could see his act.
Right.
And I could tell what's going on. You didn't have that years ago.
Right.
You had Johnny Carson, 11:30. That was it.
Yes.
I mean, it's like the NFL Network. They showed a Super Bowl a million times. Years ago, the Super Bowl played once and that was it. But people don't realize, too, like the NBA Finals tonight are on 8:30. Mm-hmm. When the Lakers were Showtime in the 80s, that's not that long ago. What are you shaking your head about?
Oh, they weren't even on the TV.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, they weren't on live TV. Yeah. They were on. You had to wait till 11:30 to watch them on tape delay.
Yeah.
I mean, so it just shows you how many things have changed in our society with technology, obviously, and the things changing. But you didn't watch the NBA Finals. You had to wait until 11:30 at night, and the game was already over.
Right. But for people like Brady, where there were 5 channels that we had, right? Growing up, you had like 5 channels on the TV.
Yeah.
For people like him, he doesn't have to rely on a network executive saying Brady fits our puzzle.
Yeah.
He can do it himself.
Yeah.
Right now.
But you still need some people. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have that, obviously, that avenue, but you still need, the big show or the big things to come up. We were talking years.
It helps.
Of course, because, you like you said, you want that one big break that you're known for something. You know what I mean? Like you get into that show where it runs 10 years or 9, like Curb Your Enthusiasm, 12 years.
Yeah.
I mean, you're all the shows that have done a Modern Family, whatever you want, Seinfeld.
Yeah.
You think of 100 of them that have had great runs that you don't have to worry about it because for him, and I noticed being his friend, he's always entertaining and on the road, but it's always waiting for, a big break, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? And listen, I'm in it to win it. I've come this far.
Yeah.
I love what I do. I love the entertainment side of it all. Everyone's like, there's so many other jobs that you could be doing that you'd be making, way more money. And I'm like, but at the end of the day, are you passionate about what you're doing? Do you love what you do? Do you wake up with a spark where you're like, oh, this is funny. I could do this on stage tonight. If you're doing what you do for money, they say that, or you're chasing something just for the money, it's usually not ever going to technically work out. So I'm doing what I love, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I get to go on stage and do 45 minutes of whatever the F I want and say whatever I want.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can walk out and not get jumped unless I'm Kramer back in the early 2000s saying the N-word. But, other than that, we're good to go.
Yeah, I think one day I'll wake up and you're going to be famous for something. I don't know what, but I think you're going to be famous for something.
Robbing a bank. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And that's why I keep you around, Greek. I think the same thing.
In Austin, Texas today, there's a good-looking man who was caught stealing some Elvis Presley stamps. News at 11. Yeah. And it's Brady.
I'll just say I was just preparing for a role.
That's
all
it.
I'm gonna say.
Yeah, you're getting ready. You're doing research. What's going on with the ladies? You said it's a strong inventory down there right now for you.
Yes, listen, it's always good time. It's good. It's a good time down here. But like I said, I've backed off on the ladies for now.
Okay, good.
I'm just career driven at this point.
Okay.
But do I like talking to the ladies and entertaining, having a good night every once in a while, ladies? You betcha. But as you know, Greek, as we both know, entertainers, and we like to be out. We like to do our own thing. I don't know. I'm not really in the mood for a relationship at this right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, then focus on the career. And if you meet somebody that you like, then you take it to the next level and you buy bunk beds. But until then, just keep doing what you're doing.
If you really meet someone you like,
or you just get a Winnebago and you just park it in front of beachfront property. That's it.
There you go. Well, you take them to the Panthers game.
Yeah. Who do you think is going to win the Stanley Cup, by the way?
I think Oilers all the day. All way, because that kid, Connor McDavid, is so good. That kid is so good.
Dom's giving you the thumbs down right now. He's got the Panthers, and I want the Panthers to win too, because we're at home in the Panthers.
Of course you do.
But
his money's on Edmonton.
I'm not tied.
It doesn't matter that my money's on Edmonton. I still want the Panthers to win. I'd rather see the Panthers win and me lose money at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Brady Matthews joining us. Brady, tell everybody how they can follow you into the men's room.
Yeah. It's a sharp left and then another sharp left. Follow me at Brady Matthews 13 on Instagram, and then follow me at Brady Matthews Comedy on TikTok. And if you like comedians, I paint comedians as well at BradyMatthewsArt.com.
Brady, miss you, buddy. I can't wait till you get down to Florida and we go out to dinner, New York Prime, and have a good time. Have great success over the weekend. And thanks for always just being there for me and tolerating me with my nonsense, because I know sometimes it can be a little sketchy.
Wouldn't have it any other way. You boys have fun, and be safe out there this weekend, all right?
All right, love you, bro. Brady Matthews, everybody. Again, he told you where you can follow him and check it out on Instagram. He's always very funny. He always gives you samples of his show. He's entertaining. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday, and we're almost done already.
Ooh.
Dom gets excited. How come everybody gets excited when they leave it around here? Ever notice that?
They get happy.
Everybody's like, wow. Franny's like, oh, my God, 12 to 2. 9 more months she signed. I was like, wow. She put her contract in today, and she showed me. I said, I got it. You're out of 12. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I think I remember hearing a story where Matthew Perry said there are several seasons of Friends he doesn't even remember.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot certain seasons of the news junkie, so it's totally doable.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Crash Forest Hill Boulevard. Left lane is blocked eastbound right before Jog Road. Right lane blocked. Police activity. Turnpike North at Glades. And that on-ramp is shut down. Florida Turnpike North from Glades Road. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
This Father's Day, grab great gearhead gifts at Summit Racing. You'll find parts, tools, accessories, apparel, and more. Or give the perfect card. A Summit Racing gift card. Fast shipping, massive inventory, and expert tech advice are a click away at summitracing.com.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Ace the Greek for Strike Cigar Lounge, one of my favorite spots. Great atmosphere and an unbelievable humidor and an unbelievable patio if you like sports. There's something about smoking a cigar that feels like a celebration. There's a quality and a workmanship and a passion that goes into smoking a fine cigar. And you can do that 7 days a week at Strike Cigar Lounge in the Royal Palm Plaza, home of Greek's Gridiron. Stop by Strike Cigar Lounge to enjoy a great night, enjoy a cigar, and hang out with some friends. Peace.
Spring has sprung and it's full tilt boogie time at GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
The NBA Finals tip off soon on Hard Rock Bet. And right now, this bonus bet is a layup. If both teams hit a three-pointer in Game 1, you win a $10 bonus bet.
From way downtown, bang!
Just bet $1 on Game 1 of the Finals. No need to overthink it. Lock in any Game 1 bet and cash in on a $10 bonus bet. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. New players, win your first bet or try again on us. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Open 7 days a week with a 5-star restaurant. And this Saturday night, June 7th, it's UFC Championship Fighting. You can witness it at Monroe's. And if you like hockey, I can't think of a better place. Because if your team loses, you won't end up in a penalty box. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and that's where all the beautiful ladies are. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad, like a free Blackstone 8-piece accessory kit when you buy a Blackstone 28-inch griddle. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are hazy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Lots of Saharan dust in place, so you'll notice that milky-looking sky. Temperatures in the upper 80s outside. Much drier today, obviously much warmer. 1 or 2 isolated showers are still possible, but that dust is going to limit the rain chance. We're back in the low 90s Friday and through the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hurry in to DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo, only at DQ. Happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations.
Medical marijuana made easy. Get approved for your card today at mmjhealth.com.
The Rocket Man has landed on iHeartRadio.
Hi, this is Elton John, and this is iHeart's Elton John Radio.
Every hit, every deep cut, and the behind-the-scenes stories from Sir Elton himself.
It became my first ever hit.
From the anthems that made history to Elton's own picks, all commercial-free, including his new song with Brandi Carlile, the soundtrack of a legend. Search Elton John Radio on your iHeart app to listen now.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Man, I feel like a woman.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
No, was that you or Franny? Who's that?
That was Franny.
Oh, okay. I thought it was you. 205. It is the Greek. Eddie Quinn's in the house.
I love being on Real Radio.
Of course, Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Francis is back, which is great, but she'll be with us 12 to 2. Dodgers orders.
10 to 12.
That's right. 10 to 12.
I'm here 12 to 2.
All right. But not on Friday.
Not on Mondays either.
And he don't want me in the camera.
We got a lot of requests for you.
And Brady Matthews, is he on time or is he late?
He was late.
No,
he was on time.
He was on time.
I was on time.
He was on time. Let's do a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
All right, so with the Knicks firing a Tibbs, there's been so many names out there, and what a lot of guys are doing is stepping up and saying, hey, I'm not interested. I'm out.
Really?
Rick Pitino's name came up.
Mm-hmm.
Love Pitino. Had the pleasure of having him on the show down to 940. Just a great guy. So cool. And also saw him in Bell Harbor one time. I told a story where I didn't want to say hi to Pitino because I didn't want to bother him. And I was having lunch with my wife at the time, and he's sitting in the next table. I've told the story before, and I didn't want to say hi because, I didn't want to be that guy because I just had him on. And about 30 minutes in, he looked over. He goes, Greek, you're not going to say hi to me? And I was like, wow. So I said, Rick, I didn't want to bother you. He goes, I didn't want to say hi to you. I want to say hi to her. Oh, I always love Pitino.
Nice.
Pitino did say he's not interested in the job, by the way. So take his name out of the hat. Every day, more names come out. Ex-ball players have been talking about it. World Peace has said he wants to talk. He wants to do it. He went to St. John's. Again, Malone we're hearing. Gundy we're hearing. There's so many names. Sam Cassell, Jackson, just so many people. So, again, they're just names out there. But Pitino said right away, I'm coaching St. John's. I have no interest in coaching the Knicks. Jay Wright has been mentioned, the coach of the Villanova, who had the championship, who all those guys played for. So we'll see what happens with the Knicks. They did take some headlines for a couple of days, and people were wondering about all the situation. A lot of people, more people than not, I would say, feels that Tibbs shouldn't have got fired. I feel that way too, but he did have some problems with Cat. their star player, and he wasn't talking to the GM for over a year, so that's not a good sign. Last night, the NHL Stanley Cup, our Panthers lost 4-3 in overtime, but it's only game one. Game two is going to be tomorrow night. And don't forget, you could always hear that on Real Radio, 921 and 1017. Your opportunity here. The Panthers try to get back-to-back cups, even though it is their third time in the Stanley Cup, which is a record for the franchise. So hats off to the Panthers. They've done a great job, and we are very happy that they are our partners. Speaking of partners, before you know it, will be football season, and we are partners with the Florida Gators again, coming back. Go Gators! We'll be on Real Radio this year. Again, excited about that. Hopefully they have a good season. And also, Notre Dame opens up with Miami, and we will have tickets to be given away.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it is. Coming through, one of my big clients is going to be sponsoring that, giving us tickets. So listen to the Real Radio, obviously, when we get closer to the Notre Dame game. That's going to be in August. But we will have 2 tickets, lower bowl. These are great seats, by the way. Sure. Andy, you're allowed to win because you're
I'm going to try.
You can try.
My sister is a softball scholarship graduate of Notre Dame. So we're an Irish family. So Notre Dame's are sort of our go-to. And that would be a game, yes, I would spend big money to see.
Oh, yeah. Well, we can make it happen.
Those tickets are worth big money, whatever that sponsor is.
He spent a lot of money on them, lower level, but they're good. But we'll have the details for that. That's going to be to kick off the college football season. That'll be at the Hard Rock Stadium. So if you guys want to get down there. Yankees playing Cleveland tonight. We do like the Yankees. Marlins off today. Thank God they need a day off after they got swept by the Colorado Rockies. Rockies' worst team in baseball. If somebody said they're going in, what are the odds on the Rockies sweeping the Marlins? Forget about it. It wouldn't even be there. But for the first time, the Rockies won a series this week, and for the first time all season, they won 3 in a row. So it's pretty crazy that happened for the Marlins. Not good if you're a Marlin fan. Don't forget, if you want to hear the Marlins, you can put on 1230 The Gambler. Greek's Trifecta, sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza.
Real quick, Jimmy, I got a talk back for you.
Yo, guys, what's going on? Palm Beach Gardens' favorite pool guy, Jeremy, checking in. Didn't have much of an interest in the game last night till I heard G liked the Oilers, and I like my pocket more than my heart. So we went with Oilers to win. Draisaitl over a goal. Wow. McDavid over 1.5 assists. And I suggest you keep running with that parlay because that was a winner last night until it doesn't come in. Draisaitl, McDavid over 1.5 assists, and the Oilers for home ice. Peace.
Jeremy.
There you go.
He's hot. He's been doing good betting.
Mm-hmm.
Hats off to Jeremy, Palm Beach's favorite pool guy, and I vote for him.
Yeah, he's doing well too with these parlays.
He's crushing. He's doing good, and he always gives us thanks, which is very nice.
Yeah.
8-7. Remember, if you go over a bridge, you got to remember who was in the toll plaza. Just saying, Duke everybody. You're better off like that. Throw 20s at everybody, and then everybody will be happy. 877-927-6969. We had the question of the day on there. Which was, if you have an opinion on it, once a cheater, always a cheater? Or do you think people can be reformed? I think they can be reformed. I think different situations. And sometimes people know who they can get away with, and certain people you can't.
I've heard a lot of people say that I found the Lord.
Yeah.
And that I'm reformed.
Which is nice. You're not buying it.
From personal experience.
You know where a lot of people find the Lord?
Where?
In jail. That's where he is right now. You always hear people in jail. I found the Lord. Outside, if I didn't get caught, not so much. Inside, I found them.
Yeah.
Let us know. And then we also had that other question on the thing. If you would date somebody, would be you more reluctant to date a girl if you found out their 2 last husbands died mysteriously, or her last 2 she cheated on? Which girl would make you say, or guy, you could change the scenario. This is open to the audience, men and women. Would you be like, me? If her last 2 got whacked, I'm out. I got to be honest with you. I'm not buying that because I see sort of a pattern.
Now, Brady Matthews said he would go with that selection because it was less traumatizing than being with the 2-time cheater.
Yeah. Brady went through a bad situation in his life, which he referred to. So he has some experience in that. I would talk him off the ledge in that. I'd be like, nah, go with the cheater. Because, again, if you got to worry about somebody whacking you, that's bad. I mean, the cheating, all right, you're out. You tell me you're at the mall. You're really not. You're in, you're in an apartment, high-rise in Fort Lauderdale, checking out the bedboard. I don't care.
Yeah, like I said, this girl that I was aware of, both of her exes were just floating on a nice pool floaty. And
I would want to see police reports. I'd be like, let me see the police reports.
I know that the allegations were that both victims had heart conditions or problems.
Now, is this in Palm Beach County?
It is in Palm Beach County.
Yeah, a little bit too close for home. If somebody said that to you, I'd be like, me personally.
You're definitely not going for a swim party.
Oh, no, you're never not doing that. I'm not jumping in the pool with her, that's for sure. She'd whack the last two. I think anytime somebody admits something like that, right away, you got to be deranged. I went out with a girl one night and she told me she had some credit card debt. Didn't ask her, just conversation. She said it was like $65,000. I was like, 65 dimes?
Yeah.
Like, are you now I can see losing out on a game.
Yeah.
Like if Dominic ever came to me, look at him shaking his head, and he had credit card debt, I'd be like, what are you doing? But if he said I took a shot on a game, I lost 20,000, I'd be like, all right, I get that. I understand that. I mean, we got to protect certain things.
Yeah.
But the girl whacking the people, ooh, that would bother me.
Yeah.
Because then how do you sleep at night?
Well, you can't.
Yeah.
Because you don't wake up.
Now, unless you're broke. Now, if she's with you and you're broke, then she's got nothing to get.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like being on the top of a bunk bed with no mattress. You really can't get hurt. You're up there and you're hanging out. If you fall through on the first one. So it's no real problem. But yeah, I couldn't go with that.
No.
I definitely.
It's just a little too creepy.
So Andy, if you've listened over the years with us, he's has a very good opinion on stocks. And what we're going to go to him now is just to ask him a couple of stocks that he is looking at a little. These are not recommendations. These are just stocks that Andy is looking at.
I'm going to stay on my mantra of what I started the week with, and that is stocks in general. For
big
those,
word, mantra, by the way.
Yeah, it's a big word, right?
Yeah.
I'm using a lot of big words around you.
I've noticed. I want you to take it down.
He's writing them down so you can use them next week.
I'm writing them down so I can look them up later. That's why I'm writing them down.
But as far as stocks go, on a personal level, right, where your money is, I am somewhat neutral to negative on the stock market short term. That's not long term. That's just short term. And this is a personal opinion, and you know how these things go. Everybody's got their own opinion. But this is what I do for a living for 25 years. So I am not necessarily dumping money into the stock market. Having said that, if stocks do dump and they drop significantly, the one stock as it drops I'm adding to for long term would be stock ticker IWM.
Okay.
That is IWM. And as I've spoken about, this is a basket of stocks, Greek, that are small companies that on any rebound in the upcoming years, these small companies, as rates potentially come down, these small companies should do better. So I'm a buyer of stock ticker IWM if it continues to drop significantly. I'm not necessarily adding to it on up days. I'm not adding to it thinking this thing's going to run short term because overall the market is sketch right now. That's because of this, the garbage going on with that you hear about every day, all the political garbage and the tariffs and whatnot.
Uncertainty.
Yeah, uncertainty. In fact, it's getting more uncertain as we speak. Tesla, which had run significantly up and rebounded off of its lows, is actually down $30 alone per share today. Elon Musk his little great relationship with the president appears to be getting strained daily. So there was a tweet that went out from Elon Musk today that said something like, if I didn't back financially President Trump, he would not have won. Okay. Trump will probably respond because he's not known as being someone sitting in the corner and crying.
Yeah.
This all could play havoc on the Tesla stock and the stock market in general, as Trump's number one guy on the Department of Government Efficiency is now basically or possibly being put out. And there's a rift there, which a lot of people thought would happen anyway. But there's a rift there.
Massive egos.
These are massive egos. You know how it is, Greek. There's only room in the room for one big ego. Dominic?
That's what we do with Dominic. He's in the other room. That's why we don't put him in the same room.
Oh, my goodness.
His ego's out of control. We got to watch him.
So there's only room for one. So to make a long story short, I am an owner and a buyer on stocks. If they really start dropping, yes, I'm a buyer. Right now, I'm uncertain. I'm nervous. So no, I am sketch on the economy until we see these deals that we've heard are going to take place with China and take place with Canada and Latin America and Europe. All of that right now is just a bunch of hot air until we see a signed document.
All right, we'll see what happens. Always appreciate you pointing us in a direction that you're leaning to. Again, not a selection, but something you're leaning to. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. If somebody's a cheat, do you think they're always a cheat, or can they possibly, be reformed? I think everybody could, but I'd like to hear from you guys if you have an opinion on it, male or female. Let us know. Also, if you heard somebody whose last two acquaintances died mysteriously, or you cheated on, or she cheated on him, which would make you run further? Now, Dominic was the only one who went the other way, and he's younger, obviously.
No, didn't Brady pick the same way as me? Brady picked the same way as me.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay. The two younger gentlemen went with the two ways of because when you're young, you think you're gonna live forever.
Right.
When you get a little older, you realize you're not gonna live forever. You're like,
I think I have 15 minutes.
Well, it'd be good to spend it here.
You're at 2 o'clock.
You got 8 minutes left, and then you can go. Say hi to Randy on the way out.
Yes.
You can work it out. But yeah, that was the scenario where they taught different things, both guys, as of course, Andy and I went with the other two. When somebody's involved with any kind of murder, that's when I'm like, deal me out. I'm not going to buy it.
How do you know it's murder? You never said it was murder.
Mysterious.
They could have fell off a cruise ship.
Yeah, well, that's still mysterious to me. Falling off a cruise ship. People fall off a cruise ship to me is a little odd, and they usually find out somebody pushed them.
And it's usually on the honeymoon.
I don't know about the honeymoon.
A lot of times.
The honeymoon, Jesus.
A lot of times. It is. If you follow these stories, there's a honeymoon argument on the ship, and suddenly somebody accidentally fell 11 stories into the water.
What I don't understand with the cruise business is it's a gazillion-dollar business. Okay. And we invent all these things and do things. And I said this years ago. Why is there not a huge net covering the whole outside of the boat? And it just, if God forbid somebody falls over, they get caught. Just like they have at baseball games. They have the money to do it, just like security. But I mean, Carnival, whoever the hell it is, it's going to cost some money, but you just have a big fishnet net around the whole boat.
I mean, how would you sail the boat with this net?
The net's not at the bottom, it's up the top. So if you fall off, you get caught. And then they still pull over, Joe, we got to get this person on the net. Person climbs off the net and gets out. Pretty simple.
You don't like the net at Fenway?
Yeah, seems pretty simple to me. You just put it around the boat and you save the person, and then we don't have to stop the boat, call the Coast Guard, and look for people. Just on the net.
Are you a cruiser? Do you go on cruises?
I do not.
It's not a real question.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't?
No.
How come?
I don't like them.
There's a lot of beautiful women. You're in exotic locations, and you're in a party atmosphere. And by the way,
with people.
Yeah, I guess so. There's gambling, though.
I don't need to go on a boat to gamble. B, I'm stuck with. If I'm going to go on a boat, I went on one because I liked the girl, and she was very, very nice, and we had a great time. But I'm not a big cruise guy. I'm just not. Nothing wrong with it.
Right. Like you don't want to just go and lay at the pool at a cruise where everybody's dancing and partying at the pool. And
I don't want to hear about some guy talking to me about his life. He sells insurance. I don't care, dude. What do we got?
We got Rick on the phone.
He's been married 37 years. Whoopee. What's up, Rick?
Hey, Greek, how you doing?
I'm doing good, bud. What's going on?
So, first of all, you can not cheat even if you're a cheater. I spent my whole life being a cheater, and then I got married. I haven't cheated once with the woman that I've been married to.
No, that's good to hear, Rick. I'm glad.
Second of all, I do have to give you and Jimmy some credit. A couple years ago, this is a stock tip I took right off the radio from you. When Florida passed online gaming, you and Jimmy said, I would probably invest in DraftKings right now. So I hit DraftKings at $16 a share. And right now it's at $35 a share, thanks to Greek and Jimmy.
Well, you're welcome. That was just an opinion I had. I'm not a stock guy at any time, but I am at the iHeart building 6 days a week if you want to drop off an envelope.
I'm gonna send you a couple of hundreds.
I'll take it.
All right.
Oh
thanks a lot.
You're welcome, Rick. Thanks so much. And I've always asked you about that as a friend. I've always said, hey, what about the casino betting? The casino stocks don't do as well, but the sports betting ones over the last 5 years where more states have gotten it, I just knew, again, my whole life was around it, that it was going to increase. I also knew the inside of sports betting, which most people don't know, and how much is bet.
You were real early on that, and I've been on Real Radio for a long time.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. You were the first person to get me looking into DraftKings before I really knew what it was because it wasn't a public company.
Mm-hmm.
You called that one. Another term that was called on this program when Jimmy was here as well, but Johnny C. brought up the name Bitcoin. Do you know I had never heard of it? This was over 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
This is before Bitcoin was even out there. Johnny C. was onto it.
Yeah, Johnny always did a tremendous amount of reading and research, and he did. And Johnny was the first one I even heard about what COVID was.
Mm-hmm.
I never forget that. And same thing with Bitcoin. But he did a lot of research and always read.
But you both were so early on some big ones. In other words, because you've been gambling since you're a kid, and you know the industry. Johnny reads everything, knows so much.
Mm-hmm.
He did have one mess up. He told me that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election.
Well, you can't win them all.
He lost that one bad.
You can't win them all.
But he was 90% of his picks were right. Johnny C.
I mean.
He had another bad one.
Yeah.
He bet the Cowboys for 20 years on the locker room.
Well, there's that one.
That one really, that took me down.
I took the over on Ben and J-Lo. So I lost to that one.
Right.
It happens. You're going to win, you're going to lose.
Right. But he was very early on Bitcoin. Johnny C. brought me into it, and I followed it. And, of course, Bitcoin is now at $105,000 a coin. $105,000. When I started here, we were talking about $137 per coin.
Wow.
It's $105,000 per coin.
I got to check my pocket, see if I got any Bitcoin. Somebody who does a great job every day. We can't do it without him, but we would try. Dominic does a great job. And a haircut today. Act a little enthused around here. My God. Be proud of your profession.
And he's getting all spiffed up for his girlfriend for this Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
He's got this haircut going. I see a
Cut
real
the beard.
Yeah, he's got like this butch hard look today, like he's been working out.
Yeah, no, he's in good shape. He is. He can get a pizza back and forth here in 5 minutes. So that's impressive. Andy Quinn, can't thank you enough. You have a great weekend. We know you don't work Fridays, so we hope you have a nice weekend, whatever you're doing with your family, with your girl.
And I won't be here Monday.
And you won't be here Monday.
I need a golf check-in tomorrow if you're golfing.
Are you golfing?
I am golfing tomorrow.
All right, so give us a call. Let us know what you're doing.
I'll let you know. Hopefully, I'm not down like last week.
Call us after 12 because Franny will be here 10 to 12. After that, we're looking.
We're free then.
Yeah,
All right, that's going to be on the back nine. So either I'll be in a good or bad mood, whether I'm up or down.
Hey, I'd rather have the back nine than no nine.
G might throw double down on you then.
Oh yeah. I'm always betting on you. No, there's no doubt about it. Anytime there's a chance to lay money on you, I'm gonna.
I love it.
You're my boy. But thank you so much for changing your schedule and coming in. And again, Franny signed her new contract. Next 9 months, she'll be working 10 to 12.
Hey, I do like noon to 2.
I know. It fits you. It's perfect.
I love it.
Mondays off, Fridays. You can't beat that.
I mean, come on.
I mean, you got better hours than a plastic surgeon who did the Jenner's breast thing. That's what they were.
He's busy.
Oh, yeah, he's busy.
Right.
We'll be back in a few minutes with a Greek Zone. We got Drew Martin calling and Josh Cohen. It is the Real Radio 921-1017. And don't forget, you're going to are they getting another opportunity to go to Vegas?
Not till I think 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Well, that's another opportunity. We'll give you some more details when we come back. Your chance to go to Vegas. I had somebody text me, and I wanted to just ask you, do we know the hotel they're staying at?
No.
Okay. We don't know the hotel, but you're going to be on the Strip. How's that? But, yeah, better be in Vegas than not being in Vegas at all. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday.
You're staying at the Red Roof.
Is there a Red Roof on the Strip?
I don't think so.
I don't think there's a Red Roof on the Strip. It'll be a beautiful hotel. Okay, I could just say that iHeart does everything top notch because they take enough from me. We'll be back. Peace.
It's Rover from Rover's Morning Glory. Wake up with me each morning. Just tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1.
Hello.
On iHeartRadio.
The Stanley Cup Final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final for the third year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not Hero Radio, Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup Final anywhere. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
You have a left lane block, Forest Hill Boulevard, slow eastbound right before Jog Road. Police activity, have a right lane block, Turnpike northbound at Glades Road, and that on-ramp is shut down for an investigation. Turnpike north from Glades, that's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Franny, and we know GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better. With GimmeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway, they're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. Whether you're selling your daily driver, pickup, SUV, or even a supercar, they want it. Just enter your VIN or license plate at GimmeTheVin.com and get an instant offer in minutes.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are hazy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Lots of Saharan dust in place, so you'll notice that milky-looking sky. Temperatures in the upper 80s outside. Much drier today, obviously much warmer. 1 or 2 isolated showers are still possible, but that dust is going to limit the rain chance. We're back in the low 90s Friday and through the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
Your story has power, and it can help others feel less alone. This Mental Health Awareness Month, NAMI invites you to share your story of hope, resilience, or recovery. In every story, there's strength. Every experience helps break down stigma and remind someone they're not alone. Visit NAMI.org/MHAM to submit your story and be part of the conversation that's changing mental health. Together, we educate, we support, we advocate, we listen, we lead. NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What do you want? I already made your bet.
I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. It's $40,000 in all.
Scrap the whole bet?
Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a 6-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the line?
Still +1.
+1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets?
Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets.
Fine.
Come on.
$1,000 a point. Okay, take this. And this is a gift for me.
There it is. It's a gift. It is the Greek Zone, Monday to Friday, 2 to 3. The Greek Zone is a handicapping show where we talk about sports and we talk about the odds, what's going on. We go over the lines on the Hard Rock app, check it all out. And every day we have a special guest that joins me, and we talk about gambling, odds, and what's going on. And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we can always count on this man. He is the host of Questionable Call 3 times a week on YouTube. Download it. You'll be entertained. It's always unique, different, and I enjoy it. Josh Cohn joins us on the Greek Zone.
What's happening, G? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. How about yourself? What's going on?
Every day above ground is a good day. But I got to be honest with you. Last night, that hockey game was so good. That series is going to be what we talked about.
Yeah.
I could not care less about the NBA Finals. Like, I just wish there was another hockey game tonight.
Yeah, I don't have the same way. You know, I like NBA over NHL, and I've gotten to the NHL a little bit more over the years. And again, I never, ever bet the NHL for years. Maybe the last couple of years I've just dabbled in it, like the WNBA. But yeah, it was exciting. You know, we're the home of the Panthers, which is great. What they're involved in right now, third time the Stanley Cup, is fantastic. I have Edmonton for the series. We'll see. It's going to be a long series, but I think it's going to be a good one. And a lot of people, if you're not a hockey fan, one of the things that was unique early was when they challenged it, and when you lose, you set up a power play. And I wanted to ask you, read at it again. I think that's a strong thing to do. Could you see that in any way, like in the NFL, a challenge, and you give them like a field goal from the 20?
Yeah, for those that don't know, what G is talking about is if you challenge a play, and by the way, really the only time that you challenge in hockey is a goal.
Sure.
You would challenge that the other team was offsides, or that there was goalie interference, or that there was a high stick. Those are really the parameters that you would challenge it. The penalty for getting the challenge wrong, as Greek said, is that you now have a man go to the penalty box. So if you win the challenge, the goal comes off the board, no big deal. Okay, you're good. But if you lose the challenge, not only do they get the goal, but now you actually are man down. So it's now 6 guys on 5, or 5 on 4 if you're not counting the goalie. It is a tremendous thing because it discourages just challenging for the sake of, well, we haven't used it, let's use it. That's what it does. Because in baseball, sometimes they go, well, they don't really believe it, but they're going to challenge it to give the reliever a chance to warm up. And, if you don't use it, you lose it, so who cares? This says, we're not playing games. If you're wrong, you get penalized. I love it.
It's strong because last night, the Panthers took major advantage. They got the goal, and then they got a power play goal. So right there as a coach, man, I got to tell you, I don't think I would challenge, because especially in the Stanley Cup, because it worked out for Edmonton, obviously, but I might be like, man, they almost didn't come back from that when they had 2 goals real quick.
Right. Yeah, no, it was one of those perfect textbook examples of be sure. When you challenge, you better be sure. It's like trial lawyers will tell you. Like your buddy Jason Weiser will say.
Yeah.
You never ask a question in court you don't already know the answer to.
Mm-hmm.
So really, if it's an offsides, you can tell. On the tablet, you can tell. So if offsides a challenge, they're going to get those right 99% of the time. The goalie interference, which is what that was, that can be open to interpretation. So that can be a judgment call. So that might be worth challenging. But yeah, you're right. For Edmonton, they got screwed because the goal counted, and then on the power play they gave up the other goal, and then off and running. But then again, there's nothing like live betting hockey. I'll be honest.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's the best. Live betting hockey, particularly when you got a team that's up by 2, and then they're heading into the third period, and you get a chance with like 12 minutes left to bet that, yes, they'll score a goal in that third period. Because down 2, most teams will pull their goalie with about 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
So you got 3.5 minutes with a chance at an open net. Now, you're going to pay significant juice, but it's exciting. Parlay that with something else. You can knock it down. 2-leg parlay, you can knock it down to about even money. But no, it's a rush betting live hockey.
Yeah, I don't bet in game. I'm going to have to come out with you one night, maybe hang out at your house and do it live and bring a band with me and have some fun with it. We're talking to Josh Cohn, the host of Questionable Call, 3 times a week on YouTube. Download it. You will enjoy it. I make it part of my agenda every week, and you guys should also. NBA Finals tonight. Maybe we're going to get surprised because everybody's been poo-pooing on the whole concept of what's going to happen, and the Knicks took the headlines earlier in the week. But maybe we will get a good series. But most likely, I think we're going to see the Thunder take care of the Pacers in 5. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, we talked about it the other day. They've been the best team in basketball all season and all postseason. They win games by an average margin of nearly 13 points per game.
Which is crazy.
They're a minus 700, which is crazy, which is why they're a minus 700 favorite on the money line, one of the bigger favorites in the last 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 of those teams, by the way, like we said, were the Lakers in 2000 and 2003, I believe. They're a big favorite for good reason. Now, with that said, it's been a couple days since they played, and anything can happen in a best of 7, and you never know how. Sometimes, matchups. Styles make fights. Matchups make series.
Mm-hmm.
You can say on paper what it's supposed to be, but until they throw the tip, the ball's tipped, you don't know how things will play out. With that said, I think it's a 5-game series, 6 tops. But Oklahoma City should win this, and there should be a couple games in which they win it with no doubt. And speaking of which, the beginning of your show, right? You got Adam Sandler from Uncut Gems.
Yes.
You've been at this forever. I've been at this forever. What bothers you? Does anything bother you about that parlay that he puts together? Because one thing has driven me crazy since the first time I saw the movie.
It's a bizarre parlay that he puts in. The chances of him hitting are, and Francesa plays the bookie for WFAN. It's just that it's bizarre what he's doing. And the way he's on these crazy parlays, you bet against yourself.
The one thing that I hate about it, since I thought they did the movie so well.
Yeah, I like the movie.
Won an Oscar for it.
Sad.
The movie was fantastic, well directed, well cast, everything. But that parlay with all that, and then your first leg is the opening tip of the game.
Yeah,
like the parlay could be dead immediately off a tip ball.
Oh yeah.
What? I mean, I don't care how crazy you are of a gambler. Who puts that in a parlay? That's idiotic. So I digress. I'm way off track. I know, but
No. I love that movie. I thought it was done. It was a little dark. Supposedly, from what I've heard from other people, that is a true story, or based on somewhat of a true story of a jeweler in the New York area. And I've talked to a couple people who have said that they know the individual. But, you know, I thought Adam Sandler should have maybe got an Oscar for that. He did a great job.
Yeah, the whole thing was a masterpiece, except for that crazy parlay where the first leg is the opening tip of a game. Like, I'll put together, like, Hard Rock Bet. I'll put together a hockey parlay, okay? Yeah. And I'll use alt lines. So, like, last night, I got Edmonton plus 2.5. Goals going over 3.5.
Wow.
And then you use the third period over 1.5 goals. Well, then it scored 1 goal, so the parlay was but you get a chance to hedge. Like, everything is happening as you go, and then you got a chance to hedge. Or you can use second and third period, both teams to score at plus money, plus 120. But you want to give yourself a chance, so then you can have a buyout. You can take a little something from the efforts. If your parlay is uncut gems and it whole rides on the opening tip of the game,
you're done.
It can be over before the clock says 11:59 remaining in the first quarter. So you're done. Right.
I bet the coin toss 1 year years ago. I never did it before or after. And the reason I didn't bet was because of what I thought going in. That's depressing if you're down before the ball goes in the air. And it was.
Right.
And I lost it. And I said, I will never bet the coin toss again. Even though it's got great odds.
You remember that 1 year? It was probably 2004, 2005. And I'm doing home team at Real Radio. And you're doing Greek's Gridiron and Greek's Hardwood with me on Fridays all year long. And my friend was Clarence Clemens' manager from the E Street Band.
Okay.
And Bruce Springsteen in the E Street, she was a big listener. She was a big fan of the station. And she loved, the lineup throughout the day. Bruce and the E Street Band, they're playing halftime. So there was a sports book offshore that was letting you bet the first song of halftime. So I'm pressing her to get what the first song
would be. Yeah.
Right. So we get, I mean, that's how it was back 20 years ago. You could actually do stuff like that.
Oh, it's so different when stuff like that went on. We're talking to Josh Cohn, the host of Questionable Call, 3 times a week on YouTube. Download it. You will be entertained. And also you'll get Josh's opinion, which is always unique and up to an A grade in my book. Taylor Swift and Kelsey, again, spotted in Palm Beach. Not that South Florida needs any more press, but I got to be honest, it does give people a lot of ooh and ah, and I should come down here. I tell people the mosquitoes are as big as watermelons, and it's 137 degrees, and don't come down here. When I talk to them, what do you tell people?
Yeah, I mean, you see what's happened with the influx in New York. I live on a block. I live right here in the heart of City Place.
Yeah.
The whole block is Wall Street South.
Yeah.
We talked about it. Harry's in New York, Adrian's Pizza Kitchen, Felice, and Goldman Sachs anchors the whole freaking building. Stephen Ross did this on purpose. So New York City is moving to do finance here. But here's the thing. Here's the question I have. Okay, so Taylor Swift and Kelsey, they had dinner 2 weeks ago Friday night right here at Harry's. I'm looking at it out my balcony window right now. They had a dinner Friday. But then last night, they're over the bridge at my other favorite spot, Bucan. Like, are they looking to buy on Palm Beach?
Maybe.
Because he's renting in Boca, right? So if you're going to make that trip from Boca all the way up here, once is okay, whatever. But, like, now we're talking every couple of weeks for dinner. There's something to this, G. Like, there's second time's a trend.
Well, they're probably looking to bump into you, Josh. I mean, that's what it probably is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm sure.
They go, who's up here? We got Trump. We got Josh Cohn. I mean, what else? Why are we not part of this? They definitely want to be a part of it. Sunday night.
What's going on?
It could be.
What's going on, for real?
Yeah, no.
They're spending time up here. Because it doesn't make sense. She doesn't have ties here. He doesn't have ties here.
No.
He's living in a big house in Boca.
Yeah.
But they keep coming here. Got to be a reason. That's all I'm saying. Got to be a reason.
I wouldn't put it past it. You never know. People get very intrigued with that area. It's a beautiful area. You can't beat it. Sunday night, I'm going to see Nikki Glaser, who I think is unbelievable. I'm expecting a lot. I might be let down because I don't know if she could live up to the roast. But she is really somebody whose career was always good, but really hits a moment where she did that roast and just became super, super huge.
Yeah, she's been a big stand-up for a while now. She's been a touring stand-up for a while now. She's not one of those flash in the pan, kind of like, oh, the hot thing. Like, she's a working, touring comedian.
For years.
And she got a lot of love and pub off of a couple of roasts. I know you're talking specifically about the Tom Brady roast on Netflix last year, but she's done a bunch of roasts over the years. Is she playing the Kravis?
Yes.
Very nice. I was not aware.
Saturday and Sunday night. I was invited. A buddy of mine asked me to go. June 8th actually was my dad's birthday. Somebody who is very fond of you. And always a big fan. Yeah, very big fan of yours for years. And many holidays, the three of us, we used to sit around and just, cut it up and have some fun. And I miss those days. But those were times sometimes you look back and say, man, those were some good times and just fun. Because there was nothing planned.
Yeah, exactly. I'd pop over, say hello to Mr. G, to Mr. Marge, and then we would go over to, like, Scotty Lisa's, and you would mock him about the size of his shrimp.
Yes.
Hard time for no reason because you're ungrateful.
Now, the thing with you and my dad, wasn't there always some kind of a book involved? I remember where he would suggest that you read something, and you would suggest that he would read something. Am I correct in that?
Your father and I had this weird kind of book club where it turned out we'd read the same stuff, and I'm like, you got to read this book.
Yeah.
By George Jacobs. He was Sinatra's personal assistant at LA. And then your father would point at the table, and you have a stack of books, and it's right in the middle of it. It'd be like 10. He's like, I already got it.
Yeah, I remember that. And he could never have that conversation with me because I don't read. But he always loved having it with you.
Exactly. Well,
Josh Cohn.
Happy birthday to Mr. March.
Oh, yeah. I miss him every day, but was a fan of yours and always enjoyed you coming over. And always a little bit higher step when he knew you were coming over at night around the holidays. Like I said, it was something we did. He would always say to me, is Josh coming over? I said, yeah, he's going to stop over. He's going to see a young lady. He's going to stop over and see us. And you would come over and enjoyed it. And I look back at those times because I think that's what you got to do in life. When you lose somebody you love, you think back to things. And I always think about it on the holidays. Of things that we did. You and our friendship has gone on for a long, long time, and I do appreciate it. And I always liked when you did spend time with my dad because I know he enjoyed it. And there wasn't many people because I brought many girls in that house that he was not impressed with.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Which one are you?
Yeah, that's right. That's what you always say. How long is she going to last? Josh, let me ask you. The Marlins lost 3 games straight to the worst team in baseball. I have so many people I know who lost their ass on it because not only did they think they could lose 1, 2, or 3, but how many times do we know of teams sweeping teams? It doesn't matter the records, but when certain things happen, they could sweep them. And it was so bad for the Marlins because there was more people at New York Prime than there was at the stadium. Were you amazed at that? Because I was, for the worst team in baseball.
There was more people at the New York Prime valet station
than
there was at the baseball game. Forget about inside the restaurant. Colorado Rockies, historically bad. When I say historically, I mean the last time a team had won fewer games inside of the total games played was 145 years ago.
I know.
100. And you're thinking they played Major League? Yes, they played Major League Baseball 145 years ago. You're going back literally, before like electricity. We're talking about. That's how long it's been since that team was as bad as. So it's not just the worst team in baseball. They might be the worst team in the history of baseball itself. Not baseball this year.
Yeah.
Baseball ever since Doubleday, since they invented the game. But that's the thing about gambling.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. At any time, anyone can win a game, a fight, a match, a race. It doesn't matter, and that's why that's one thing sports teaches us.
Yeah.
There's one thing sports teaches us. There's no such thing as a sure thing, and that's the most important lesson of all.
Oh, yeah, there isn't when you're betting sports. Anything can happen. You go back to the Knicks series with Indiana with that shot that hit against the rim and jumped up in the air and touched the Empire State Building, came down. It could have went any way.
Yep.
And you know what? Maybe the Knicks win the series. Maybe he doesn't get fired as a coach. You got to play the games. And those are the things. On paper, you always look at things on paper. But when you come and say, like this, to you, because to me it would be, without a doubt, if Indiana ever won, would it be the biggest upset in NBA Finals in the last 30 years?
I mean, you remember that Piston team over that Lakers. See, the problem with the Lakers in 2004 is
were
that
tired.
it was an all-star. It was an all-star team.
Yeah.
Right? It was Karl Malone, and it was Gary Payton, and Shaq was still there, and Kobe. So it was all these random superstars from other places, many at the end of their careers. So they were a collection of greats. They weren't a great team. And then they ran into your boy Chancey, as you call him, and Rip Hamilton, and I think Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah. But they won 3 in a row previously, though. The Lakers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. But that Piston team, I remember, your boy Johnny C was like, I'll bet you. I'll take your money.
Yeah.
And I said, get out of here. And I'm betting, Laker reputation experience. And that series wasn't even close.
No.
I mean, so I'm thinking of NBA Finals upsets. That one financially more than it was like, if you looked inside the numbers, you could make a case for the Pistons.
Yeah.
But I think they were like a 4-1 underdog.
Yeah, but not as high as this.
NBA Finals. This one's a little bit more so. I feel like, you saw the commissioner, Adam Silver, try and explain. He's like, I know these aren't big market teams, but think of it like Pittsburgh Steelers versus Green Bay Packers. And it's like, stop it. You can't compare that.
No.
Because that, he's trying to compare the size of the markets with, the correlation. That's not the correlation. The correlation is brands.
Yeah.
And the brand is the brand. In the NFL, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because, the Buffalo Bills, they're a small market, doesn't matter.
No.
There's more people live in Port St. Lucie than live in Green Bay.
That's
Green
right.
Bay's got a trophy case full of Super Bowl championships. Can't make that comparison. But, I mean, you'd have to check the numbers again, but it would be one of...
Yeah,
I mean, it would be one of the bigger upsets, without question, for, pre-game one, series money line, it would have to be a top 3 of the last 25 years. Yes. Top 2, top 3.
I know a lot of people and guys in the business. We're talking to Josh Cohn, host of Questionable Call on YouTube, who are betting the series ends in 5. Not only that, and then, where there are some places you could bet that you get, 1.5 games for the Pacers. And more people are betting on Oklahoma City, not even that they're going to win the series, but they're going to win, in that 4-1 fashion. So I think when you see stuff like that out there flying, and it's like the day of the Super Bowl, Joshua, when there's an underdog, you hear so many different things and different stuff is out in the atmosphere and people talk about it. But it would be a shock. I think it's the highest first game spread in years, being at 9.5.
Probably, yeah. Probably has to be, yeah. I just checked the Hard Rock Bet app before I came on with you to see about, exactly when it ends. And the most popular bet with the lowest pay odds is 5. That is the lowest.
Yeah.
And I think the best value is 7 because nobody expects it to go 7.
No,
so if you think the Pacers could, if you think both teams can win 3, then go ahead and put, $4.25 on go 7, get a nice little return on investment, nice little ROI.
Oh, yeah, it would be. I don't see it. I see Oklahoma City in 6 the most, possibly 5. And how about Alexander's over under 33.5? That is crazy in itself.
Yeah, you and I talked about that a little bit on Tuesday. That, to me, says they're hoping that there's a bunch of people utilizing the app that are new to this.
Yeah.
Because there's not fair value on 34.5. If you need to have action on his performance, the value, it's like you go to Publix and it's, buy one, get 2 free.
Yeah.
I don't care if you like the product or not, like, to take the value, you'd have to go under on, if it's 34.5. And by the way, if that's the case, you get closer to tip, it's probably going to go up. It's going to go to 35, 35.5. So wait on it. And then tonight about, 8:05, bet the under.
Josh Cohn, always a pleasure talking to you. I appreciate your time on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tell people where they can watch you and check you out and get some more information.
Yeah, on YouTube, you just subscribe to Questionable Call. Brand new episodes Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The show is 4 minutes long. You take one story, break it down to stuff you need to know, and then how it works, and then you learn a little something. But again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, new episodes, new shorts, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 4-minute show. That's it. Questionable Call on YouTube.
Josh, thanks for your time, brother. We'll talk next week. Have a great weekend, pal.
You too. Appreciate you, buddy.
Peace. It is the Greek. It is Dominic. It is the Greek Zone. We're going to come back with looking at the lines in baseball and the NBA. Dominic's got some interesting facts about some golfers and so much more. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory. A woman was arrested on a plane for smacking a kid after he said that she was fat, looked like Miss Piggy, and couldn't fit in her seat. The twist is, she was traveling with the kid. The news didn't say, but it might actually be her kid. You'd be pissed off if your kid says something like that to you.
And I'm also the kind of mom, if you want to call me Miss Piggy, I want to roast you back. I might come back with a comment about your looks or say something to you. I might, especially if you're a teenager.
You're not afraid to stoop low. You'll go right after.
If you're a teenager.
You're flat-chested.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Object on the roadway in Boca Raton. Center lane is blocked. Look out 95 south at Congress Avenue. Police activity now off to the right shoulder. Turnpike northbound at Glades Road. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
This Father's Day, grab great gearhead gifts at Summit Racing. You'll find parts, tools, accessories, apparel, and more. Or give the perfect card, a Summit Racing gift card. Fast shipping, massive inventory, and expert tech advice are a click away at summitracing.com.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. Celebrate Independence Day at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium for Mega Bash July 3rd and 4th between the Palm Beach Cardinals and Jupiter Hammerheads. Both games start at 6 p.m. with post-game fireworks and the Mega Kids area with inflatables. Purchase your tickets at RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com.
As men get older, our bodies change. We all know that, and often we just accept the changes as the way it is. But some of those changes, such as bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, brain fog, no energy, and reduced gains in the gym, could be due to low testosterone. And that is something you can change. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And even if you're in your 30s, if you're experiencing some or all of the symptoms I just noted, you very well may need low testosterone treatment. With our treatment protocols, if you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is, Tobacco-Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. When you call Tobacco-Free Florida's phone quit service, you'll receive one-on-one sessions with a coach who can help you on your quit journey. You may also qualify for free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco-Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dinner's ready. All right, is everyone here? Where's Michael? Food's getting cold.
Every day, 9 people on our Florida roadways won't make it home. Don't let it be you or someone you love.
Michael, is that you? Officer?
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. I have some very sad news to share.
Michael never made it home. Buckle up. Every trip, every time. Let's get everyone home safely. A message from Florida Department of Transportation, Target Zero. For more information, visit targetzerofl.com.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are hazy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Lots of Saharan dust in place, so you'll notice that milky-looking sky. Temperatures in the upper 80s outside. Much drier today, obviously much warmer. 1 or 2 isolated showers are still possible, but that dust is going to limit the rain chance. We're back in the low 90s Friday and through the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hurry into DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo, only at DQ. Happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Recipients have done the improbable.
This medal is for the men who went down that day.
On Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage, you'll hear about these heroes and what their stories tell us about the nature of bravery. Listen to Medal of Honor on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Why does this still seem like gambling to you? I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday afternoon. Thanks for always tuning in to Real Radio. 921-1017. The home of the Panthers going for their back-to-back cup. Game 2 will be tomorrow evening. You can involved by the show by a couple things. You can call us at 877-927-6969. No pizza today. No pizza today.
Thank you, Will, though, anyway.
That's right.
Yesterday.
Will, thank you. You've done it a few times. A listener, nice enough, and brought a whole box of candies, which we really appreciate. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
So, Dom, we're going to turn it over to you now. I know you are a guy who dabbles in sports betting a little, but you do have some interesting facts about some golf things going on.
All right, G-Man. Well, we were talking about the Marlins losing 3 straight to Colorado.
Yes.
And if you had to guess, would you say that the Colorado Rockies won more games in the last month or Scotty Scheffler won more golf tournaments? Which one would you pick?
Oh, I would have to say the Rockies. Pretty easy. Because, I mean, to win a golf tournament's hard. And then in a month, there's really only 2 golf tournaments that you have a chance to maybe win. So to say that the win since June, I think that's what it was. What would be more? And the Rockies have had 3. They've had a good month so far. And our boy Scotty.
Well, if you want to go from May,
Yeah.
from the beginning of May, Scotty's had 3 wins since the beginning of May.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure Colorado didn't even get a win in that month. And from what I saw, I didn't see any wins.
No, Colorado had wins in May.
May?
Yeah. They started, the season started.
Well, I don't think they had more than 3, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure about as many as they had.
Yeah, I don't think he had. Scotty had 3 wins in May.
Yeah.
And I think they didn't get as many as Scotty did.
Yeah, well, they only had 8 going into the Marlins.
Mhm.
So, they had a couple in April, obviously, and they had a couple in May.
All right, now how about this? Scotty Scheffler, since that beginning of May, he's won, let's see, $1.7 million at the Brian Nelson, first place.
Cha-ching.
PGA Championship, first place, $3.4 million. Charles Schwab tied for 4th, got a nice $400,000 there.
Not bad.
And then the Memorial Tournament this past weekend that he won, $4 million. That's nearly $10 million he's won in 30 days.
God bless him.
That's insane. And his caddy, is taking in 10%, so that's $1 million in 30 days for his caddy, too.
Oh, yeah, I wish I was part of whatever he is. I wish I was his chauffeur. That's a great month. And $10 million earnings in 30 days.
I mean, some people can't even get that in a year or in their whole career.
Oh, yeah. I mean, forget career. I mean, like you said, career, they can't do it. No, he's unbelievable right now. He's the guy who's doing it all. He's the premier golfer, #1 in the world at different times when they do come out with the rankings. But, yeah, hats off to him that he had an unbelievable May.
Same house wins as the
Rockies.
Rockies.
Yeah, the Rockies are not a good baseball team, but they came down here and they won 3 games, which was unbelievable against the Marlins. I was shocked about that. I really was. I thought they, maybe a game, maybe. But if you asked me who was going to sweep who, I would have said the Marlins. But like we said, that's why you play the games in sports, because you just never know who the hell's going to win.
And also, we have the U.S. Open coming up next weekend, I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, it's looking like it's going to be one of the roughest, toughest courses to play. They're saying that some of the rough in there is over 6 inches deep. Bryson DeChambeau posted some little reels on Instagram of him playing there this week, and it's like you can't even see your ankle. That's how deep it is.
Well, the conditions always matter to every course. Obviously, you notice as a golfer, and they talk about, the conditions even when the Masters is going on. It's very fast. Traditionally, the lower the grass is going to keep the ball going, which we know, and the deeper it's going to hurt. But it's going to be interesting. Like I said, this is golf's time where they get a little bit of the headlines because the NBA Finals is going on in the NHL. But there's not much going on as a sports player. I mean, you're thinking you're dying for stuff. Even Monday night, there was nothing on. People were asking me what time the Marlin game was on. So I was like, ooh, it's hurting. In Major League Baseball, you have some games that are going to start at 3 o'clock, Philadelphia and Toronto. Philly's favorite there. Minnesota and the A's. Minnesota's been spanking the A's around. A's are one of the worst teams in baseball, along with the White Sox and the Rockies and the Pirates. Baltimore playing Seattle. Baltimore's had the best of them. And San Diego playing San Francisco. Mets and Dodgers this afternoon. Mets have had the Dodgers number. I don't know if it's going to change. I might go with the Mets again. Houston and Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh, again, a really bad team. You got Chicago and Washington. Yanks and Cleveland. Yanks favored in that one. And Texas and Tampa Bay. And those are your NBA lines we're going to check right now, because with the NBA, it's pretty simple. You got one thing going on, and that is the NBA Finals. That's it. That's all you got. You got Oklahoma City -9.5. 230 is the over-under. That is high. And, again, people in the industry are saying this is the game that if you want to bet the Pacers, you bet them. They feel there's a little bit of a rust that's going to go on. Both teams have not played for a while. But Oklahoma City more. They haven't played in 8 days. Alexander, 33.5. We talked about that with Josh. That is a high number over. Now, the under is -125. So if you're looking at that, you're thinking to yourself, I guess the under is the bet.
Yeah, especially, I mean, I would wait till game time. I would wait till, 5 minutes into the first quarter.
Yeah.
See how they start off. They start off slow. Like that first game, sometimes they do start a little slower.
Yeah.
Especially with, all the rest that they've had.
Well, again, once the game starts, the odds will change.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
For people who don't realize that, it's not going to be the same number. It gets adjusted. Williamson, also for the Thunder, 22.5. You got Halliburton at 17.5. His is lower. They're going to need him to score more than 17, 18 points a game to go against the Thunder. The Thunder played them twice this year, beat them twice. He can't score 18. He's got to score in the 20s. They just don't have the manpower if they do that. Also, Chet Holmgren, also for the Thunder, he's at 16.5. He's somebody who could drive and also score. You got Turner, 13.5. You got my boy Caruso, all the way down there at 8.5. So Caruso's one, Chet Holmgren's one, and Williams is one, if you want to look at three guys in that situation for the Oklahoma City.
I think I'm going to put $20 on Caruso tonight. I feel it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad one. It's minus 105.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, whatever. You take a shot. You got Caruso. I like Holmgren, too. I think him with 16.5. He shoots a lot of threes, and he does drive and get some rebounds. Jalen Williams, I think he has a good game at 22.5. Obviously, when I'm doing this, I'm looking at the situation. You got some combos that you could also bet. Double-doubles with Chet, Halliburton, Jason Williams, triple-doubles, points, assists, or rebounds. Now, Alexander, he's got 46.5.
Ooh.
That's not bad because he's 34 for his points. He's going to get 7 or 6 or 7 assists.
And a couple of rebounds. You know, the ball's going to fly to him. He's going to pick it up.
Williams, 33. Halliburton, 31. That's with all three. Halliburton, I do like that, 31, with rebounds, points, and assists.
Especially when a couple of games ago, he had a triple-double by the halftime.
Yeah. And again, different games, different stuff that goes on. You're looking for an edge or you're looking for something that you think that it could happen. You got margin of victory. And also for the odds for the whole thing, Indiana Pacers is plus 500 if you bet them. You put up 100, you'll get 5. You also have winning margin, which is always something that I like to look at. It's crazy. I've hit a few, but the chances of it happening are not good.
What about the series total games? I know that's a hot one right now.
Yeah, what do they have it on the Hard Rock?
They have it at under. It's at 5.5 right now, so you could pick under or over. The under is at minus 135, and the over is at plus 110.
Yeah, I mean it's right there. Does it go 6 or 5? I don't know. That's tough. It really is tough because I could see it going 4. Tonight's game is going to be the whole thing. I mean, when you kick off in a lot of series, you see what happens in game 1. We saw it with the Knicks, obviously losing a 20-point lead and not being able to bounce back. If you're home, you got to win this game. If the Pacers win tonight, the whole series is turned upside down.
Oh.
Obviously. Then you could think right away, hey, it's going to go 6.
You think Tyrese Halliburton's dad's going to show up?
Yeah, I think he'll show up. Where he sits, I don't know.
In the lower bowl, or you think he'll be in a press box? Or not press box, but, suite?
Probably sweet. Oklahoma City, though, they're not known, their fans, to be, out of control and nasty. So I think he's okay if he should just. And it's only game 1. So if they win, you know what I mean? I think he would go crazy, but I don't think he'd be, he's in danger. Let's put it that way. If it was me and I was a commissioner, I would have suspended him for the rest of the season.
You mean he's not going to walk up in someone's face?
Like he did with the Greek Freak? No. I would have suspended him for the whole year. That's me. But again, just like I think if you fight at an arena, I think you should be banned for life. Because that's the only way you stop things. To say that, okay, you know what, you're going to end up being for a little while, that's not going to change anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not. Now, Halliburton, I think, addressed it well. I think he handled it well at the press conference. I'm sure it was something he was very uncomfortable to talk about when it's your dad. You're embarrassed. You don't want to say anything. You don't even want that to come up, obviously. That's not a question you look at that you want to handle when you're going to the podium. You want to think about other things like, hey, we just got to win and everything's great. I don't want to talk about my dad, acting like a wacko. But I would have definitely suspended him for the whole season and just said, you come back next year. Can't have that. The Greek Freak in that situation handled it very well. I don't think he got enough credit because he just walked away and he was like, hey, you got to be humble when you win. Because he could have lost his temper, and that could have really got bad. And like any situation, I mean, it could escalate, and then it gets bad. People are pushing and yelling and going back and forth. So I think that it worked out well all around. And I also thought Halliburton dealt with it in a good way. His father getting suspended brought a little bit more on it. And then they showed his dad in the stands and stuff. They never showed his dad before that because nobody cared who his dad was. But, yeah, I thought he handled it well, to me personally. 877-927-6969. Pacers and the Oklahoma City tonight. We've told you who we're on. We're no different than most majority of people. I think most people are on 100% are on the Oklahoma City. If tonight, the Pacers do win, it'll be a big shock, and people's thoughts will change. And then people will be like, oh, my God, what the hell's going on here? But it's one of those situations where I'd be shocked.
Oh, yeah.
The game's a little late for some people, 8:30. So you're talking like 11:30, the game's going to end.
Oh, that game last night was keeping me up. The Panthers.
Yeah, that was late. That was a late night game, and plus it went to overtime.
Yep.
And it almost went to double overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, it was they scored with 30 seconds left. But I did think with the Panthers watching it, when they got the goal, and first was 1-0 by Edmonton, but they tied it, and then they got that penalty and went up 2-1. I was like, hey, it looks good. I think...
Then they went up even 3-1.
Yeah,
after that.
Yeah, I thought today I heard on one of the radio stations down in Miami that the Panthers are 31-0 when they lead in the playoffs over the last couple of years when they have a lead going into the third period. So that was a big shocker that they ended up doing that. And again, they've had great success for 3 years. This is the third year in a row where they've won a lot of playoff games. I mean, you look at playoff series. The first year they won 3. They went 3-1. Last year they went 4-1. This year so far they're 3-0.
Yep.
So when you look at that, they're 3-1, 4-3. They're 10-1 in the last series that they've played in. That's unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's 40 wins right there. So the Panthers have done a great job. You can't deny it. If you're a Panther fan, you got to be excited. And also, enjoy the process now because you're in the Stanley Cup for the third season in a row, which is unbelievable. But like I said, 2 years ago, 3-1 against series wins. Last year, 4-0. That's 7-1. And so far, 3-0. So you're 10-1 in series. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Very impressive, in fact. Teams don't do that. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Let us know you have an opinion on the game or the series. And the Panthers, too. Football's taking a little bit of a back seat, which is good. Rick Pitino said today, I'm not interested in the Knicks job. He was at the Yankee game last night, and they asked him. And he was like, no, I'm not interested in it. And again, everybody's name's going to get thrown out of there. Elon Musk's name's going to get thrown out of there. They're going to mention 10 different names that are going to be out there. But who is it going to be? I think the Knicks will decide within the next couple weeks. Probably after the NBA play.
Like you said before, they already got they're already thinking who they got.
Yeah, I knew that Rose, and Tibbs had problems, but I didn't know they didn't talk for a year.
Yeah, that's a long time.
So when you're not talking to somebody for a year, it's pretty bad. I mean, no matter what happens, it's a disagreement with talent, obviously, contracts, getting people. Then they said he had some problems with Cat, your second biggest star. Things like that happen. And again, when rumors get out there, it's a rumor for a reason. Somebody says it. They asked Bronson at the end of the press conference with the Eastern Conference, hey, what do you think? Is Coach coming back? And Bronson got mad and said, is that a real question? Like in his mind, no doubt at all. Like a lot of people because of his great success, Tibbs. But egos are involved when there's big power struggles and you got GMs and coaches. You can't be a successful team and have a GM and a coach that don't talk. Just not good. You got to have constant communication. Because the GM's getting you your players and taking care of contracts and making trades. So if you're not talking, that's bad. It's not good for anything like that at that level when you're dealing with millions and millions of dollars. And, I mean, Tibbs can't get up in the morning and read in the paper who I got. It's got to be more like, hey, let's work together. Who do you want to bring in? Who do you want to let go? Who do you like in free agency? I mean, there's so many aspects of the game. I knew it was a strained relationship, but I didn't realize if reports are true that they didn't talk for a year. I mean, you don't talk for a year, that's bad.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know what? I mean, and then it turns out to Dolan, and then it's who's got the better relationship with the owner, and Rose did, and you're done.
Did you see that all the Knicks went out afterwards to the club in New York City?
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. When they lost?
Yeah, but there was one missing, that OG Anunoby.
Yeah.
He was surprisingly missing from the whole group, so people are speculating about that.
Well,
Like all the stars, the whole team was there, and he was the only one kind of missing.
Maybe he had something to do, or maybe he didn't want to go out, or maybe his girlfriend or wife didn't want him out. Who knows?
Yep.
He was a good pickup this year. Bridges was too, but not 5 first rounds.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing I've always said. I didn't say he wasn't a good pickup. They got him from the Brooklyn Nets. He's just not worth 5 first-round picks. And I think when Rose did that, if I was the owner, I would have a blank fit and be like, you just gave up our 5 next years. Like, what are we doing? And that's the only way you can get better in the NBA or any sport. Your draft picks, free agency, and trades. You can't throw away 5 first-rounders.
That's your next 5 years. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and you're not going to do it. Oklahoma City has 3 picks coming up in the next, like in the first 35. They're stacked with picks. So somebody like that team, and that team is a great organization who lost Harden, who lost Westbrook. I mean, they forget about that and lost Kevin Durant.
I ever seen rumors? These are rumors that supposedly both teams have offered Paul George a championship ring if they win.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's real.
Yeah, because of what he did.
Because he played for both of them, and he was involved in the deals that, brought in the players that now are winning.
Yeah, I don't think he'd take it. I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think he'd be like, I don't want that. I want to earn it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen guys get rings who played with the team the season before.
Mm-hmm.
The Colts did it years ago. The owner with James, who played with the Colts like 7-10 years, and then the next year he became a free agent, and the Colts won the Super Bowl over the Bears, and they gave him a ring. But that's something totally different. I don't know about George, where he was part of the trades involved, where you say, hey, you want a ring?
Yeah.
He might take it. Who knows? I don't know. It is the Greek Zone. Hope you always enjoy it. This is a sports gambling show where we talk about the odds, the money, and where everybody's betting. We always have every day a guest joining us. Tomorrow we'll have Rob Vino joining us on a Friday. We'll talk to Rob about some baseball, NHL, and the NBA Finals, which is this weekend. The Marlins are off today, but the Mets and Dodgers are at 4 o'clock, and the Mets sort of had the Dodgers number. I don't know if that's going to change. And you got the Yanks tonight with their ace on a mound. I think the Yankees should handle Cleveland. The Thunder, personally, I'm going to go with the Thunder first half, -4.5. That's my one pick.
I like that.
And we'll go with Caruso, too, and Williams over in points.
Ooh.
Those are the 3 that I do. I'm going to put some cash on because I think that'll happen. I think it's got to be a high-scoring game for the Thunder to win. The Thunder over-under on them is 120 as a team. So when you got a 230 over, there it is. There's a line right there. It's 9.5 for a reason. You guys enjoy it. Thanks so much for always tuning in. The News Junkies are next. And don't forget, at 6 o'clock, you're getting another opportunity to go to Vegas on iHeart. That's right. At 6 o'clock, you get another keyword. It's going to happen for you. Transportation from the airport, 2 nights hotel accommodations in Vegas, Friday the 19th and Saturday the 20th. And you get to see a fantastic show at T-Mobile Arena, plus a $1,000 gift card.
I'm sorry, G-Man. It is 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
You told me 6. We'll go with you, and now it's 5. And you wonder why I don't get things right.
Oh, yeah. Blame it all on me.
No, it doesn't matter what I say. Who cares? 6, 5, 4?
Just listen. Just listen.
Let's listen. It is the Greek. Have a great afternoon. I got a tough day. I got another birthday party tonight. How many birthday parties can I have?
You getting 10 pizzas for that one, too?
No 10 pizzas for this one. We'll be at Strike Cigar Lounge watching the NBA.
Not Chuck E. Cheese?
No Chuck E. Cheese. We'll be back tomorrow, God willing. Have a great afternoon. God bless. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. The Stanley Cup Final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final for the 3rd year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not near a radio? Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup Final anywhere. Up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
West Palm Beach vehicle fire has shut down Southern Boulevard West between I-95 and Gem Lake Drive. Accident in Jupiter, University Boulevard at Central Boulevard. You do have delays 95 South after Congress Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure